and picks you up. Hey, I got a BMW. You go, yeah, I like Mercedes. And this is the point you're missing. It's not about the fucking car. It's about something larger than that. It's about making him feel like he's a man again and that he's in charge.
A woman shouldn't have to make a man feel like a man.
You're sitting here going, I'm an autonomous female. I can fucking like that. But what are you doing? You're damaging the psyche of the man who's trying to love you. Is it worth it for a fucking car?
What do you mean by loving? Can we break it down? Can we break it down? Does loving mean that you listen to what I have to say and also think about what I want and not just what you want?
It's not about
Is that what loving means? If that's it, I can subscribe to that. But I'm not going to subscribe to sit down and you have to sit down.
It's not about that.
I'm a grown-ass woman. I pay my own bills and you're going to tell me what to do?
That's fine. But it gets to a point. It gets to a point where you have to sit and analyze the scenario you're in and try and realize and pick your battles. And I'm telling you, you may not realize it, but a man does a whole bunch of shit for you that you don't know. He's watching the shows you want to watch. He's listening to you talk gossip about the girls.
My only word of advice is get rich, keep going. She gonna circle the block.
Oh yeah.
She gonna spin the block. All right. We gonna bless you with some shoes right now.
She's gonna come back on the block.
Woo!
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom.
Welcome to Kiko the Cool. We just posted yesterday that this guy got cheated on by his girlfriend. So he DM'd me and said, can you hook us up with a free pair of shoes? We said yes. We posted on our Instagram page and went viral. The dude said, do I wait in line to go in? He's finally just responded saying here. His name is Sergio Machado. This dude got cheated on by his girlfriend and I felt bad because sneakers heals heartbreaks. And therefore, I'm gonna bless him with free shopping spree. Hey Mook, I need you for this video. Huh? I need you for this video. What we doing? Yesterday, I posted on social media that somebody got cheated on. We're gonna give him a free shopping thing, right? You saw that post?
Yeah, I seen that.
That dude's here.
That's it. He's here.
He's here. And we're about to. I need you for this video because you're the heart. They call you the heart healer.
I need to heal his heart, man. Because this man, he's going through a lot. This shoe will help him. It's just a band-aid, though. It will mend his pain. You, the girl that cheated on him, you just hurt another good person's soul.
And if there's a pretty girl that's watching this video, slide in his DMs, show him your love for him.
And then we'll show you love. DM him. If you're a pretty girl, DM him. Say I miss you, and then we'll show you love.
Love doctors right here.
Sergio, where's Sergio? Sergio, oh, this is the one. Hey, I need everybody in this store to give a round of applause for Sergio in the building. We got a legend in the building. All right, Sergio. As promised.
I'm here, man. I'm here. They've titled me the Love Doctor. Okay, I'm here for you, man. I understand the pain. I've been there. I've been there.
You got any words of advice for me?
My only word of advice is get rich, keep going. She gonna circle the block.
Oh yeah.
She gonna spin the block. All right. We gonna bless you with some shoes right now.
She's gonna come back on the block.
Woo! I like that. Let us.
Alright guys, so there's more updates about Andrew Tate going to the hospital. You know, yesterday news broke out that he's going to the hospital and a lot of people speculated and a lot of people made up straight up lies about this whole situation, just like this one. Update: photo of Andrew Tate being held in isolation at the hospital after testing positive for COVID and being treated for an AIDS-related illness. Absolute lies, absolute misinformation. It's crazy that people actually do this. But then a bit more trusted sources said this: Andrew Tate was taken to the hospital on January 6, Romanian news outlets. There are conflicting reports, but it seems like a doctor discovered an ailment doing a routine checkup. According to journalists, this doesn't seem too serious and is based on Tate's attorney briefing the central prison of the Capitol Police about Tate's quote-unquote medical problems, leading to Tate visiting a specialist in Bucharest. He is now back in jail. Now, some misinformation that they spread is this: sources have told me that Tate does suffer from a heart condition and has seen a heart specialist in Paris regularly, although some are speculating this to be Tate orchestrating an escape. I highly doubt this, but it would make for an epic space. Now, this is absolute misinformation because Andrew Tate's manager replied with this: Tate has not seen a heart specialist in Paris regularly. Not sure where you got that one from. Source: I travel with Tate. Also, he absolutely hates Paris. Do better with your reporting, Mario. Now, yeah, there's been a lot of misinformation going on, and I like the fact that Tate's manager is actually calling out a lot of lies that these people are saying. But yeah, guys, that was it for now. Be sure to click one of the videos on the screen right now. That's it, and I'm out.
Money isn't real. If you know what you have, you don't have much. And once you reach a certain level of money, you don't even know what you have. And you certainly don't own what you have. Outside entities, which you may have a stake in, own what you have. People who have a lot of money understand. It's very difficult for me to even say how much money I have, but I can have anything I want, anytime I want.
Hi, I'm Cheyenne Reynolds and I'm still on the lookout. I've had some good dates.
I'm liking my views, like, do you know what I'm saying? It's all good right now.
Charmer, ain't ya? And I've had some bad dates. How do you think you've done on the date?
I don't really give a shit, I'm not gonna lie, bruv.
Where are all the decent men? Not in my DMs, that's for sure.
You get me? I feel like I'm rolling with the man then. What's going on? 95s!
It seems like a lot of men don't know how to treat a lady.
I'll just manhandle everything.
This girl's putting her chest in Chesn't and that, like, jeez.
Will I have better luck this season? What would you do if my ex was after you?
He can have you.
Let's find out. This is Grilling.
I'm Andrew Tate III. I'm here because I was invited. Is that a good answer? Yeah, I was invited. So I thought I'd come along. Why not? There's already love in the universe. I've already found love. I found love with reality, my friend. I'm already in love. I'm in love with waking up every day. You know, there's people who are trying to stop me breathing and they've yet to succeed. I'm already in love. Life's great. I used to think that it was the man, and I was actually accurate, thinking that it was the man who was selling himself to the woman. But once you reach a certain level of achievement as a man, it's the woman who's trying to sell herself to you. I've handled a bunch of difficult situations in my life. I'm not intimidated. Let's leave it at that. We'll see how it goes. I would say I'm pretty confident, yeah, overall. Yeah, I think confidence is born from adversity, right? Everything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Can Cheyenne ask you whatever she likes?
Anything she likes, find the most difficult question on the planet, tell her to throw her question card away, write a new one. I'm ready. I better be good. I better struggle, which is obviously impossible. So she should at least try to make me struggle. I spent my life fighting in the cage. I'm not scared of her. I think relationships are a beautiful thing. I think that the synergy between men and women are a beautiful thing if they are correctly collaborated. I think that that's what makes society function. I think that's what makes the world function. I think that men and women falling in love and having children and having families are very, very beautiful things as long as it's done correctly, as long as the woman obeys like she's supposed to. And I think the world can be a beautiful place as long as gender roles are not misconstrued and misunderstood. So if Sean doesn't understand that, I'll correct her quickly and we'll fix the world and we can move on. Very nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hi.
You look really nice.
Thank you. Let's do two kisses. 1, 2.
Very nice to meet you. What's
Very
your
nice
name?
to meet you. Andrew Tate. What's your name?
Andrew. Nice to meet you. Cheyenne. Or Cheyenne Reynolds, if you're doing this house.
Cheyenne Reynolds. We're gonna do official.
Yeah.
Okay,
nice to meet you.
Cheers. I think she's an attractive woman. She's good looking. Friendly demeanor. I can tell she thinks she knows things, so I look forward to correcting her. But that's usually how life works.
Finally, see? A man that makes an effort. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah? Okay, where are you from?
I'm American, but I lived in England for a long time. I lived in a very prestigious part of the UK. I don't know if you've ever heard of Luton.
Very
prestigious.
Yeah.
Yeah, #1.
Luton. Okay. Was not expecting that.
So I was in Luton for a while, and now I live in Europe, so I've just come in. Yeah.
Okay, because your accent, it's like really different, isn't it?
It's pretty mixed up. I'm like a street dog, my dear. I've been here, I've been there. Half American, half English, half Luton, half everything else.
A bit of a mix.
Bit of a mix.
That's cool. So how did you get here today?
I flew in this morning.
Flew in. It's different. Something different.
Yeah. Jump on the jet.
You flew in on a jet. Who is this guy?
What about you? You have a mix, no?
Yeah, my family, we're Caribbean and English.
So the Caribbean side's the crazy side? Or,
Nice.
the English side's the crazy side?
I'd say the Caribbean's the fun side.
Fun
a bit
side?
of spice.
So you're fun and crazy?
Not crazy.
I mean, it's the beginning of the day, you can't lie.
Do I look like I'd lie to you?
Yes.
I'm not a liar, actually.
You're not a liar. Everything you tell me for the rest of this episode is going to be a complete truth.
Yeah.
Promise me.
Yeah.
Say I promise.
I promise. Yeah, I really promise. Honest thoughts and opinions.
We'll see. All right, we'll see.
Yeah. So what do you do?
Let me think of a lie. Give me a second.
No, you can't lie.
You have to tell the truth. I don't have to tell the truth.
Why?
We already agreed you're telling the truth. There's only one of us can tell the truth, one of us can lie.
That's not good stuff.
I'm a shoe salesman. I sell shoes, socks, shoe accessories, polish, etc., etc.
Yeah?
Yeah, I sell shoes. Yeah.
You good at it?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah?
I'm surviving. Sold 2 pairs of shoes yesterday. Life's good.
Okay, that's good. He's a liar. So tell me a bit about you, Andrew.
I'm not comfortable opening up too much.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you might work for John Law and the government.
No.
I have to be careful what I say.
Oh, so it's not commitment issues?
It's not commitment issues. It's
sure?
more just like legality issues.
Oh, okay.
I like to go to church. I'm a man of God. Play Scrabble.
Do you have faith?
Okay, this is good. This is an interesting conversation that we can have on camera, which is.
I'd say my personal journey with God is between me and God. So I'm not one of those people that is like, yes, I go to church, or yes, I do this.
Don't you think that's a bit like lazy Christianity?
No, not really, because for me, I believe in love and I believe in faith, and I don't think it's just one religion that you need to follow. I've got friends that are Muslim.
I agree.
I've got friends that are Christian. I've got friends that are spiritual, so I don't put myself in one category.
I understand and I respect that completely, but don't you think out of respect for God himself, whether you're in Dubai and you go to the mosque or you're in England, you go to the church, you should get up early on a Sunday, despite all the booze, and get up and take an hour out of your life and just show some respect? Don't you agree?
Because everyone's journey with God is personal.
You can be a lazy spiritualist, a lazy Christian, you can be a lazy kickboxer, right? I'm a kickboxer, but I don't train. Okay, bro. I understand. You're lazy. It's okay.
Do you have time for God?
Absolutely.
That's good. Do you get up early on a Sunday?
Completely.
That's good.
Every single Sunday, of course.
That's amazing.
And I think that being religious is a beautiful thing, and I think that a lot of people try and say they're spiritual or they're religious in a way, copping out on the 1 hour a week. It just feels a bit lazy to me. I think you can always find an hour a week.
Yeah. No, you definitely could.
So maybe God sent me here to make you go to church.
Maybe. Maybe you're here to enlighten me.
Maybe that's why, yeah.
Yeah? What kind of man are you?
What's the spectrum? I need you to quantify it for me. Who's at the bottom and who's at the top?
For me, I'd just say top, like a high-value man.
What would you say constitutes a high-value man?
A high-value man is someone that is successful financially.
Okay.
I'd say it's someone that's got a lot of integrity and good morals, that is very well respected, is very sure of himself, but also is a very family-orientated man. That's, for me, a high-value man.
Okay, it's fine. I'm a high-value man.
He's very sure of himself. Yeah, so what's a high-value man for you?
Pretty much basically what you said. I think a high-value man is a capable man. I think capability can be judged in many different ways, and capability is something which varies depending on the situation. You need a man who's capable of doing lots of different things that he doesn't do very often. You need a man who's capable of being violent when the time appears. Of course, you need a man who's capable of making money. You need a man who can kill somebody and hold a baby in the same day. You need a man with a very broad spectrum of qualities and assets and capabilities. And this is actually what the most difficult thing about being a man is. Most people, when I say most people, let me change that. Most females don't respect how difficult it is to become a high-value man. Because to become a high-value man, you need to have so many different qualities and so many different capabilities. It's a very difficult thing to do. You need to be funny and smart and charismatic and interesting with stories and strong and rich with a nice car and a nice apartment. Whereas to be a high-value female, you need to be hot. If you're nice, it's a bonus, but it's not even that necessary.
That's it.
If you're a pretty female, even if you're a piece of shit person, you're gonna get messages on Instagram.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're a good-looking man who lives with his mother, you ain't getting any messages.
Not really.
I think so. I think that if you're a good-looking man, that's all you have going for you, I don't think you're gonna succeed very well in life. Yeah. I know there's very, very pretty girls who have nothing else going for them that manage to do very, very well.
Yeah.
Do you play chess?
I'm okay at it.
But if you look at the chessboard, right, the queen gets to jump all over the board, and the king has to move one square at a time, and I think that's done very purposefully. If you go to Monaco and you see a yacht, and you see a man on that yacht, he had to work his entire life, and network his entire life, and get up early, and deal with stress, and tax problems, and police problems, and work his ass off to buy that boat. What did the girl have to do? The girl who's on that boat, the 19-year-old Ukrainian. She had to get a message on Instagram, boom. So the man moves one square at a time and the queen just jumps on board. This is the point. Female beauty is extremely valuable.
The thing is, there's a difference between a high-value man and a high-value woman. For me, a high-value woman is what kind of mother is she? What kind of compassion has she got? You know, has she got integrity? Has she got morals? Is she loyal? All these other qualities. But I feel like men base it on just an aesthetic level.
I agree with you. If I meet a female, I would like her to be all those things, especially loyal. It's the most important thing for a female to be.
Are you loyal?
Mr. Loyal, man of God, we already talked about church. But the point is that to initially attract a mate, females, the most important thing for them is their looks, whereas a man, I think, is his status, and status is a far more varied spectrum than looks alone. Being good looking alone does not make you a high status male. To be a high status male, you need to have a bunch of things. Initially, if you're just pretty, you're gonna get attention. Whereas a man, you need to have a bunch of things to just get attention. Do you understand? Do you agree with my point?
Not always. Listen, there's men that are funny that aren't that attractive that can get attention. It's like an energy thing.
I disagree.
You disagree?
I disagree. I know what you're saying. They can get attention, but I don't think anyone would look at a funny guy who lives with his mom and call him a high-value male. Whereas if you get a really, really beautiful girl, even if she has nothing else going for her, she'd be considered high value.
I wouldn't say high value, no.
Yeah, we can disagree. That's fine.
Are you a good partner?
The best.
The best? What makes you the best?
Besides you and the police, I don't often answer questions.
Okay. He's definitely had a police interview in the past.
I don't like to answer open-ended questions because I feel like they're a trap.
Why?
Because when you speak a lot, it's how you end up getting trapped, right? It doesn't matter if it's a police interview or anything else. The more you talk, the worse. So I want you to be very, very specific with your parameters within the questioning because that allows me to answer them in a way which makes me look the best.
I don't know, I feel like a very confident man that was very sure of himself would just answer.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Because
I feel like it's just being calculated.
Okay, a very innocent man, would he just answer the police?
Yeah. If he's innocent.
Then you've never dealt with the police, my dear. That's not how it works.
No?
No, of course not.
But he's innocent.
Doesn't mean anything. Innocent and guilty in and of itself is a false paradigm. You have to understand that the world we live in, there is no black and white. There's no such thing. It's all a sliding scale. If they want to find you guilty, they'll find you guilty. I guarantee you sold something to a mate on eBay 7 years ago, didn't pay tax, boom, you're going to jail. I'm enjoying this conversation, and I understand every point she's making, and I'm being deliberately abrasive. However, the truth is about the masculine feminine dynamic is that females like men who are completely in charge and run their life exactly how they want, and they comply and bend to the man's wills and lifestyle. To come along to a woman and say, how do you want me to be so that you like me is a death sentence for the relationship. So that's how it works.
What kind of man do you want to be?
I want to be a man who lives true to himself and a man who goes to sleep easy at night and a man who knows that he's living true to his biological necessities and instincts and tries his best not to hurt anybody and leaves a positive impact on the world.
Are your actions congruent with your words? Yeah?
What else would they be?
I don't know. I don't know you, so that's why
You
I'm
don't
trying to get to know you.
Yeah, we're here to know each other. Of course they are. Yeah, I'm a positive man. I'm a positively inspirational and motivating person.
Okay, what do you do that's motivating?
I inspire people to tell the truth, I think.
Okay.
And I think a lot of men live in a world now today where they have to lie.
You think?
In fact, I would basically guarantee that 99% of men are lying at least 80% of the time.
Really? That's a bit bold.
I think it's true because I think that...
So men are liars?
Men are liars. Women are correct. Men are liars. Women wear makeup because men fall in love with what they see. And men lie because women fall in love with what they hear. Men are liars because men are in constant competition with other men. And they have to find a way to be competitive. And the easiest way to be competitive is to lie. You can sit there and convince a woman that you're rich because you bought her a $100 or £100 meal. That's what you're going to do. It's a lot easier than becoming rich. And women believe it. And as long as women are stupid enough to believe it, men are dishonest enough to lie.
For me personally, I'm the type of woman that it's actions rather than words. I don't get like fazed by...
Actions can be a lie. You think flowers can't be a lie? You think flowers, 25 pounds on a phone call to some dickhead, delivery dude can't be a lie?
No, but there's some like good men that wouldn't even enter the head that that's a lie. So I feel like everything you're doing is just very calculated.
Life is calculated. All
it's
men
not.
lie.
It's really not.
Men lie because,
not.
yeah, life at the upper echelons, at the highest echelons of life is absolutely and utterly calculated. Every single man at the top echelon of life is a calculated man. You don't get there by accident.
Okay, so do you want to get to the top?
I'm already at the top echelon of man. And when you're at the top echelon of man, it's a very, very calculated process. You don't get there by accident. Nothing good in life happens on accident. When you say men don't lie because you believe in actions, I'm saying a lot of actions are lies.
Am I high-value women in your eyes?
You're very good looking. So I would say, yeah, absolutely. You're beautiful. You seem like you're a good person. You seem intelligent. You're not stupid. So I'd say you're a high-value woman. But your actions dictate that, right? The most important actions a woman can undertake is loyalty. Every man out here knows that disloyalty is the most disgusting thing a female could ever do to her man.
But are you loyal?
Let's not pretend that male loyalty and female loyalty are the same thing.
But loyalty is loyalty.
No, they're not the same thing, are they?
Why is it not?
Because men and women are not the same.
We are not the same. You are correct there.
Okay, so we agree.
No, but I'm not agreeing to people being dishonest, cheaters, liars. He's deluded.
Why do you think men and women are different?
We carry children,
Right.
you know, we nurture, we're, you know, compassionate, emotional beings.
Yep.
Men are very different.
I agree.
However, I don't think it's very fair for men to sit with the opinion that it's acceptable for men to cheat.
I didn't even say that, but I think if we, as intelligent, logical beings, as you are and as I am, if we agree that men and women are not the same, then our paradigms on how we enact in certain regards cannot be seen as the same.
So,
right?
if I'm with you, and I then cheat.
That's disgusting. I can't believe you even said that on YouTube. You see, you just said that. I'm sorry to the world. Please don't listen to this.
No, but it happens.
No, it doesn't happen. No. Please don't say this on YouTube. You're going to corrupt the youth. I'm sorry for her. I'll pray for her. These things can't be said. Women can't do that. It's disgusting.
Women can't do that, so it's a double standard.
It's a double standard. But life is full of double standards.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean any, like, listen, regardless with your philosophies and everything that you keep
It's not my philosophies.
No, but I'm saying, okay, life is full of double standards.
Correct.
I understand that. But in a relationship,
Correct.
it's a partnership.
Yes.
Right? You and me, we're together.
Since when?
You know what I'm saying. When you're trying to build a partnership and a life with someone, the end goal is you two together.
Agreed.
So why cheat?
I know, I understand where you're coming from. My point is that relationships and life is full of double standards as a whole. A man's going to pay for everything everywhere you go, right? This is his duty as a man. Do you agree?
No, I do like traditional.
Okay, so you agree. So you're traditional, right? So if you want to talk about traditional, let's talk about tradition. Every single man since the dawn of human time had more than one woman. Every single king, every single emperor, every single sultan, every single conqueror since the dawn of human time had more than one woman. All of them. Every single one. Read a history book. Read the Bible. It's all in there. The Quran, all of it. You want to talk about tradition, it's all there. The only reason your mind is different, the only reason you believe differently is because of society. Society's come along and told you so.
Yeah, but society, we can change. Like, the world evolves, things change.
The world evolves, yeah, that's right. Now men cut their dicks off and their chicks. You believe in this shit? You got the vaccine? You believe in any of this crap? It's all a lie.
I feel like life's about choices.
Life is about choices, correct. My point is this. If I had a woman, I would decide not to cheat because I decide. However, I would not see my infidelity as nearly anywhere near even 1% as disgusting as female infidelity, because female infidelity involves emotion. You will not sleep with a woman you don't like. I can sleep with a woman I don't like. It's a completely different thing. I can be head over heels in love with a woman, ready to die for her, ready to take a bullet for her, protect her, give her all the money in the world, make sure she has a beautiful family, a nice big house, all of it. And I'll still f that bitch. Watch me. A woman won't do that. So don't lie to me and pretend. No, you won't. Any woman who will sit here and say, I can f dudes and not care about them is fundamentally broken. Her soul is broken.
Okay, well, she's broken then, but she's still doing it.
Well, if she's broken, she ain't anywhere near me. I don't want no broken bitch near me.
I'm definitely sure women would cheat on you.
You think so? Well, those are the kind of women I will not associate with. Females shouldn't even want to cheat. And the reason women can't cheat is because there's no way to ensure paternity if a female's cheating. Modern science in and of itself, just because you can now find out who the dad is, doesn't undo 5,000 years of human evolution in which a female had to be loyal to one man so we knew exactly who the father was. If a man has multiple partners, you know who the mother is, you know who the father is. If a woman has multiple partners, nobody knows who the dad is, nobody wants to look after the kid, and a woman with a child without a father or without a man around in the ancient world was toast.
He talks a lot of nothing.
I would never ever be with a girl who cheats on me, and I would never ever.
You can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Of course I can.
No, you can't. Like, because the thing is with, like, this is just an assumption. I'm assuming, you know, you have a nice life. No, but I'm saying you have a nice life, you live a good lifestyle. Women will just see you as an opportunity.
If I was a dumbass.
Yeah, but this is your attitude is what keeps a woman also. Like, do you think a high-value woman is going to sit there and tolerate a man condescending and talking to her and being like, we're different and we're this, we're that, because we're not. A woman that knows her worth is not going to tolerate that.
As professionals, we discuss that female infidelity is more disgusting than male infidelity. And I think that the world agrees with me. History agrees with me. The Bible agrees with me. The Quran agrees with me. Every single book you can read from history says that females who are promiscuous should either be stoned to death or at least cast out from society. Female promiscuity is a brand new concept. This is brand new amongst society. The idea that women can sleep with a bunch of dudes and it doesn't matter is a brand new idea. 30, 40 years old, maybe. Even today, nobody respects it, deep down. When a girl shoots a girl she doesn't like, you know the first thing she does? She says she's a You know why? Because they know deep down that female promiscuity is disgusting, it's revolting. So the whole idea of a female wanting to sleep with more than one man at a time is haram. And they know it inside of their souls, inside of their hearts.
I don't think so.
Yes, they do. As does a man. No. Whereas a man, if he sleeps with a bunch of chicks, doesn't matter. Who cares?
So would you be with me if I'd slept with over 50 men? I'm a high-value woman, right? You said it yourself.
How can you be high value if 50 men have slept with you?
What if I've just been single for a long time?
No, unacceptable.
Why is it unacceptable?
A body count is probably the #1 most easiest way to judge the value of a female. I actually think that no, I'm going to say this. I think 99% of the world's problems, and no one's going to understand this, but if you can extrapolate, if you can listen to this statement and extrapolate it out towards society at large, I think 99% of the world's problems would be solved if females walked through life with their body count on their forehead. Because it would prevent all of the disintegration of morals. It would prevent so many things about the world.
But you know what? There's like a lot
and women would be like, to be with me as a man, I don't want to put another number on my forehead. You have to be a good man. They wouldn't stop fucking these idiots and stop being idiots. And all the idiocy would disappear. All the degeneracy would disappear. Families would return. Virgins meeting their first man, staying with him her whole life and being proud of it. Couldn't we go back to such a beautiful age? All we have to do is start putting numbers on girls' foreheads. We could fix everything.
That attitude is disgusting. It's not about women's body count. That would not like minimize any problem. Men like you are the problem, Andrew. Women, I myself am one of them, I'm sick of men that have this really disgusting outlook on women, policing women's bodies. Listen, if I want to sleep with this many people, I can and I will. Yeah, but what you're not getting is there's this whole hyper toxic independent movement of women, right? We are doing things because it's kind of, now it's our choice, but it's kind of like by force in the sense of it's like we're so liberated because we're literally exhausted with men on their power trip, on their this. So it's like, oh, if you can do it, we can do it. But this is what I said, but you men that think the way you think have created that.
I understand your point. However, you're wrong. She thinks I'm arrogant. I'm being arrogant on purpose. I must admit, annoying her is kind of fun. I think that, you know what, I'm being so nice. I'm being so nice to you. I say I think instead of I know.
This is him being nice.
The answer is I know. I know. Females who sleep with lots of men, first things first, I don't think that women naturally, intrinsically want to do that. I think that's societal programming. Yeah. I think that women...
No, but I agree. This is what I'm saying to you. Like, there's things that you're saying, like, I don't disagree with certain things you're saying, but going back to my point, it's like by force, like, it's to prove a point. It's like this power struggle. Like, I personally don't want to sit and sleep with loads of men. I don't care. Like,
good.
I don't
We're getting somewhere. You see, God, Jesus, I'm getting her. Please, little by little, got 2 hours left. Give me some time. I'll fix it.
No, but if I want to, then I'm going to.
Sorry,
but that's where you need to understand.
Little by little.
No, but genuinely, but that's what you need to
No,
understand.
you will not. God will frown upon you. You can't do that.
And you.
What do you mean, and me? It doesn't say in the Bible I can't do that. Read the book. I can do whatever I want. I'm a man. Women can't do those things. It's disgusting. I can't believe you're poisoning the youth on YouTube.
Why is he shouting?
The idea that a woman can sleep with as many people as she wants just because she wants to is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. Every man knows it and every woman knows it. Women should not do that. And the whole idea and the whole concept that females can adopt the promiscuity of males, because males have always been promiscuous.
There's actually a lot of men that are like good male men. Just, you know.
You think so?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I know very good men.
Would you deem them high value men?
Oh, absolutely. Successful. Everything that I listed earlier, 100%.
And they don't cheat, right?
Yeah. It's possible. Why is it funny? No, seriously, this guy is so toxic, and the only kind of people that listen to his kind of his advice are broke men or heartbroken men that are insecure.
I think that if a man has options over a long enough time frame, he's going to eventually probably explore one of them options. Now, I'm not saying he's going to love another woman. I'm saying that when a man's in love, he only loves one girl. I agree with that. I believe in love. I believe a man cares about a chick. I believe a man should take care of a woman. I believe he should come home to the same place every day. I believe all those things. However, I think if a man truly has options, truly, that both the man and the woman understand that at some point he's going to explore those options.
No, listen, if I'm with you, do you think I'm going to allow you to explore other options? It's either you're with me or you're not. Go be single then.
Cool.
Like but realistically, what self-respecting woman is going to sit there and tolerate you?
I don't cheat. I don't cheat.
Okay,
I'm a good man. I don't cheat.
What woman is going to? If you have all these other options.
No.
Because I'll tell you what's more powerful, what's more alpha, and what's more attractive, and what's more high value is a man that can respect his woman, love her, not cheat on her, not disregard her, not see himself above her, not see him as, you know, she's his slave or anything like that. See her as an equal, treat her with respect, and put on that. That's more powerful, a partnership. Two people, not, oh, I'm a man, I have options, I'm going to explore them. Listen, if you're a cheater, you're a cheater. If you're a loyal person, you're a loyal person. That's it.
First things first, men and women are not equal. We'll talk about that in a second. Secondly, is that if a woman sees Chris Brown in the club, do you think she's like, wow, he'll be loyal? Fuck no, she doesn't care. Like, at high enough status as a man, women don't even care about loyalty. Women don't even care about loyalty at high enough status. I'm not, and I don't cheat. Okay, listen, I'm a man of God. I go to church. I don't cheat. I'm talking about in general.
Okay, but what I'm trying to explain to you though, because maybe your perception of what a high value woman is warped. Because I'm a high value woman, I make my own money, I possess all the qualities that I listed earlier, right? I believe I'm not gonna be with a man that's gonna cheat. I'm not gonna look at a man like Chris Brown and be like, oh my God, like he's loyal. You see it as face value. You know he's a cheat, and maybe he'd just be a one-night guy. Cool. Just like you men do it to
would
women.
you sleep with him for one night?
I don't think I would.
I hope not, because that would not make you a high value woman.
No, this is what I'm saying, because it's like, when you hold yourself in high regard, you don't need to do those things. So the kind of caliber of women that go for men like that and these opportunities don't have that much self-worth, because it's what you're going to go with a man that's only only values you for one night. So it says a lot about the quality of a woman.
All right, so we agree on something.
But I'm saying, so when you generalize about women, don't do that, because there are many high-value women
who would refuse him,
that will not tolerate that.
Completely. I'm not saying that. My point is, you completely misunderstand me. I'm saying at a certain point, females aren't even interested in loyalty. Do you think all the girls with Dan Bilzerian think he's loyal? I'm not saying every girl will go with him. I'm saying there are certain girls at a certain level of male achievement who are not interested in loyalty.
But is that attractive? Like for me personally, that's not attractive to sit there and see a man that thinks it's cool to have loads of women around him, be like, oh my God, they're bitches, this is that, have all this money. That doesn't impress me. That doesn't impress a lot of women. It's about raising a family. It's about unity. Everything that you were saying, that it's not that.
Talking about all these celebrities X, Y, Z, at high enough value, when they have options, they will explore them. That's what I'm saying. And I'm also saying that if a man did decide to explore his options, it would not be as disgusting as if a female decided to explore options.
Okay, well, let it just be disgusting then.
No, it's different if a woman does it. It's different if a woman does it. Everyone watching this knows it's different if a woman cheats. It's different.
Honestly, men with these sexist views, like, it's so outdated. What kind of relationship do you have with your mother?
A good one.
A good one?
Yeah, I take care of her. And also that paradigm, the whole idea that if you find a man who's good with his mom, then he's good with girls, that's
No, it was just more because I find that your thoughts towards women are quite disrespectful.
You think so? Why?
This arrogance that you've got.
Don't tell me what, I'd actually like to know what I've said that's so far.
No, I'm just saying, it's not, you don't have to say anything. It's like energy speaks volumes, because you're not actually listening to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to everything you're saying. I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying women shouldn't sleep with lots of men, and they should fall in love with one man and stay with that man. And if that man takes care of them and ends up across 20 years sleeping with one chick once, you shouldn't leave him. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And the point I'm making is completely valid. And if a woman sleeps with one man once, that's unacceptable. If a man does it, it's acceptable.
You just want women to be submissive to you.
I think in a healthy relationship, there's always a leader, whether it's the man or the woman. And I think that in the happiest relationships, the man's in charge. I don't think women should be submissive to an idiot. And I don't think women should be submissive to any man they meet. And I don't think women should be submissive when they're not rewarded. Right? If the captain is in charge of a ship, he's responsible for the ship, right? If he's responsible for the ship, he has authority over the ship.
Okay. It's I'm a woman, I'm not a ship.
In a relationship. So. The ship is a relationship.
I know exactly what this guy's doing. He's just like speaking already. Like none of it actually makes sense if you actually listen to what he's saying.
So I think if a man has responsibility and he takes care of the woman and improves her life and makes sure that every single facet of her life, whether spiritual, physical, financial, etc., is taken care of, then he should have some degree of authority. I don't see why a man would take care of a woman and have no authority over her while accepting all of the responsibility that's getting played. You're an independent woman. Maybe you make your own money, you want to do all those own things. That's fine, fantastic. But if I had a woman, I would say, look, I like that you do your own things. I like that you do your jobs, but let's keep it part-time. I want you to come with me. I'm taking on the world, be with me, I'm taking care of you, etc. And I'd expect her to listen to me in return. Why wouldn't she? I'm not going to say anything wrong or bad, but if I were to say, I don't like that dude, stop talking to him. I'm her man, not that dude. It shouldn't even be a competition. It should be all right, cool, block. Why wouldn't it be?
But then if I said I didn't like that woman, this is what I'm saying. It's just a double standard, and it's just like a power struggle. Like it's about balance.
Life,
you know. And this is the thing. Like I feel a lot of women could give you that life and be like, do you know what? He can have a girlfriend. He can. There's so many people that are into that.
I'm not even saying no. I'm not a cheater.
But I'm saying there's people that are into that.
Correct. But I'm not a cheater. I don't want anyone to think this is about me. I'm talking about in general.
But do you think women want to sit here and look stupid? Like I might think, you know what? Actually, I'm listening to everything you're saying. I'm agreeing and I'm liking it. But then, if you've got me out here looking stupid because you might be in clubs with all these women around you, making me look like an idiot, do you think I'm going to tolerate that? No. When you have men like you have explained, it's as if you're trying to prove a point to the world that you're this great man that has all these options and you're so successful.
I agree with you.
It doesn't work like that.
I agree with you. If there was a man, which is not me because I'm a one-woman man, but if there was a man who decided to have multiple girlfriends, his approach certainly wouldn't be sitting down and saying it the way I'm saying it. The point I'm trying to make is, I think that the idea of a man having a girlfriend who he loves and maybe sometimes stepping out is not nearly as offensive as the idea of a woman having a man she loves and sometimes stepping out. You know, I watched American Pie the other week, and I thought that would have been the best time to be alive. You know, like 2003. Like, you can still call the people you care about if it's a real emergency, but no one's glued to their phone. No one's scrolling social media. No one's trying to take an Instagram picture. Everyone's just at the crappy party, enjoying the crappy party. Like, if you go to Dubai and you look around the bar, half the people aren't having fun. They're just purely trying to get Insta stories to look like they're having fun. So it's pure like, ha, 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 ha. Okay, so I think that a lot of people now are doing things not because they enjoy them, because other people will think they're having fun, and it's more about creating envy as opposed to actually enjoying yourself. If you go on a really fun night out, you don't take your phone out. So when I see someone who went on a night out and took 20 stories dancing and laughing and having a great time, I know they're fun.
Yeah, they're not in the moment.
Do you know what I mean? Because if you really have a great night out, you don't take any stories and you forget to check your phone. Social media has completely and utterly changed the world. It's changed the way that we function, it's changed the way that we go out, it's changed even the places we go. Social media now runs the world. We live in an attention society, and people will do anything for attention because attention is a currency, and you can turn attention into money. Jake Paul is not rich because he's a boxer. He's rich because he used the attention he gets and monetized it via boxing. So in the attention economy we now live in, you have to understand that your attention is valuable, especially as a man. And women are out here today trying to extract your attention from you without returning anything. That's what the male-female friendship is. In the old days, man would give attention in return for sex. But nowadays, men just give attention and don't get any sex back. And that's what you have to be very, very careful of. Your attention is extremely valuable. So for all the men out there, if you're following a woman and you have zero chance of fucking her and she ain't replying to your DMs, stop following her. Like, when's the last time you truly, truly lived in the moment?
I personally live in the moment a lot.
No, but that's a good thing, right? That's a beautiful thing. And that's actually an asset. Like, my brother is very similar to that. But the problem is, if you live very, very much in the moment and you're not on your phone, I feel like, and I can only talk from the masculine perspective, you're not competitive. Because as a man, you need to be doing things, talking to people, making money, moving things, such you got to be on your phone all the time.
Really like how you just delivered what you said, but I just find it crazy how we've just sat and said about people need to live in the moment and that, but then like you've sold courses trying to explain to people how to be like that. It's just aspire for this.
I understand. I understand what you mean, but unfortunately, and it's an unfortunate reality of the world, is that it's player versus player. Like if you go to a video game, if you play Call of Duty, right? There's 20 people in there, and we're all trying to kill each other. And the world is very, very similar financially. I'm not saying we should be out here killing each other, but I'm trying to explain that there's a certain amount of resource and everyone's trying to get it. And I understand your perspective, but your perspective is feminine, as it should be because you're a woman, right? But the masculine imperative and the masculine perspective is you have to understand that life is war. It's a war for the female you want. It's a competition. Every man's trying to get her. It's a war for the car you want. It's a war for the money you want. It's a war for the status. It's a war. Masculine life is war. If you're a man who doesn't view life as war, you're going to lose. So as a man, you have to wake up and think, okay, everything I want, other men want. I have to outcompete every other man to get it. So how am I going to do that? Am I going to do that by living in the moment, ignoring my phone, having a fun picnic?
Do you believe in men's mental health? You are kind of like the problem in society in a sense of fast car, women, lifestyle. No, but it is. This is the problem.
It's not my problem.
I'm not saying it's your problem directly, but I'm saying this is the problem. Yes, all men probably want to aspire for that, but do you see the pressure there is on men?
Completely. It is much harder to be a man than be a woman.
Okay, so what's your thoughts on men's mental health?
I agree. It's much harder to be a man than be a woman, which is basically what you just said. Society's expectations of men is much higher than the societal expectations of females. I agree. Much more is expected of us. I agree. It's a harder game, just like every other video game on Earth. It's a harder game, but if you complete it, you get a higher score. I think that being a top-tier male is the best human experience that any human can have. I think that being a female would not compare in any way to being a top-level man. No.
Reason why. There's experiences, right? Like women, we can literally carry lives inside of us.
I agree with you, and I'm actually glad you chose that experience because that's the most important thing a female can do, and I agree with you, and I understand it's a beautiful thing. Because there's no society and there's no world without life. I agree with you. However, I think that as a man, you can build an empire. There's conquest as a man. And I think as a female, it's not quite the same. And I'm not saying this in any kind of way that disrespects females. I don't want people to look at this and think I'm disrespecting females. I'm not. I'm saying we have different roles. We do different things. And women give life. Women have a very, very important role, probably the most important role in society. Women are beautiful creatures that do something separate that men cannot do. I I think a top-tier male is more unique than a beautiful woman. I think that you get to build an empire. I think that you get to be respected and feared in a way that women never are. I understand that that's a very, very unique human experience, right? Most men never ever get there. The reality of life for most men is absolutely depressing. I completely understand when you talk about mental health.
So have you suffered from mental health?
Fuck no.
No.
Absolutely not. Because I understood that as a man, you must build yourself. As a female, you can be born.
But did you not we need to stop going into philosophies and just stuff, because I'm actually trying to, I want to understand you.
Okay.
Right. So have you not experienced mental health? No.
Zero.
Okay. So how do you cope with stress and situations? Express your emotions when you're frustrated and when you're stressed.
Good question. And if I'm stressed or I'm frustrated, then I understand it's my time to perform. And I agree that society puts huge pressure on men, and it's time for men to perform. As a man, you either perform or you don't. There's no safety net like there is for females. Females can wake up and say, I don't feel like it.
Yeah, but there is for men.
No, there isn't.
But there is.
The men who
Yes,
say,
there
I
is.
can't feel like it, cannot compete with the men who do not say that. And it is player versus player. The man who goes to the gym every single day, regardless of how he feels, will always beat the man who goes to the gym and feels like he goes to the gym. And it's player versus player. And let me tell you something. As much as you want to sit here and disagree with me, it's women who decide who the winner is. You will choose the man who's in fantastic shape. You'll choose the man with all his money right.
I like a dad bod, personally.
Okay, well, that maybe you're an exception because you're an angel. But in general, we're talking in generalizations, because exceptions do not disprove the rule. Females will choose the man who's in fantastic shape. Females will choose the man who's got his money right. Females will choose the man who can fix any problem. Females will choose the man when they can go to him and say, everything's, can you fix this? And he says yes without panicking. That's who women want. Women decide who the winner is. Women don't want the man when you come to him with your problems and he goes, oh, I'm too stressed today. Tell me tomorrow. No. Women don't want that.
But women also don't want a dickhead.
But having your life in order doesn't make you a dickhead.
You can have all those things, but then there's that fine line where your ego gets a bit too much. For example, like, you could be very successful, you can have good-looking women that are attracted to you, you can just have all those qualities, but then once you possess that, you then suddenly can go past that line, your ego, then you start to become an arsehole.
I agree with you, but I'm not talking about that. I think that's a separate conversation.
No, I'm just saying, no, I agree with everything. That's what I'm saying. Like, for me, I agree with everything you're saying, but what I'm trying to argue is that men get successful, they become even more narcissistic, and they just are not nice people to be around.
You're very, very smart.
Thank you.
You are. But you're doing what most females do, and you're conflating issues. So when you conflate, what you do is you mix two issues together to try and prove your point.
No, I've just been asking you personal questions, Correct. And every time you give me a philosophy
No,
around
it's not
it.
a philosophy.
No, but I'm saying in general, when I'm asking you, I'm trying to get to know you on a level. How does a woman like me get to know a gentleman like you?
Here at this beautiful, nice, civil dinner we're having here with no animosity at all. You asked me about men's mental health. My answer was explaining that as a man, you don't have the luxury. Oops, I don't feel like it. You can do it.
You can, but I'm sorry, I know I keep cutting you, but I'm just like, because this is the part that gets really frustrating for me. Like, men with this mindset that you have, like, I get it. Okay, great, you are alpha. You've achieved all these things.
It's not about alpha.
No, but I'm saying, like, you possess all these. It's great, but you are the problem. You're creating this pressure on men and society. Like,
no,
it's so
I'm not
competitive.
creating a pressure.
But men can actually, successful men can actually be like, oh, okay, I don't feel like it today. Like, they actually can take a break and rest at that
I
wall.
understand. My point is that it's player versus player. And if you're a man who's going to constantly give in to mental health problems or mental health trouble, you're not going to be able to compete with the men who don't.
Okay, but can we
That's
validate
it.
men that have...
Completely. If you have mental health...
So we can't go player. Just validate men that have mental health issues.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Men who have mental health issues, I wish them the best in the world.
Okay, great.
But when they come to me and say, and I get this all the time, Andrew, I have this problem, I'm depressed and I can't go to the gym. I say, no, I disagree. You're depressed because you don't go to the gym. If you go to the gym, you might start to feel better, right? I'm saying you can't sit as a man and afford the luxury of saying, I have a mental health issue today, I'm sad today, I'm stressed today, I'm emotional today, I can't work, because you will lose against the men who don't do that. And the male world is more competitive than you could possibly imagine. And it's the women who pick the winners. So I find it very interesting that a woman sits here to me and says, no, men are allowed to sit around and do fuck all and feel sad. And those are the men they ignore when they DM.
No.
Those are the men they ignore them all.
No, actually, can I just chime in here? So, for example, everything you've said, you've possessed, you've proved your point, right? But as a high-value woman, if I respect and love my partner, I'm not putting that pressure. I would say, babe, you know what? You can have a little rest. Like, there are women that actually enable men to process that emotion.
Agreed.
But yeah, so we'll still go back to tomorrow. Okay.
Agreed.
Let's go back to work. But there are good women out there that don't put that pressure. I feel like your reality on women is warped because of a certain caliber of women. Yes, it is.
I agree. You're right. But you're missing a very vital point of that story. You're right. But as a high-value woman, before you say to that man, you can have a day off and you're allowed to be sad today, you will only even get with him. Let me change that. You will only even acknowledge he exists if he's ignored how he feels 99% of the time before that. Because if he was sad most of the time before that, he never would have got to a place where he could attract a woman like you. The man who works in Starbucks, who's sad all the time, you won't reply to him. Neither will any other female. So for women to come along and pretend they give a about the fact that most men are basically invisible. There is not a female on the planet who's invisible today. You can be a 4, overweight, fat, you'll still go to the club and get attention. 99% of the men go to the club and nobody even fucking talks to them. If they try and talk to a girl, they get blanked and ignored and told to Most men are absolutely and utterly invisible. This is the truth about masculinity, right? It's very easy for women to sit here and complain about the top 2% of men. I know this guy is arrogant, blah, 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 blah. Most men don't even exist. They send 10,000 DMs and never even get read, let alone replied to. So for you to sit here and say, I'll get a G, a big G, a boss, a millionaire, and let him have a day off, very nice of you. I'm sure you would. Yeah. But if a guy who wanted to have days off all the time, he never would have got important enough in the first place to attract a woman like you. And that is the reality. As a man, it's player versus player. It's ultimately competitive. And as a man, you have to outcompete the other men who are prepared to get up and do it anyway. That's how it works. There's no such thing as saying, I'm sad, I need 2 weeks off. Not as a man if you want to be important. Maybe as a chick, you can always put more foundation on and be hot again. Great. Not as a man. If you want to be important as a man, you have shit to do. You have duties. This is how it exists. This is how it's always been.
Why are you wearing glasses?
Sunglasses.
Yeah, we're inside.
We are inside. Very perspicacious of you. I have bad eyes.
You have bad eyes.
I have bad eyes because after so many fights in the ring, I had a retina detachment, and there's a lot of bright lights here, and it makes my eyes very uncomfortable. I don't want to squint on camera, so I'm wearing sunglasses. So if you want to continue to make fun of my medical condition...
Why would I make fun of it?
We just tried. I know you just tried. No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
No, it was a genuine question.
Yeah. I just tried to make mock me. It's fine. First is men's mental health, but if you got a retina detachment, it's fine. No, ha.
Actually,
it's funny now.
Actually, I was asking you because eye contact is important to gauge conversation.
Is it? Do you want to look in my eyes?
Like how we're enjoying it. Yeah.
Let me see. Give it a few minutes.
It's, etiquette, isn't it?
It is. You're right. It's polite. You're right. It's polite.
Perfect.
It's polite.
Will you do a cheers with the glasses off? Cheers.
To detach retinas. Cheers.
Are you happy?
I think that money buys freedom and freedom buys happiness. I think that the rich people of the world, the #1 most intelligent thing they did was convince poor people that money isn't happiness. And I think they did that to prevent revolts. I'm not saying money is the only thing that can make someone happy. I'm not saying money alone will make you happy. But money is certainly a factor to happiness.
Yeah.
It's kind of, you agree, right? It's like water, right? Water won't make you happy. But if you have no water after a week, you need water. It's all you think about, right? It's the same deal. You can't go without it. So the rich people always say, money doesn't buy happiness, but do they ever give their money away?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
So you give your money away?
I have a charity, which I own, which takes care of street dogs in Romania. So I rescue dogs.
That's really lovely.
Thank you. See? We're getting along now.
Oh, that's really nice. See, look, it's much better.
That's
like,
right.
do charity work, glasses are off.
We're getting there.
Actually connecting with a real human.
I'm a real human.
You look really nice. Yeah, and you smell nice.
Thank you. I'm, dressed up for you, of course.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to see someone make the effort,
Where I'm from, in Eastern Europe, I always wear a suit because we can carry weapons over there. Here in London, it's a little bit different. We have to take security with us. Where I'm from, you have the jacket because you have the strap. It's different game.
So do you walk around with a weapon? No.
Wait.
Yes.
Enemies are watching. Yeah. Listen, I'm ready. Let's leave it at that. But I'm very security conscious now. And I think that there's a difference between fighting and violence. And even though I'm a professional fighter, if you want to be a professional of violence, you need a weapon at some level.
Okay.
That's my answer.
Interesting. Just imagine in these scenarios, we are together. Okay. What would you do if I wanted to start an OnlyFans?
I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with women doing OnlyFans. As long as I had influence and control over it.
What do you mean? You're going to be the photographer and get the angles, yeah?
No. I'm not doing any real work, but just like taking all the money. If my chick said, I want to do OnlyFans, I'm like, all right, then cool, go do it. How much you made? 10 grand, all right, give me 8. All right, cool. All right.
What woman is going to give you 8 grand?
Because you're my woman, you're doing OnlyFans, you're selling my product, what the fuck?
Your product?
Yes,
The
correct.
woman, she's not
Next
your
question.
possession. No. Product. Like, do you own me? No, sorry, like, your ego's a bit too big. You don't own me, I'm not a product, I'm not an object. Okay, Mr. Tate?
I've just answered it.
You actually, I don't know if you're being serious.
I'm totally serious. How would I let my chick do OnlyFans and keep all the money? That's disrespectful.
What woman is ever going to give you that?
Then she better not do OnlyFans. Duh.
Oh my God.
That upset her, didn't it? It upset her to say that you're mine, and if you're mine and men want to pay for it, then the money is mine. But that's the basic dynamic of a relationship. You're mine. So if you want to sell what is mine, that's fine, but I need to get paid.
What would you do if I couldn't cook?
That's fine. We eat out every day. No problem. I haven't had a home-cooked meal in years anyway.
No way.
No, I eat out nearly every day, 3 times a day.
Oh my God.
Always traveling, always moving. Even when I'm home, it's same restaurants. So.
Do you ever want to just settle down? I feel like your life just seems like it's just really fast-paced. Do you not want just a nice woman?
If she cooked for me, that'd be beautiful, but it's not a deal breaker.
Okay, I like that. What if I earned more money than you?
Impossible.
Never mind.
No, impossible.
Really?
Literally impossible.
Is it impossible?
Literally impossible. Numbers don't go that high. Next question. It's impossible for her to earn more money than me simply because of her ethos towards life. Her ethos towards life is about moments and memories. My ethos towards life is about conquest. And those are very, very different things. I completely understand that she enjoys things which are not congruent with trying to conquer Earth. She wants time off, she wants holidays, she wants to enjoy time with friends, she wants to do a bunch of things that don't make money. I want to make money. It's impossible she could ever earn more than me because we have completely different life philosophies.
What would you do if I didn't like your lifestyle?
What aspect of my lifestyle?
Maybe it was too flashy for me, flying around too much. Maybe I just want you to just slow down. It's a bit too fast-paced.
I understand. And I would respect the point of view.
So what are you doing?
I don't think I'd listen. My lifestyle got me to where I am, and I'm a sovereign individual who lives in the way he believes true. I would listen and I would understand it and I would do my best to accommodate, but I don't think I would change. If you were to say, look, you can't do this anymore, I'd say, oh, I'm going to do it anyway, sorry. Yeah, I'll try and make you feel better about it, but it's going to happen.
What if your family didn't like me?
That's no big deal.
Not a big deal?
Nah. The only person I'm super close with is my brother.
Okay.
And my brother wouldn't dislike you unless he had a reason, like a genuine reason. And if he disliked you, I'd dislike you, so then the game over anyway. Not because he disliked you, but because we have the same standards of life. There's no way he could dislike you without me disliking you.
So there's literally like 2 of you that have these mad views.
My views are not mad. What have I said so far? What have I said so far? Women shouldn't be hoes. Man should have some authority because he should take care of his chick. Chicks shouldn't fucking talk to a bunch of dudes.
Why are you shouting?
It's important for the mic.
No, it's not, because Joe
and that's it. That's all I've said. And you're saying I got crazy views.
But don't they say like the loudest person in the room is the weakest?
Oh, my weak now.
No, but I'm just saying, don't people say that?
Let's have an
like,
arm wrestle.
I'm not doing an arm wrestle.
Come on, I want to see it. Come on.
No.
You look strong.
Look, I'm a nice feminine lady
You
that
do
doesn't
arm
like
wrestles.
to do these activities, okay? What would you do if I wanted to invite other people into our sex life?
Well, obviously, I'm going to ask if it's boys or girls. But even then, even if it was girls, it'd be weird. I think it'd be a bit strange. If I had a girlfriend and she said, I really want you to f this chick, I'd be like, this is not the normal feminine mindset. Must not like me. And it just seemed odd to me. Something would be up.
I'm really surprised by that answer. I don't know why. I feel like you'd be the type of person that would want loads of threesomes and stuff and feel like, yes, this lifestyle, I'm the man.
Sex in and of itself is boring. Any man who sits and says that sex is great or sex is fun just clearly hasn't had enough sex, because sex is boring. Sex is a chore. Sex is like food. You don't really care unless you're really hungry, and then you eat and you don't care again. And it's one of those things you do every once in a while because it's an urge, but it's not a real big deal.
Players drop to the knee. And away here goes Lehman with a chance for an early cross into the box, all the way through and out the other side. Brings the ball forward here towards Lehman. And back out wide towards Mailing. Nice looking delivery again. Others in the lineup. Another positive looking attack here for Villa, and it's Lehman who's away. Lehman with an effort over the top of the crossbar. And has taken a deflection. Hoping for here. Carla Ward's side starting on the front foot, and Alicia Lehman has been right at the heart of things. Makes her way up into the penalty area to make a nuisance of herself here. Again inside the 6-yard box, and it has been turned in on the goal line. Big celebrations as the ball crosses the line. A devilish delivery, and just 3 minutes in, it's Aston Villa who take the lead. Scrapping to win the ball and does well to keep hold of it. Moves it back towards Mailing. Grown with Aston Villa this season. Was looking for the free kick there. Didn't get the decision from the referee. The back under pressure from Hales. Chance to deliver. Gets the cross in as well. Aston Villa looking for goal number 2, and they might just grab it here. Although the flag is up on the far side, and it will be a free. Demi Allen shifts it wide. Manages to find Mailing. Mailing with a chance with the challenge. Free kick Aston Villa. Aston Villa do have another corner though from the same side from where they scored. Less than 3 minutes in, but it's Aston Villa who are forcing the issue a bit more here and look the more likely to go on to score another goal for the away team. Good centre forward play by Hales for Aston Villa, making a real nuisance of herself. Tickers B get the ball to Alicia Lehmann as quickly as possible. Finds herself on the grounds here, and as she did against. Charged down by Flint. Aston Villa throwing on the far side. They have seen significant improvements momentarily while Sophie Howard was offered the field. That would have been a cruel blow. Plenty of joy. Mailing onto Lehmann. Lehmann cuts away from Tierney, looking for the give and go. Superb defending. Plumped up. Sent forward here by Howard. Looking for the run. A job well done so far for Aston Villa. Mailing. And across comes Lehmann. Does well. Too much in the way of problem at the back. They have been more than a match for everything for Leicester. Gemma Purfield is going to be the one to take this one. Needs an option. I don't think she realised that Petzelberger was right on her shoulder, but she manages to, just as Aston Villa was starting to go up through the gears. Plumpter stepped across. Aston Villa so effective from set pieces in the first half. Leicester will know they have their work cut out here as Aston signalled for a corner. Again, it's Alicia Lehmann with good work on the right-hand side. Now that Aston Villa have found a way for her to play, they really are starting to. The injury just a moment ago was worse than we thought for Chloe Arthur. Arthur is removed, marches away with the ball. Leicester can break here with Esme de Graaf. Anita Asante turn here though, and off she goes. Blinkilda. Good work by Howard. In the ball and the player is well won back by Aston Villa. Crossing opportunity, lifted ball, which should be gathered and is by Demi Lambourne. And Leicester displayed. Leicester take the throw, and it's given away by Sigsworth. Lifting the ball forwards. Lambourne should come to claim and does. Anita Asante with a heavy touch can maintain this right up until the final whistle. This is normally the stage where you start to see mistakes where after such heavy running for 70 minutes, well, straight up into the penalty area. More questions to be answered here by the Aston Villa defence. Leicester sticking to the top. Constant eyes up towards the clock. 1-1 the score here, 9 minutes to go. Conceded the equalising goal, although there may be some question marks over the decision and whether or not there should have been a third feet. The delivery's good. Lehmann there sets up the chance for Aston Villa, which is fired over the top. Football can be a cruel sport, and there may well be a winner. We have 5 minutes to find that out. Has support here in O'Brien. And O'Brien gets the cross into the front post, and Leicester get the chance in on goal, but it's straight at Hannah Hampton. That's Pacheco. Forwards. And luckily for Lambourne, her defenders stand firm. And it's cleared away for another Aston Villa. Talks about the pass to Pacheco. Instead sends it up towards Lehman. It's both coaches pacing up and down here. Sixworth finds the pass. Sends it wide here to Plumpter. Plumpter onto Pike. Runs into traffic. Aston Villa can clear. Boy, Halorka is back there. McManus challenge. That touch there off of Howard finds its way through fortuitously towards Lehman, and Lehman sends in to surely give Aston Villa all 3 points here. Big celebrations for Aston Villa. Well, it's really, really harsh on Leicester. Well, they may well look back on missed chances, Leicester, in this second half, in particular the one for Natasha Flint. Can't imagine there will be too long left in the game now. It's turned in by a Leicester defender on the goal line. And Aston Villa, who'd clearly set out to start the game on the front foot, did just that. Leicester had very few chances in the first half. This, for Sixworth, probably the best of those. It was Aston Villa who were the more dominant force in the opening 40.
Endstation in der Endphase provozieren ließ. Nicht so richtig ins Spiel.
Yo, what is up gamers? My name is Russ and welcome back to another weekly vault opening. Today I'm here on my Demon Hunter. This one is my main. I've got 2 vaults for you today. I'm going to keep this video nice and short. But on this DH, I have a little bit of a gaming vault right here. So we're going to jump straight into that one. I'm going to explain, that's a really loud roar. I'm going to explain what I'm kind of looking for. This is where we're at right now, gear-wise. We are 408. With 4 heroic tier pieces. I got these shoulders last week, which actually turns out I got all my tier off pieces on heroic, so I could actually put these ones on, which was huge in the end. Maybe I'll put these in the catalyst later, maybe not. If I get a better off piece, maybe I will, because the tier shoulders are pretty good for DH. But what I'm looking for right now in this vault, and I have pretty good opportunities to be honest. We've got 2 mythic slots for raiding, because we killed Senov last week. So we're now 4 out of 8 on Mythic. As a 2-day guild, I think that's not too bad, especially as we took time off over Christmas. So we got 2 Mythic raid slots, 1 Heroic raid slot, and then I've got 4 plus 20 Mythic plus slots on this one. So this is obviously my main. And in the Mythic ones, I'm hoping to get maybe an Icon trinket. That's the Whispering Incarnate icon from Council Boss on Mythic. I've already got the Aeronog ring, so I don't really need that. Other than that, maybe a mythic tier piece could be good as well. And then from the heroic slot, possibly there's a chance of getting a Manic Grief Torch trinket. My trinkets are like my weakest part of my character, especially this bottle of Spiraling Winds is absolutely terrible. And then the M plus slots, the potentials that I would like are probably the Hunger of the Pack trinket from Halls of Valor, or we got the Whetstone trinket from Core Stars, or even a puzzle box, because I actually think the puzzle box, when it comes to more than one target, I actually think the puzzle box is probably better than the Whetstone, since the Whetstone splits its damage between, like it always does the same amount of damage per cast, no matter if there's 10 mobs or 1. So I think in that case, the puzzle box is actually kind of better for like Mythic Plus and stuff. And then failing all that, Probably just a weapon. I could get the Storm Slash from Knockout Offensive as well. That would be huge. Like a 421 Storm Slash would be actually really good. And then I've got 2 sparks as well, because there's a new spark today as well. So I can make 2 crafted items, which should buff up my eye level. Probably going to make like probably a ring. Jeweled Signet Melandris 421 would also be fine out of the vault. So let's just open it. Sorry, enough talking. Apologies. And I'll just jump into it. I'm in Havoc spec, and let's just see what we get. Whispering Incarnate Icon or Hunger of the Pack. Oh, dude. My heart skipped a beat, man. It's heroic. I still feel like maybe it's good, or I wait with this vault, because this helm, I mean, Mythic 424 helm is pretty good. Not the best stats ever. I don't need these. Well, I do have avoidance on them. I don't think I need this because it's got loads of versatility. Don't think I want this. Don't want this. So it's honestly, it's almost just definite take this. And why is it a heroic one, man? Why could this not have been here, dude? Why could this not have been here? Like, this helm's pretty good, or this heroic one. The thing is, I could just take this and then we get another one onto the raid, right? Oh, I don't know. 424 helm is like a lot of stats though. That's like 70 agility, 58 agility, sorry. And then some secondaries.
You got the coin?
I'm probably gonna run, I don't know, dude. This is pretty good, especially when it comes to a raid group. And if I take this, it means that my raid group gets more of them, I guess. So that's probably an overall better pick. I think I'm just gonna go for the team play option. I keep doing this, man. In my vault videos, I keep going for the selfless play when I should go for the selfish one and then just loot cancel, because I'm the GM. I could just loot cancel myself the incarnate icon from the raid and then take the helm and I get double upgrade. But I think I'm gonna be the team player because I'm also the GM. Like I'm the GM in like a cynical, evil villain arc, and I'm also like the good boy arc as well, right? Like as a GM, I have the power to maybe get both of these things, but also as a GM, I kind of want the guilds to succeed, which means I should probably take this. So I'm actually just gonna pull this and go with it, because my Bottle of Spiraling Winds sucks so much balls, and I just can't go another week farming Halls of Valor constantly. Which means I can now go and actually upgrade the puzzle box with Valor, because I've now got a bunch of Valor. I can actually go upgrade this one to like 415, and I'll have a 415 puzzle box with a 4A icon, which actually I think is kind of good. And then I'll make a crafted ring and maybe like a crafted belt or something if the belt comes with a socket. And then yeah, I'm kind of all right. So I'm probably going to go do that, but I will first give you my monk. What key did I get, by the way? What key did I get? I got a Algothar's Academy 21. Nice. Okay, let's jump on my monk, which is pretty low eye level, but I actually managed to sneak the monk into a +16 last week with a couple guildies and stuff. So it has like an okay vault. I did a bunch of keys on stream with my viewers. So by the way, shout out to the stream, twitch.tv/JustRust. Maybe I'll make it appear somewhere up there. If you do want to watch me live, want to talk to me more, ask me any questions, it's going to be a bit worse, and then one's going to be completely terrible. So I'm kind of hoping for a weapon or a trinket, something strong like those slots. Not super bothered about tier on this character right now, because I can probably just yoink it into a like viewer raid on the normal raid or something to get some tier pieces maybe. So I'm kind of looking for like a big-ish weapon. Other than that, maybe I'll go craft. I'll probably craft a few pieces, because I've been making a bunch of gold actually. Past couple of days I've been farming gold. I've been hustling, and I went up from about 100k to 5 million gold. So I need to get some of that transferred over to my server, and then I can actually afford to gear up my alts with crafting. And I'll probably make a video about my gold making techniques this week, I think, when I'm kind of done with my boosts and stuff, because can't have you guys stealing my techniques just yet. I'm not quite done with it. Anyway, let's just open this one in Windwalker spec. I kind of want to play Brewmaster on this, but I think I just, you know what, I'm gonna open it in Windwalker spec, because I like DPS trinkets as well. I'm gonna open it in Windwalker and just see what we get. Hopefully a weapon or something. That'd be awesome. Ruby Whelp Shell. I mean, this is good. I'll probably just take this. Yeah. Ruby Whelp Shell is poop, I believe. And it's only at 415 anyway. If I ever to want one of these, I could just upgrade it with Valor. This one doesn't seem to drop almost ever, so I think I'm just going to go with this. And then we've also got the ring, which honestly is pretty good, but kind of low eye level. So I think I'm just going to take this because I feel like it's the hardest item to actually like pin down. Yeah, I'm just going to go with the whetstone. 405 whetstone, I will absolutely, that is not too shabby. Like my DH only has a 3921, so obviously I can upgrade that with Valor, but I think I don't even need to now, so that's awesome. I will take that whetstone for sure and chuck it on there. Now I have running double unused trinket with this trinket and then this really annoying trinket Stormeater Spoon, but not too bad on the monk. Need to sort out my weak first and stuff on it and get better at it, but I'd say not too bad for, you know, I'm almost keeping up with people who are like 20 eye levels higher than me in that key that I did, so that's kind of nice. Anyway, that's pretty much it for the vault video. Thank you very much for watching. I like to end these very, very quick when I'm done. So feel free to like the video, subscribe if you want to see more of me in general, or next week's vault video. I'll be making these on a weekly basis. And yeah, go follow me on Twitch and have a great day. And as always, peace.
Which means Eranog is dead. Which means...
Når vores kolleger er gået hjem, drejer din henvendelse om noget andet, så igen 38, altså til 39 om 3 dage. Engelsæt. Sådan sige, er her sted. Resten af vognen er gået hjem. Hej det.
He declared with loud voice to those who were present, "Let a die be cast, alia iacta est," and led the army across. Such was the recollection of Plutarch, talking about Gaius Julius Caesar. Welcome everyone, good morning, evening and afternoon, and today happens to be the 2072nd anniversary of the crossing of the Rubicon by Julius Caesar. This was as he was coming back from Gallia, present-day France, after conquering it all, and his rival Pompey was able to convince the Senate to try to force Caesar to stand down all of his legions. Caesar answered with, "How about a no?" which began a civil war, which Caesar inevitably won and turned the Roman Republic into a Roman Empire. Now, today we have a little bit less of a grandiose event to talk about. Today is Reset Day in Europe as well, and we have some changes to the dungeons, most of which are going to be further nerfs to the dungeons. Some of these are going to be quality of life improvements, and some of these also already went live. You might have noticed them in the last few days when the hotfixes were implemented. One of which many will be happy about is the last boss in Court of Stars. Advisor Melandrus wasn't just nerfed in damage. This is something we looked at a few days ago. The AoE damage that Melandrus does was nerfed by roughly 30%. The other thing that was changed in this dungeon is that the Piercing Gale, TLDR, the lines on the ground you are supposed to dodge, have been turned from a nearly imperceptible bland gray to a sparkling purple. So now it's going to be much more visible, much more noticeable than before. That is a pretty significant improvement, even though of course it's not a nerf in and of itself. It's definitely going to reduce the amount of times players will inadvertently get one-shot by these lines because they simply could not see them on the ground. Talking about fixes, we also have more hot fixes which were also implemented a couple of days ago without having to wait for the reset, and these I'm happy about because these are actually buffing. They are buffing Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. The current meme, the current joke of the season of Mythic Plus, a very, very easy dungeon. There are two changes. Change number one, the Defiled Spirit, the ad you have to defeat in the first boss on Sadana Blood Fury, the one that you have to stop before it reaches her. Now it's going to no longer provide trash count for the dungeon. Precisely, we are talking about a 1% count. So, on tyrannical weeks, for example, the last week we just went through, you had to kill at least 4 or 5 of these, sometimes even 6 or more, which, ends up counting for 4 or 5 or 6% of your trash requirements, which is quite a lot. And, this is a boss. You're not really supposed to have trash count increases during a boss fight. So it was obviously a mistake from Blizzard to keep this in the game, especially for so long in this new season. So that's the first fix, meaning that now you will need to pull more in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds before you finish your route, because now you're going to be missing some percentage if you do the same route you did previously. The other change was a little bit more niche, not known by too many players. This was the Ritual of Bones mechanic, TLDR, the wall of skeletons in the last boss. The trick to deal with this before this was fixed is that this mechanic was not scaling with key level. TLDR, it was doing Mythic 0 level damage, which means nobody cared about it. You could just continuously focus the boss, put no damage into the skeleton, create no opening to go through, wait until the very end, and then just blink through quite quickly. You were only taking little Mythic 0 damage, it was not too difficult to heal through. Because of this, Blizzard has fixed this. Now, Ritual of Bones, the mechanic scales with Mythic plus key level. TLDR, you are going to be dying in a couple of hits if you ever get touched by this. Honestly, it's not even as bad because of the skip mechanic. This is bad because of all the melees and even the tank, which will inadvertently get clipped by this Ritual of Bones as they try to kill the skeleton to create the opening. That is what I noticed when I was doing my Burial Ground keys. Multiple times, quite a few melees sort of getting clipped by this. It wasn't a problem because the damage was still tuned to be Mythic 0 level damage, but now that this gets fixed, if a melee by mistake steps too close to the wall and takes damage, it's going to be a problem in the boss because of how much it will hurt. It will more or less be unhealable unless you have some very, very strong defensives or immunities to deal with this. So with this, the dungeon at the very least is being made harder. Perhaps not in the ways I would have liked to, but it's definitely more challenging than before. We also have another buff to a dungeon due to a hotfix, a change in a mechanic. We are talking about Croft, the bird boss of Algetar Academy. Algetar Academy had a couple of unknown bosses. We can say the last boss and the bird boss weren't too challenging, but the other couple could be at the very least quite difficult on Tyrannica. Now, this bird boss is poised to be also a bit more difficult because its tank buster, Savage Peck, now always hits the target and cannot be dodged or parried. So previously this was more or less a coin toss. Previously you were banking on your tank, to dodge this, block this, parry this, sort of ignore this in some way, and not make this too meaningful. However, now this will have to be mitigated. This will have to be tanked by, the tank, which is going to amount for a whole lot of damage in a tyrannical week. Already in a +20 key, before any mitigation comes up from the tank, this is 860,000 damage, plus 80,000 damage per second for 10 seconds. So it's quite the nasty damage, and it's quite annoying because, as you know, that boss becomes quite chaotic by the end. With all the fire on the ground, the tornadoes going around, the healer is going to have little time to stand still and heal the tank properly, plus not to mention the rest of the damage going off to the rest of the party. So now that this gets fixed, the tank living will be a more difficult challenge than before, thanks to this hotfix. Now that we are done with these hotfixes already going live, we have some more weekly restarts, some new reset nerfs for the week. And the star of the week is going to be Ruby Life Pulse. We have more nerfs to the first and second boss of Ruby Life Pulse. The first boss gets hit by significant nerfs because Melidrussa gets a reduced damage done by a hail bomb trigger by 40%. So stepping on one of the frost bombs you leave behind is now going to be doing 40% less damage. So not the initial hit, just the hit in case you actually stepped on one of them after. Previously it was an absolute one-shot, no way out. Now it's not gonna one-shot you, but it's gonna hurt a lot, and I mean a lot. But it's not gonna be like a game over type of mistake. You can still recover from that without being a one-hit kill. The other nerf is much more significant, reduced party-wide AoE damage on the initial cast of hail bombs by 66%. This one is the initial damage that gets changed. This one at a +20 level was doing roughly 130-ish to 140,000 damage to your character, so we are talking about some 40% of your max HP at once, more or less. So now it gets nerfed by 2/3. So it will go down to be doing at best 10 to 15% of your max HP, even on tyrannical weeks. So now this danger is much more reduced compared to the current pattern of damage happening on this first boss. These bombs would usually happen right after a chill storm, so right after you took the ticking damage of the chill storm and then the explosion of the chill storm. So you needed to be roughly above 60% of your max HP before the hail bombs would come out, and if you weren't, you were at risk of dying. But with this nerf, it has been made much more trivial to survive the explosion of the hail bombs. This is not, however, the only nerf to the bosses of this dungeon, because Kokia Blazer, the second boss, also gets nerfed. Reduced period damage of Searing Wounds by 25% and reduced damage of Scorched Earth by 25%. The damage reduction of Scorched Earth, so the lava on the ground, is whatever. You're not even supposed to be stepping on this lava anyways, so it's not really that relevant. What is much more relevant, of course, is the damage reduction of Searing Wounds. This was the most brutal of the tank busters in Season 1 of Mythic Plus. Perhaps now with the fix of the tank buster of Croth, it might have had some competition, but it was definitely very nasty, especially if you were getting hit by the first hit and then you started taking the whole chain of hits. It would become very deadly. Not just the hits itself, but also the bleed it would leave behind. So nerfing it by 25%, it is making it now much more manageable for your tank to survive. these kind of very heavy hits being taken by this boss. So with this change to Ruby life pools done, we are all set for this week's hotfixes to the dungeons. We have some nerfs, severe nerfs to Ruby life pools once again. We also have a bunch of hotfixes which actually turn into buffing, into making the encounters or the trash mobs more difficult in other dungeons like Agatha Academy for Croth, the bird boss, as well as the last boss and the first boss of Shadowmoon Boreal Grounds being made more challenging, as well as the quality of life visibility hotfix of the lines on the ground of the last boss of Court of Stars. Pretty positive set of changes overall, especially the set of nerfs given to Ruby life pools, now being made a much more manageable tyrannical week type of dungeon. So with this out of the way, this was all for this week's hotfixes to the balancing of the dungeons. I'm going to leave you to the rest of your daily chores on a new reset day. Thanks, of course, as usual, to all of my Patreon supporters for contributing to the support and the growth of this channel. You can still, of course, support in your own way without having to spend any money. Liking and commenting down below, as well as subscribing to the channel itself, are perfectly acceptable ways to do so. You can also follow me on Twitter if you want to get notified on whenever I am doing on a given day, especially whenever I am going live on my stream. That would be the best way. Talking about the stream, when I do, I go live on Twitch, generally at 10 or so p.m. Central European times, 1 p.m. Pacific, and 4 p.m. Eastern US time zones. With this out of the way, thank you guys again for watching. See you guys soon, and in the meantime, I can feel it. I can feel it almost literally in my bones. The tooth pain, the jaw pain is almost completely gone. We are almost back to normal levels, finally.
Esports has ruined gaming. Okay, let's see what this guy has to say about it. Y'all think esports ruined gaming? I don't know about that. Here we go.
Imagine this for a second. An arena full of excited fans waiting to watch their favourite video game, but this hyper-competitive, high-octane electronic sport these guys are playing isn't doing too hot right now. It's been dominated by one incredibly powerful strategy, and the game devolves into long and boring matches with no variation.
You mean like fucking WoW? Yeah.
Commentators, passionate and desperate to keep the game alive, are trying to find any...
Remember that one Blizzard fucking arena week, and the broadcast lasted for 11 hours? 11 hours straight, because every game went into dampening at 80%. It was absolutely fucking brutal.
Of excitement that they can, but they know that it's a futile effort. As the tournament goes on, people start to leave the arena, sponsors lose faith in the game, and eventually the developer's baby and work of passion has been forced to shut down. This scenario is a game developer's absolute worst nightmare, especially in an era where the expectation is that every new multiplayer game release eventually turns into a hyper-competitive esport.
I don't think that games need to be an esport. I really don't think so. I think you're always going to have like competitions and tournaments and stuff. But like, for example, like every battle royale tournament is like, you can make it an esport, but it's never going to be as... It's never going to have the level of fairness that like CSGO has in terms of an esport, because like everybody's dropping and like everybody's playing at least a little bit on a different playing field. So I think there's a lot of games that are very popular that don't have esports to them, but I do think that games trying to position themselves to be esports games can sometimes do so at the expense of the player. And this is one of the things that happens. Like, I think if he's going to talk about Overwatch, it's a really good example, because Overwatch has like some heroes that are like really, really good at high ranks, like Widowmaker, and they also have other characters that are really, really good at low ranks, like Winston is kind of good. I'm trying to think of like a character that's like super What's a really good Moira? Yeah, Moira. Yeah, Moira or Bastion or Torbjorn, something like that. And like these characters absolutely are a terror in bronze and silver, but you never really see them played as much whenever it's higher ranks, and so it makes it hard to balance the game around them.
I feel like that expectation has clouded the judgment of not just a wide part of the gaming community, but even the developers of these games themselves. And I can't help but feel like both sides are just missing the point. Just because a game comes out with a multiplayer mode in it doesn't mean it has what it takes to be a competitive game. Otherwise, we'd be seeing $1 million Mario Kart tournaments crop up everywhere.
Yeah.
So what sets Mario Kart apart from, say, League of Legends or...
I'll tell you what sets it apart. It's owned by Nintendo, and Nintendo are absolute motherfuckers whenever it comes to letting people use their IP. That's the real reason why you don't have big Mario Kart tournaments, okay? It's got nothing to do with anything else.
Street Fighter, and what makes a good esport? Well, to answer that question, I'll go through the reasons people seem to think are true, but really aren't. There's a common notion that rampant dev support is needed for a game to be successful in a tournament setting, that without millions of dollars from the developers and Coca-Cola sponsorships at every event, then your game is just going to die. In reality though, all the developer support...
I think obviously Smash Melee just immediately deletes that argument.
Really do is artificially make the game seem like it's alive, when it very likely would be abandoned if there wasn't any monetary incentive to play.
I might start playing Valorant.
Games like Fortnite had to learn this the hard way, because although the Fortnite World Cup had the biggest prize pool in esports history and a massive arena full of rabid children, it still couldn't escape the fact that the game itself doesn't make for a good viewing experience, because all you see is a battle of who gets the luckiest with their weapon drops and which player can build a tower the fastest instead of actually shooting the other guy. All you have to do to disprove this...
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Like, it is fun as a visual spectacle to watch the last circle in a Fortnite competitive game, but it's not a fun esport to watch in general.
Look at the numerous examples where games have had large and passionate communities with little to no dev support, such as the Smash community and pretty much the entire early FGC. These games were, or still are, alive and kicking, with only the passion of a few players.
FGC is fighting game community, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, makes sense, sure.
Players and grassroots crowdfunding efforts to keep tournaments running. Smash especially shows this fully, considering Nintendo has tried to kill its competitors in every way imaginable since its inception. Some people are going to say that fighting game tournaments have had full developer support and big sponsorships for about a decade now. So I can't use them as an example because they're using the same things to
sponsor. See, like, I think that some people might have a distorted view on how sponsors come into events. So sponsors come into events if events are popular. So for example, if an event is going to get a lot of viewers, then somebody's going to want to sponsor it. Like, let's say you're BMW, okay? And you're not really familiar with the gaming space, you don't do a lot of advertising in gaming, but you hear that there's like a Fortnite tournament and it's going to have a concurrent viewership of 1 million viewers, let's say. Well, you're going to be much more likely to want to sponsor that than if somebody tells you they're doing a classic Wrath of the Lich King arena tournament for 2v2 and they might peak at 3,000 viewers. That's just the truth, right? Even though probably everybody there is old enough to buy a BMW that watches that game. The fact is, though, that a lot of people are just simply not going to want to sponsor it because it doesn't have any viewers. Sponsors are synonymous with community support, basically. And if there are a lot of people that are watching a sport, then there's going to be a lot of people that want to sponsor the sport because that means that their sponsorship is going to be seen by more people. It's just what makes sense.
Grow themselves that I say don't grow esports. And although that is true, the devs wouldn't have done much to grow the FGC in the first place if it hadn't had that backbone of passionate grassroots support from the 90s and 2000s.
Yeah, of course.
Dev support simply can't prop up a bad esport. And similarly,
no, they've tried.
Metric shit tons of content to a game through patches isn't going to do that either.
I think Overwatch is probably the biggest example of a ham-fisted esport. I still don't understand how anybody thought it was a good idea to have a different Overwatch teams associated with real-world cities. That's just the most ridiculous thing. It doesn't even make any sense in the context of the sport. It's so weird. It's just like this was thought up by somebody who has never played video games before. It's like, you know, they came straight from ESPN. They don't really know what competitive gaming. They type it with like an E and then a dash and a sports or some other weird fucking spelling. It's just so weird, man. And I don't like how Overwatch League is with that. And I also think that a lot of people are losing interest in these like massive leagues of these games, like minus like a handful of them like Dota, etc. Like, for example, today, I think 100 Thieves, it came out that 100 Thieves was laying off 100 people. Straight up. So, and it was like 15 or 17% of their, of the people that they had employed. And, or is it 30 people? Oh, it might have been, maybe, let's say it's 30 people. They're laying off a lot of people. And you guys have seen this a lot probably recently, if you keep up with this at all, is that tons of these esports orgs are dropping people like crazy. Because the truth is that esports doesn't have a return on the same level that I think sponsors and people expect it to. I think a lot of people over-invested into esports thinking that it was going to be this massive thing, but it really hasn't been.
Frequent battle passes, skins, new maps, weapons and characters are a common thing to see in modern games, and they admittedly can be a great way to keep adding to a great base game, refining the experience to its absolute best. But they are only at their most effective if there aren't any other glaring issues outside of the game's content. It doesn't matter how many skins and characters Multiverses adds, it's not going to fix the server connectivity issues and the lack of modes other than online versus. And
you cannot have a successful esports game if the base game is not good. If the base game is bad for the average player, nobody is going to watch the esport because nobody's going to care about the game.
See the results of that in its dramatic drop in players since release. If you want a modern game, for an example, take CSGO, a game that has had periods of years go by with little to no significant additions to content, at least until Valorant came out. And it is still one of the biggest and most beloved esports of all time.
I think another big reason Counter-Strike has that, they have legacy appeal because so many people have grown up playing Counter-Strike. And also, my dad, who has never played Counter-Strike except for whenever he was in Vietnam, he can watch this game and know what's going on. Counter-Strike and Rocket League are the S-tier esports for somebody who is not an avid video game player to get into.
Having too little content makes a game feel shallow and unfinished, sure, but adding too much content can make a game feel bloated or even negatively impact the game experience if the new map or weapon favors a degenerate strategy. Smash 4 was a perfectly fine game that received constant updates including new stages and characters, and these characters added a lot to the game. However, the final DLC character, Bayonetta, ended up ruining the game so badly that Nintendo shipped out an emergency last-minute patch to fix her, which didn't end up doing much, so after they abandoned the game, it turned into such a toxic experience that two 15-year-olds decided to have a standoff in EVO Grand Finals.
Bro, what is going on? What is this? I don't know, I was stalling for time.
And I know what you're thinking. Ardrid, if there's something degen in a game, they should just nerf it. And I fully agree.
Yeah.
But let's focus on that point a little more. Because all of these big companies...
I actually think this is not something that has to do with esports. And the way that I can prove that is World of Warcraft. Like, World of Warcraft doesn't really have a strong esports community. Most people in WoW do not care about the esports. If they did, the most popular players for the game would not... You know, they would be the people that are winning the tournaments, and they're not. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody watches the tournaments. Nobody cares. It's unfortunate. I wish that was not the case, but it is. The truth is that you're wrong on that. No, I'm not. I know it better than anybody. So the truth is that the reason why esports are... The reason why this is happening is not because of esports. It's because of metagaming. Like, if you go and you play Elden Ring, here's another great example. If you played Elden Ring on release, how many people are using Moonveil and Rivers of Blood? Everybody. Was it an esport? No. It's just metagaming. Every single game now gets metagamed like fucking crazy. It has that part of it has nothing to do with esports.
sponsorships and content-altering patches pale in comparison to the most important thing that everyone says a good esport must have. The elusive and ever-desired concept of balance. It's the idea that as many options in the game should be viable at the highest levels of play, and through that, the metagame will be healthy and intriguing for players, and a fascinating experience to watch for viewers at home. Balancing a game is always tough, and there's a ton of different philosophies you can use to accomplish it. But the one that has propped up over the last few years is the idea of perfect balance. That everything should be as equal as possible for a game to be...
I don't think that's what's been happening recently. I think that the way that esports games get balanced now is they are balanced very frequently and rebalanced very frequently, so the meta changes constantly and people have to continue adapting. And that way, there is imbalances, but the imbalances change so often that all you have to do is ride the wave. So I don't think that we really have... I think the only game that you can probably make an argument for perfect balance with might be StarCraft, where like StarCraft, they probably don't make that many changes to it, and they try to actually have like that perfect balance.
Any fun competitively. But again, if you look at the history, you'll see way too many examples of beloved games that have had varying levels of balance. Smash Bros. Melee, Tekken Tag Tournament 1, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. All of these games are considered to be some of the greatest competitive games in their genre, yet have completely unbalanced rosters where only a small fraction of the characters available to you are viable in tournament play. Okay, at this point, some of you might be thinking something like, this guy is such a dumbass. He's making it seem like none of these things matter with anecdotal examples of games that came out 20 years ago that didn't have any of those things. These games didn't have the same standards or lofty expectations that we have now.
I think that it's much more true that the reason why Smash Brothers Melee has a massive community is because it was a foundational game that almost everybody who is between the ages of 18 to 35 understands. So a lot of people are going to be able to watch Smash Brothers. They've played the game a lot. So I think that's a big reason why it's super popular. It's the same reason why almost every other esport game is popular. With these other games, I'm not really too sure about them. And another reason why you don't see Smash Brothers having, like, getting ruined, I guess you could say, by, like, these, like, meta games and these imbalances is because there's not a very high standard of online play. Like, the games that really devolve are the games that are very, very ingrained into online play, where you play against other people constantly, like battle royales and stuff like that, CSGO.
Nor do they have the same level of options that we do now.
Yeah.
Players at the time probably just stuck with their game despite being unbalanced or bloated or whatever, right? Wrong. Wait. No! Allow me to disprove that statement with another anecdotal example. The player-based transition from Tekken Tag Tournament 1 to Tekken 4, or the attempted transition, I should say. Let's set the scene.
Okay.
Tekken Tag 1 was considered to be the absolute gold standard of the Tekken series. The pro players loved it, and in just a little over a year, they would be able to play the game's eagerly anticipated sequel, Tekken 4. They waited until the game's release month in the arcades of July 2001, and when they got their hands on it, they hated it. It was slow and weird, and the stages had walls and stuff now, although in hindsight they were really cool. And to make matters worse, it had an equally as unbalanced roster as Tag 1, with new character Steve and especially returning fighter Jin being incredibly oppressive. Tekken 4 matches quickly devolved into Jin versus Jin matches, and the game was as divisive as it could have possibly been. Based on this guy's assumption earlier, you'd think that these players would stick with Tekken 4 as this was 2001 and there weren't as many options or as high expectations as we have now for games.
That's kind of what happened with Brawl. Is I remember when like Super Smash Bros. Brawl came out for the Wii, people didn't like it as much as Melee. There were a lot of people that played it, but there were also a lot of people that just went back to Melee. And I think that was really because the gameplay. It had nothing really to do with the balance or lack thereof balance. It was the gameplay wasn't as good.
Well, actually, the exact opposite happened. After a while of trying to make Tekken 4 work, many Tekken players simply either went back to the horribly unbalanced Tekken Tag 1 or transitioned to other fighting games. Many decided to switch to Namco's other 3D fighter series that had just released a new entry, Soul Calibur 2.
I had that game. I fucking love this game. This game was so fucking good, man. And yeah, I mean, that was I think Melee and Brawl is a really good example of this too, because remember they made Project M, I think that's what it was called, where they took Brawl and then they made it faster and they made it play like Melee. And then I believe it got shut down by Nintendo or something.
Game where the entire roster seemed to be insanely cheap.
Yep.
So why did they go back? A game where the entire roster seemed to be insane.
I used to play these two guys, Nightmare and Astaroth. Those are my favorite. This guy was a fucking BDSM simp, and I remember she was really hot.
Cheap. So why did they go back? Aren't
Voldo,
Tekken Tag
yeah.
1 and Soul Calibur 2 just as bad as Tekken 4 when it comes to cheap characters and strategies? What was the difference between these games that made people hate Tekken 4 so much yet adore Tag 1 and Soul Calibur 2? Well, to answer that question, I think it's finally time to get into the actual things that I think create a great and successful esport. 1. The game needs to be easy to understand and watch.
So that's the problem with WoW.
It doesn't necessarily have to be fast-paced, but what it does have to be is something that even someone who has never even seen the game before can look at and understand it just from a glance.
Yeah, anybody can understand. Yeah, he's showing the two best examples, of course. CSGO and Rocket League. 100%. Those are the S-tier spectator sport esports.
Objectives, important elements such as health and damage, and even strategies need to be as easy to understand as possible. As an easy to understand game is going to have a much simpler time bringing in new players than a visual clusterfuck like Fortnite's Pro Scene. Overwatch is consistently run into this problem with its esports circuit too.
Nobody understands what the fuck is going on in Overwatch except people that play it a lot. I think that there are characters that it's easier to understand what they're doing. Like, for example, Mercy, it's easy to understand how Mercy plays, Widowmaker, Soldier 76, a handful of other ones. But like with like Reinhardt, for example, or like I guess you can understand Roadhog because he gets the hooks. But I would say like Reinhardt is probably an example of a character it's like really kind of hard to understand if it's good or not. Zenyatta, probably hard to understand what's going on. Sombra, yeah, very much so with Sombra. And there's probably a handful of other ones. And like Symmetra, if you've never played Overwatch before and you watch somebody play Symmetra, you're not really going to understand what the fuck is going on.
But there are just so many particle effects and stuff happening on screen with no downtime whatsoever that it's overwhelming for people who don't understand the game inside and out. 2. A competent and passionate community and tournament organisers. I'm not talking about some random bog standard event organizer. I'm talking about someone from the community of...
I think that's a like a passionate community creates tournaments. Because a lot of people, like, think about it like Ludwig, for example. Like, Ludwig has done a number of different tournaments now. And why is that? He's done tournaments for games that are very popular and that do very well. We do the exact same thing. And I think that's what makes sense. It's common sense to do that. So the tournament organizers will come if the audience is there.
Their game that's passionate and hardworking. Usually someone who's a die-hard player themselves who transitioned into TLE. Esports, for the most part, is not a very profitable industry. So to put on the greatest events on a
that's why all these esports orgs are laying people off.
Willing to lose money on running tournaments simply for the love of the game. Is what built the early days of Counter-Strike, the FGC, and pretty much every esport that stood the test of time today. If your game's competitive scene can't at some point sustain itself in passion alone, then it has little hope of succeeding in a wider context.
Yeah, I think that actually esports is going to run into a very big lull. It's going to run into a very big, like almost a recession, you could say. Because I see how much these franchise slots are to get into these different, like, massive leagues. And I just can't imagine how anybody turns a profit with that. Like, how do you turn a profit whenever it's a $10 million or $20 million entry fee? I don't think it happens, man. I really don't. And that's why you see people that are dropping esports teams, people that are losing esports teams. And what you are seeing, however, and this is something very interesting, and the person who invented this, I think the first person who really did, well, actually, I'd never thought of this. Soda Poppin did this first. Because remember back whenever Soda Poppin was an owner of NRG, and then he would watch his team play, and it was very popular. It was like, it really boosted the sport. It boosted him as well. It was just a completely massive symbiotic relationship. Now you have Moist Critical doing the exact same thing with Moist Esports, and he does that with Smash, with Rocket League, and I think now they have a third team as well. So he's effectively using that team as content. And I saw Myth was actually making a team for Valorant, and he's going to do the exact same thing. And that way, a content creator can monetize that content in a way that I think many other people are not able to do, and these esports organizations are not able to do because of the amount of overhead they have. So we're seeing a bit of a change, and I don't think this is necessarily a good thing for the players, because being contracted by like just an individual streamer is just like being one of their teams is probably much more volatile. But I do think it's interesting how things have evolved.
And 3, this one is the most important
Disguised
one.
Toast Valorant.
The game's
There you go.
mechanics need to be as perfectly balanced as possible. Some of you are going to say that I'm contradicting myself here, as I literally just said that balance wasn't important. But let's make a key distinction here. All of the examples I showed of unbalanced games gaining esports success were unbalanced in their rosters, their weapons, their specific elements in which you interact with the game mechanics. The reason that people preferred Tekken Tag 1 to Tekken 4, despite both games having horribly unbalanced rosters, was because Tekken Tag 1's core game mechanics were simply much more balanced than Tekken 4's. Even if Steve and Jin were nerfed into oblivion in Tekken 4, the game would have died anyway because of its broken wall system and stupidly easy jab pressure out of one-frame sidewalks. It wouldn't matter if Bayonetta was never added into Smash 4, because the game's over-reliance on shielding as an approach option and the strength of grabs would have eventually killed it anyway. And
yeah, that's probably true.
No matter how many balance patches and new heroes they added to Overwatch 1, it didn't stop the massive amount of stuns and the 2-tank meta from scaring people away. And after those things were fixed in Overwatch 2, you can easily see just how much larger and passionate the community has gotten over that game. Unless it's an extreme case, when a character or weapon is overpowered, there are always going to be players who will avoid them by using different characters or weapons.
Yeah, I think the best example of that is Jigglypuff in Super Smash Bros. Melee. Like, I never thought that Jigglypuff was a good character back in, like, 2004. I thought Jigglypuff was just a shit character. I don't know why anybody's playing it. And now it's, like, one of the top-tier characters. And you see people even using Falco now. And it's... I think that Super Smash Bros. Melee is probably the most interesting meta because of how many different characters are valid and useful inside of the way that people are currently playing. That, to me, is so fucking cool.
Heroes are a thing in every game, but when the core gameplay mechanics heavily favor a particular strat or playstyle,
yeah, the gameplay mechanics are good.
Avoid the mechanics?
I think this is a problem with WoW Arena too. It's like so much of WoW Arena is built around the mechanics are you go, then you use your defensive cooldowns on their go, and then you wait for your go, and then they use their defensive cooldowns on their go. And then in between those times, you're running away from each other. Running away and line of sighting is just simply not... It's a useful strategy because it works, but it's just not something that's fun to watch.
Infusion down.
Mechanics is basically the same thing as not playing the game at all. So from that perspective, it's obvious just how important a balanced core gameplay loop is.
Yeah, basically, if the metagame is bad, then it's a bad game. Like with Smash Brothers, the metagame is good, and it's unbalanced, but it's a good metagame. But if you have a bad metagame, then yeah, it's dead.
Sense, the metrics for what make a good esport are very similar to what makes a good game in general. Nobody wants to play a platform where running and jumping are slow, after all. But the problem is, in the pursuit of this esports dream and eternal relevancy, a lot of developers seem to lose sight of that fact. Think about the biggest live service games in the world right now.
Okay.
League of Legends, Valorant, Apex Legends. All of these games seem to be in good states now, but where will they be in 20 years? Will they even be around in 20 years?
I think that Valorant will probably be around. I don't know about League. I don't think, though, I feel like making a 20-year projection, if you asked people, I think 20 years ago, if Counter-Strike would be around in 20 years, I'm pretty sure you'd have a lot of people that would probably say no to that as well. Because you can't predict what's happening. Like, you know, technology, especially nowadays, is just so rapidly changing. And especially with like the advent of like these like AI things, with the amount of like fucking like VR shit that people have, what do we even know? What is video gaming going to be in 20 years? Everybody has a different guess, but I think that there will be people that end up guessing right. But I think it's just, you know, pick a number between 1 and 10, you've got a 10% chance of getting it. Doesn't mean that you're fucking psychic. I don't think anybody really knows.
Years. If their level of success stays the same, then probably, but I guarantee you the obsession these games' devs have with constant content updates and frequent balance patches will mean that the Apex of today will look nothing like the Apex of 2042.
And it shouldn't.
What if these changes actually made the game worse rather than better? What will you do then? Play an older version of the game? This isn't Minecraft version swapping. These games require you to be online in order to play them. So it's ride or die with the current...
That's what's happened with WoW, and that's why they made...
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world, and today I've got the man himself.
Best believe it, goddammit. Does it go much further than that?
Fulcrum is in the building, and No Jumper.
All right, Mohawk Matt. Mohawk
How's it
Matt.
going?
Where do you grow up? Where are you from originally?
San Fernando Valley. I'd say like the east side of the San Fernando Valley.
Tell me about your family growing up. You had both your parents?
I was adopted. I came from a pretty good, I guess I'd say lower to middle class family working in the San Fernando Valley. I lived in Mission Hills and moved to Sun Valley.
How far did you in school?
I was pretty good. I went to private elementary school. I was an altar boy, did the whole 9 yards, doing Catholic elementary, and transitioned into public school system in the junior high area.
Your childhood was good.
Childhood was pretty good, yeah.
And your
I could say it
schooling was
decent.
good.
Yeah.
Tell me about your youth. You were into what kind of stuff?
I was into sports. I played a lot of baseball, soccer. I was supposed to have played professional baseball, but later on you'll hear I chose a night of drugs over losing some scholarships in baseball. But I found graffiti at a really young age. Graffiti in the San Fernando Valley in the early 90s and late 80s was humongous. And I got fully involved in it as a kid.
And that eventually led you to gangs?
Eventually, throughout the 90s, the progression in the streets of LA where most of these tagging crews joined gangs, I unfortunately fell into that myself, yeah.
You got a couple tattoos too.
Oh, I'm completely covered in tattoos. I've removed them to put new ones on, removed them again, yeah.
Sprint.
Oh.
You done some prison time?
I've done a significant, about 19 years in prison. Yeah.
Kidney.
So you had a future as an athlete.
Yes.
What happened?
Well, as my growing up, I grew up, as the graffiti moved into street gangs, one of my best of friends back when I was younger, Chubbs, convinced me one night after not trying any drugs at all. I'm talking, I didn't smoke marijuana, never had a beer, excuse me, never tried even a cigarette. I tried crack cocaine one night out of the blue at 21 years of age. It was an immediate, within 1 year's time, I lost every single freaking thing I owned. I lost my scholarships. I lost every chance. My college was blown. Crack cocaine just took me for a whirlwind.
How long did that last?
It lasted a few years, and in order to get off of crack cocaine, I made the wise choice of injecting crystal meth, and that's a whole other ballgame.
Yeah, crystal meth can do that.
But I was able, unfortunately, I don't know what's going on around here, but I was able to do real crystal meth and real amphetamine speed. Nowadays, there's so much stuff in these drugs that you don't know what you're getting from 1 hour to the next.
So you're not Mexican, you're not black.
No, I'm a white boy. I grew up with Mexicans. That's part of my story, and I always make sure it's known. I'm one of those white boys, one of 4 in a neighborhood of all Mexicans that grew up with them, and I love them just like myself.
What kind of gangs were you in?
I was from a street gang that was predominantly Mexican. It wasn't technically Mexican at the time. I mean, it wasn't technically like, I guess you'd say Southsider at the time, but it evolved into that over the years. Yeah.
And then in prison?
When I went to prison, I made the extremely smart choice for myself, but unwise on a gang aspect choice to stay with my own race. And that caused a lot of turmoil in my neighborhood at home as they progressed into the more south side angle of a gang, and I stayed with my race.
So the gang story in prison is very different than on the streets.
A lot of people don't understand that, but just because you're from a street gang doesn't always necessarily mean you're going to be involved in that clique in prison. I'm white, and I didn't know my ass from a hole in the wall. When I went to the county jail in the 90s, I remember one white guy asking me one question that sticks with me to this day. He said, "What race are you?" And I said, "I'm white." Well, then that's where my journey began. I went that way. I had no idea what was going on when you go to the county jail. And if you know anything about the county jail in the early 90s, it was a very scary and a very dangerous place to be.
And you were in prison for what?
numerous things. My first time was, I think, criminal threats and some shoplifting, assault and battery. My last term was 2 counts of criminal threats, felony vandalism, and kidnapping, and home invasion. Yeah.
Well, you straightened out your life.
Yeah, when I got out of prison, I had to beat a drug addiction pretty gnarly. Took me a while getting out of prison. I paroled in 2013. I want to say for about 5 years I was lost. I was strung out on drugs in my mom's house. Destroyed my mother's $1 million home that she moved to from the valley to Santa Clarita. I mean, I gutted a $1 million home in the process of trying to get myself back to normal. Because I came home from prison, unlike the military, with way more PTSD than I ever did in the military.
What kind of stuff did you see in prison?
I am one of those dudes that doesn't like to talk too much about prison. I tell some stories, a couple things that I've gone through. One of the worst things I can honestly say, and I don't think I've admitted this on camera, but I saw a kid's head get cut off. I saw 2 inmates, due to a racial situation, attack this one kid repeatedly over and over until his head fell off. And it was right in front of me. And in prison, if you know, when they hit those alarms, you have to lay down on the ground. And I'm prone down on the ground in a yard 20 feet from me. These 2 skinheads are attacking this other inmate because he chose the wrong racial affiliation. And I can still, when I close my eyes, you can see it. Like, this is stuff you can never unsee. I don't care who you are, what you've been through. When you go to some of these places in prisons, it's extremely scary. If you're the toughest of the tough, I tell you, you're full of shit. Because these places make every grown gangster scared. And I remember these 2 inmates just stabbing this kid so many times, his head finally fell off. And they kick his head. And when someone dies, especially when there's that much blood loss, there's so much blood that these kids were slipping in the blood. They were covered in blood. The blood starts to coagulate and get hard. Mind you, the cops have not responded because they're horrified at what they saw also. Cops are known for getting stuck, frozen in fear too. That this scene went on for about 20 minutes until finally the kids stopped, threw the knives down, and they sat there and they said, come on. I'll never forget the look. I can close my eyes and see it. The one kid sat there and said, come get me, I'm done. Mind you, he had already kicked this kid's head rolling down the pathway in the dirt, and he's covered in blood. And he sits down and he had the audacity of you to sit there and look at the cop and say, come arrest me, I'm done. And to know that I just watched cops watch you do this and not react on it also was amazing. The tower lady was a female officer in the tower. She had the M1 and she didn't shoot because she's frozen with fear also. People don't understand that these acts, when you see them with the human eyes, they're startling. They freeze you. And I was, me laying down was scared too. And mind you, this is a situation that now took 24 hours of our day because, excuse me, this situation now turns into a crime scene. The local police out in the Calipatria area of Imperial up by San Bernardino past there, they bring cops in. This is now a crime scene. You can't move. You're stuck on the yard when they're bringing you water and a sandwich because you can't move either. It turns into a crime scene. It was just, that's one of probably about 5 stories I have like that just sometimes I can't unsee at night.
That's a lot to deal with.
It is, yeah.
Were you ever living on the streets?
To me, I have to be honest with you. To me, living on the streets was me and my SUV Lincoln parked in my mom's driveway. She kicked me out, but kicked out to me was living in the driveway in a Lincoln SUV. You know, I had to beg to shower. My drug use took me to some really, I would say my drug use took me to worse places for my family than on the streets, like some other people.
What do you make of that whole lifestyle? Gangs and drugs and all that?
I think they're intertwined, yet at the same time, they're not. They're intertwined, but they're not. I say that strongly because I remember being from a gang. If I did anything, smoking crack was horrified. You had to hide in shame. If you injected meth, heroin, fentanyl, you had to hide in shame. It wasn't something the homies were okay with. Let alone the behavior you see outside here and everywhere else around you building in America, this open drug use that you see, like in the day, my people you probably would have got beat up for that. You can't do that in front of women and children. Just regular women going to work, that's just not tolerated. And I feel that it's gotten to a scary place. A scary place.
How'd you finally get clean?
May 18th, 2018, I finally got clean.
How'd you do it?
Well, this is the best part of my story I've repeated. For about 2 weeks, I was laying in my mom's house in a spare room in the dark, watching pornography, trying to pretend that I look sexy and I weigh 80 pounds, sweaty. Mind you, I've started to go bald, so I'm growing my hair and I look like a monster. My hair's not shaven, I'm not shaven, I'm sweaty. I'm wearing a wife beater that's 4 sizes too big, it's size extra large, and it's hanging off me. I've been doing meth and heroin back and forth. I remember the last day like it was yesterday. I mean, I did 17 shots of meth and heroin all over my body. The last injection I think I did, I just told this, was in the vein in my penis. And I shot this dope in my penis. And it didn't work. Nothing's working. And I had been begging God. I believe in Jesus. I also believe in Odin because I am Viking in culture. I've been praying to both of them. God, remove this, take this from me. Please take this away from me. I can't handle it. I'm ready to stop, but I don't know how. I had been praying, excuse me, night after night for this to stop. And this last day, it wasn't working. And I finally, after about 17 shots of meth or heroin that weren't getting me high, and I'm not missing the vein either, I remember just putting the needle down and going, oh my God, my prayers have been answered. They've been answered. I'm not smart enough to deal with it. And I remember I knocked on my door and I opened the door and I called my mom's name. I said, Mom, I'm ready. Please get me out of here. What do I got to do? What do I got to do? I tell people this, you can't get sober for your neighbor, for your mom. You can't even do it for your kids. You have to be at a place where you are spiritually and mentally broke. When you are at that bottom looking up, that's probably the only time you're going to realize it's time to change. And I was willing to do anything. If you told me to mop your toilet out 17 times a day, give me the mop. Whatever you said for me to do, Mark, whatever you needed me to do at that moment, I would have done it just to stay off those drugs and away from them, because I was done.
It's the hardest thing you've ever done?
I've been to prison at level 4 yet. I've been in the U.S. Navy as a fireman. I have been in street gangs. I've been shot at, stabbed, jumped. Yes, that was definitely the hardest thing. I'd rather fight 6 Crips again before I have to get sober.
It was the heroin that was the hardest part?
No. Funny enough, I tell people this a lot. I got off of heroin extremely easier than I got off of that meth. Meth kicked my ass. I had the same symptoms coming off that meth as people I hear do on heroin. No.
Really?
Yep.
What do you think of the whole culture now of what's going on in LA? The gangs, the homeless, the whole thing, drugs.
Gangs, I've noticed, are starting to full circle. They're starting to come back. I'm watching the news a lot lately, and I notice gangs are coming back, which is scary because in the 90s when I grew up, gangs were way different, way more active, way more violent, and it looks like it's going back to that. The drug culture, I'm an addict myself, and I say this as lightly as I can. I'm not okay with them being allowed to do drugs everywhere on the streets. You're setting the wrong message. The cops, I'm not against the cops. I'm also not for them. I try to stay out of their way so they can do their job. But a few weeks ago, I was down here watching as they pulled up and watched a naked woman inject heroin and then drove off when she was done. And I'm like, I'm scared for LA. I'm from LA. I'm from the Valley, but we're still LA, and I'm just scared to watch what's evolving around us. There's no consequences for it, and it seems like it's getting worse, and it's getting worse. Can't take my girlfriend and our kids to walk in some parks because they've taken over the parks. And I feel that there's a definite difference in like mental health. You talked about this on your show. There's a difference in homelessness, mental health, and drug addiction. And a lot of the times I feel that we're missing out in helping some people, realizing that you're just helping someone get high and they don't need help getting high. I walk people all the time. If anybody asks me for food, okay, let's go to the liquor store, I'll get you some chips, I'll get you a soda. I'm not giving you money. I'm not buying you cigarettes or alcohol either. If you're hungry, cool, but I'm not going to hand anybody cash.
I think 9 times out of 10.
9 times out of 10, you know what they'll say? I'm cool then, thanks.
No, but okay. 9 times out of 10 when you're giving an addict money here.
When 9 times out of 10 you're giving an addict money, it is not going to food. It is going to drugs, cigarettes, or alcohol. Yeah.
Your life is better now.
My life's amazing now. I work for the biggest tattoo clothing company in the world. I've been traveling the world going to conventions with this company. I model. I would have never thought my junkie ass would be modeling. You know what I mean? Especially at my age too. Yeah.
You have kids or your girlfriend?
I have a son who's 23. He doesn't talk to me much. I have to deal with the fact that when I went to prison, his mother gave me every chance and I didn't pay attention to it. And I went to prison and signed away my rights. I thought it was the best choice because my plan in going to prison was to get as actively involved in the politics and the gangs as I could and to not come home and make a name for myself. But when I finally came home, I realized that was a mistake, and my son talks to me here and there. He kind of just messages me because he wants free clothing, but he doesn't want to have a relationship with me really, and I have to respect it.
What's your biggest fear? My
biggest fear? Sometimes I feel like with my son, my biggest fear is like I don't get to tell you. I just wanted him to hear why I did what I did. I want my son to know that like I didn't walk away from you. I made the best decision for you, I thought at the time. I was involved in gangs and drugs. And the reason I walked away from you is because I didn't think I was coming home and I thought he deserved a better shot at a life without me. In hindsight, you realize, wow, I changed my life. Damn, he had a better shot with me. And now I might have lost that shot. Other than that, my biggest fear is probably losing my mom. She's my best friend. Total best friend.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to young men that are thinking of joining a gang, or women?
Don't. If I could go back to when my tagging crew joined, I remember this night we had a meeting. And I was probably one of 3 of us that didn't want to do it, and we just did it out of some sense of not wanting to be looked down on. We didn't want to be looked at as weak. But if I could do it again, I would do it again. No disrespect to my homeboys, because I still love my homeboys in my neighborhood in Sun Valley. But that choice, whether it be racially or whether it be just on a broader choice, it was bad. I was into graffiti and artwork and stuff like that. I wasn't really, the gang thing wasn't me. I adapted to it well, but yet at the same time, it's not really me. I was more into art and music. And I mean, I was a gothic, picture this, a gothic punk rock cholo who plays first base baseball. Listening to gothic punk rock music, Depeche Mode. I'm riding around on a skateboard, graffitiing, and trying to gangbang. It was a clusterfuck, but I did it.
Your dad was not in your life?
My dad is in my life. That's the thing. I let him down too. My dad's retired Air Force vet, Vietnam. He just looks at me like, I've done my best to make amends, but the amends are still not good enough for him.
The tattoos have got to...
Oh my God, he won't even go somewhere. I was telling my girlfriend this yesterday. He won't even go to the movies with me unless I'm wearing a hoodie and a hat on top of the hoodie or under the hoodie. He will not go out with me in public, especially because I have the fuck the sheriff's department tattoo right here for I got into a fist fight with a couple of them off duty in Santa Clarita. So I put this on the side of my head to commemorate that. And that alone, he won't even be seen in public with me.
You have a tattoo that says what?
Fuck the sheriff's department. I got into a fist fight with a couple of them off duty because they thought they could pick up on my girlfriend because they're sheriffs. They actually told me this. Well, we're sheriffs. We can do what we want. I said, okay, well, that's my girlfriend. We ended up in the parking lot in a fist fight. And I mean, I got with one of them, but they kind of got me after that.
Do you regret the tattoos?
You know, some of them I do. I've removed a lot of them. I've removed a lot of stupid, hateful gang tattoos that I had all over me, and I've since replaced them with cool stuff. I regret some of them that I've got, yes, definitely. The memories I made with them, I don't, because there's stuff I've had to go through and grow through. But some of them that I was dumb enough to put on my body, yeah, I definitely regret them. I definitely do.
Those are like things you did in prison and stuff?
Gangs, hateful nonsense. All that gang stuff it's part of my history, but it's not where I'm at now. And where I'm at now wants to scream at that kid that I was to tell him, don't fucking do that. Don't wait on that tattoo for a month. Just sit on it for a month, you know? But I wish I could talk to my younger self.
If you had your life to live all over again, what would you have done differently?
This is a bad question because they just told this to my homeboy Lonely, who did 29 years. He got out, and someone asked him this. I want to say that I would do so much different, but at the same time, if I did that, then I wouldn't be who I am right now.
It's true.
If I didn't go through all of that, I couldn't be helping as many people. Right now, I'm sponsoring guys in recovery from here to Great Britain. I've got guys using Instagram, and social media is amazing for me to help people in recovery. But if I wasn't or didn't go through that, I couldn't do what I'm doing now. I would have if I just got the job and sold cars or went to school to be a lawyer, I probably would have been a great lawyer, but I wouldn't be able to touch as many people I believe as I touch now.
What's your biggest regret?
Not finishing college, not staying in my son's life, I think. But I have a second chance. I got a girlfriend with 2 kids that are amazing little kids, and right now I'm getting a second chance by proxy to relive that.
Are you happier now than you've ever been?
I can say, yeah, I'm happier now than I've ever been, yeah. Yeah, where I'm at with my girlfriend, with my parents, with my mother, with my company, I'm totally happier now than I've ever been, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 45. I'm about to be 46 in April.
Matt, what would you say is the most important lesson you've learned in your life?
Most important lesson, I would say, follow your heart. Your brain, your dick might necessarily lead you wrong, but your heart usually will lead you down the right way. And even if you make a mistake following your heart, it's something you can probably easily fix. But if you listen to your brain sometimes, I think, or your dick, you're probably going to make a bad decision. Yeah.
That's great. All right, Matt. Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Feel okay about, prostituting themselves, because they call them PCs, private collectors, when you're like in porn and stuff. And basically all of that is a guy who's got the money to pay adult film stars, like a super high escorting fee. But then the whole thing is you're supposed to be going for a photo shoot or a video, right? To film a video, but come on, that's not really, like half the time they don't even film.
All right, Genevieve, where did you grow up? Where are you from originally?
From Denver, Colorado. I was adopted when I was real little, like under a year old. So my parents are white.
And your adopted parents?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How was your family?
fucked up, really fucked up. Extremely fucked up.
In what ways?
My parents are really not good people, like really bad people. The kind of people, you know, you read stories about, and like the kind of people who I think breed rapists, murderers. Like they're just really sick people. They're super religious. They were really abusive, like really, really abusive.
In what ways?
Well, my dad like basically started torturing me at a certain point, you know, like, okay, well, so the whole dynamic of our family changed after I was being sexually abused by one of my older brothers. And so when that came out, everything changed, you know, like because I don't ever remember our family being that bad, but then after that, it was like, there was nothing good, you know? And my parents, they basically, I was like sort of the enemy at that point, you know, even though I was very, very young, and just everything started to fall on me, like, you know, all their frustrations. I was like kind of singled out, because really the physical abuse was not happening to my other brothers and sisters, just me. So, you know, it was, we're talking like pretty extreme physical abuse, you know, like my dad was the first guy to ever closed fist hit me in the face, you know? And when I was, I don't know, like probably like 10 years old or something.
And do you know your biological parents?
No, no chance, no, even of whatever with that. But I don't even like, actually, I really don't kind of like when people ask me like, oh, you're a real mom and dad or whatever, because look, I was adopted by the time I was like 6 months old. And so my parents are my parents. They're, you know, I really don't like that terminology that gets used, because I think it lessens, like, you know, the fact that they were, you know, that was all I've ever known as my parents. I don't believe that whole blood is thicker than water stuff, you know?
What kind of kid were you in high school?
What?
What kind of kid were you in high school?
Oh, well, when I was in high school, which wasn't for very long, I was pretty outrageous, I guess you could say. I was not popular, and I mean, maybe I was pretty, but I didn't know that, and so like I was, plus I was Asian, and like there was hardly ever any Asians ever where I was going to school or growing up or anything, so like kids would make fun of me, or just I was different, you know? Like Asian chicks were not quite in yet. Then a couple years later it took off, but so I don't know, high school was horrible for me actually. All the schools were horrible, elementary, middle school. And I didn't stay in high school very long at all.
Did you graduate?
No. No, I got my GED, like whatever, but I actually skipped a lot of grades, like a lot. And so I was in high school when I was like 11 years old.
That's early.
Yeah, I went from like, I did kindergarten through 4th, then I skipped to 6th grade. So I went from elementary, skipped 5th, went to middle school, did 6th grade only, skipped 7th and 8th, and went right to high school.
Why did you skip 7th and 8th?
Because I'm an intelligent person, because I have a, you know, high IQ or whatever. But just because I'm really intelligent does not mean I cannot be a dumb bitch, because I am a pretty dumb bitch at times.
So how did you get into sex work?
Okay, this may sound weird. I think before I even knew what sex work was or anything, I think I knew that I was like sort of destined for that. I don't know how to explain that, but like, the first time I did a date or whatever, I was not even 18. I was, I think 16 or something, and I had met this guy in a hotel in downtown Denver, and he was filming like a promo for a like UFC fight. So like I thought he was famous, and so then he just started talking to me, and then he took me back to his room, and I had no idea, like whatever, but I did fuck him, and then like afterwards he gave me $300, and I was like, what the hell? I was so psyched. I was like I was happier than I'd ever been ever in my life. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I mean, because you know, like I had like the other part, but I was like, the money was like, that was amazing. It was off the hook. And when you're like 16 and you have that much money and you've never had that much money, it's, you know?
Did you feel like you discovered a new career?
Well, I feel like I'd not met career, but I mean, at that point I didn't really think about careers, but I knew I had discovered something. And I kind of, I guess you could say, ran with it, because ever since then, I never, ever have done really anything else. Like the day I turned 18, I went to the strip club, got a job, and then I just progressed. Like I started doing bachelor parties, and then I started escorting, eventually I started doing porn. I did the track work, like, you know, when you're outside working or in Vegas. I've worked in drinky bars, massage parlors. And that, a lot of girls don't get the opportunity necessarily because it's an Asian thing with those two things specifically. So,
what is a drinky bar?
Okay, like you've seen the karaoke bars in Koreatown and stuff?
Sure.
Well, they're basically just like whorehouses, and a lot of people don't know that. So when you go in, you know, there's all these really pretty girls, and then they'll come and sit down and have a drink with you. And the drink costs usually like something like $20, right? So the house gets a certain amount, and then the girl gets a certain amount. And then she just sits there and drinks with you. But they have these karaoke rooms, right? Private rooms. So the whole thing is to get a guy to rent one of the rooms or whatever, and then whatever happens back there is, you know, between the girl and the client or whatever. And you know, obviously, like, they encourage the more money that's coming into the house is, you know, better. And so, but I mean, it's funny because some people, like, for their prostitution needs, they have to mask it somehow, you know what I mean? Like, I honestly, for as well-traveled or as much as I know, I did not know that strip clubs were, like, straight-up whorehouses, too. Like, I actually had thought for a long time that they were kind of like, you know, the way certain strippers are, like, oh, I don't do this, or I don't do that, or like, you know, I'm just a dancer. Like, wrong. That's not, you're not going to last too long in that environment if you're just a dancer. There's no way.
That's why there's back rooms.
Well, okay, it's not even sometimes even about the back rooms. Like, yeah, the champagne room, that's pretty, yeah, it's pretty awesome. But, okay, at a good strip club or any strip club, if you don't start interacting with some of their bigger or like more regular clients, or the clients that are coming in and dropping like 5,000, 10,000 at a time, if you don't interact with those clients, and by interact I mean they will want to fuck you, period. You know what I mean? Like, then you're not gonna make it. Like, you know, you're not gonna get shifts, or like the managers that are working are gonna like say, no, you can't work when you come in, or just, you know what I mean? It's there. Basically, too, it's just everything is gonna start to be more difficult, you know, and you're not gonna make much money, and so yeah, it's just not gonna work out for you very well, you know. Because some girls, like, they are under the impression that they're gonna be dancing, you know, and no, that's the champagne room is what it's all about in all strip clubs. The house is.
Far-right influencer Andrew Tate was in a Romanian court on Monday asking to be released.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels, like you.
In today's 1 minute M plus tip, this is something that a lot of you have been asking in the comment section, by far the most requested, and I have two footages, one from a plus 18 and a plus 20 to explain how do you do this dreaded pull before the final boss of the Temple of the Jade Serpent. A lot of you said this gives you problem on fortified weeks, simply because of how much the mobs actually decimate you as a tank. Before we talk about the actual tip, we need to talk about why is this pull so difficult for some people. And the answer lies in this minion of doubt mobs. There's 3 of these doubt mobs, and they do a Dark Claw, which is essentially a tank buster. This thing will decimate any tank that has no mitigations up, and there's 3 of them. On top of that, you have the complication of this Haunting Shard that does an AoE fear if you do not kick, and this Infestor that spawns like random ads that if you kill them, they will explode and cause AoE damage. So there's a lot of damage and a lot of risk going out here. Here's how you deal with it. As a tank, you should pop gigantic cooldowns before you go in. You can see I saved Shield Wall just for this, and I have all my AoE cooldowns that I basically saved from the previous 2 packs in the hall. The job is to dash in, basically pop big cooldowns, build AoE threats. You can see I'm doing here. I reflected the Dark Claw, by the way. That's a big tip for people who play a prot warrior. You can see I popped off on the meters here. That's the reflection from Dark Claw going off. Make sure you assign someone to kick this Haunting Scream. As you guys can see, is about to go off shortly. And if you don't kick this, it's probably a wipe, right? Because your tank will be feared and get clobbered from behind. Once you build sufficient threat at the start, I start kiting outwards to the courtyard, and there's 2 reasons we are doing this. The first is, if you let any of the doubt mobs Dark Claw you without any form of mitigations up, you are dead. And you can see on my mitigation bar here, on my aura bar, I only have Buckskin left. So I know that I need to build some distance, but I still have, let's say, a stun, AoE stun up, I still have a trinket up for mitigation. So depending on the situation, I need to adapt, right? So you can see they're casting Dark Claw here, and this is gonna hurt me. Just as Buckskin is about to expire, I quickly run out, build some distance from the doubts, make sure these 3 dudes stay away from me, and the monk got my intention right, so he helped me ring them away. But the first reason why you kite into the courtyard is basically to make sure that you do not get tank busted by the minions of doubts. And the second reason why you kite into this courtyard area where the 3rd boss was previously is because if anyone dies at this point in time, they can just click release and they can come back and join the fray immediately because the graveyard is so near. And you can see I literally am just kiting mobs. I'm not doing anything but just kiting mobs, and I only go in if I have my spell reflection up. You can see my spell reflection here. That's the only time I go in, or if I have any of the trinket procs here that gives me mitigation, then I go in. The big mob will continue to summon all these little ads that, as a tank, don't panic about picking them up, because if you go in and you pick them up, you will get tank busted if the doubts are still alive. So the party really needs to help you firstly kill the 3 doubts real quick, kick the fear on the Shah, and you should be okay. Leave the little ads alone and make sure you kite into the courtyard. Now here's another massive tip from a plus 20 that I timed. You can actually CC the mobs here. You can see this rogue and monk going out here to firstly blind and paralyze the mobs. That case, I only need to deal with the Infestor and 2 doubts, and which makes the pull really, really easy, right? Although we accidentally break it out later, and you can see that I'm still going in with Shield Wall, still respecting the 2 doubts and reflecting them for giga damage here. You can see on the meters. And the moment my Shield Wall comes down, I start kiting, right? And it's at this point the Shadow Priest accidentally breaks them out of CC. And you can see what happens really quickly. He breaks them out with an AoE here, over here, right? You can see this mob starts casting the fear. It goes off. No one kicks it. I get feared. And I almost lose my life here. But, you know, thankfully I was able to pop a potion before I die. And the moment all these mobs congregate on me, you can see that my healer dropped a buckskin on me. So he ensured that I had massive cooldowns and I was able to block spells here with basically my talent. So I could survive, you know, the tank busters, right? But you can see the moment it's down, I start kiting, because that is the thing that wipes you as a tank. If you die, everyone else will die. You need to hold aggro on them, build threat at the start, and just kite. Just hold aggro so the DPS can kill the down. So if you can do that, honestly, this pool is not as terrifying as a lot of you think it is. Just make sure you kite appropriately, use movement skills and stuff like that, and you should be fine. So I hope this tip was helpful for you in the Temple of the Jade Serpent. Hopefully you guys won't be so terrified for this pool going forward. And if you enjoy the tips for Mythic Plus on this channel, do subscribe to the channel. More of them are coming your way for Dragonflight. I also stream on Twitch. Feel free to swing by to hang out. Good luck in your keystone. See you soon. You folks asked for it. Here's the masterclass for Knockhood Offensive in Mythic Plus. And if you folks don't know, you start off the key by being able to fly off to the different bosses. You can do it in whatever order you want. It just so happens in this key, I don't want to waste your time at the start with the RP and whatnot. We decided to head to the Storm boss first. And you can see this is a 16 plus Tyrannical that we timed the second week in the park. But I'm going to explain every single zone, every single boss, every single mechanic, play by play, so you have the confidence to crush this keystone in Mythic Plus, and I'll explain it from both Fortified and Tyrannical's perspective in terms of affixes. So as I earlier mentioned, we started off by heading towards the Storm boss first, because let's face it, on Tyrannical keys, you know, pucks are just anxious to see whether you can do the Storm boss or not, and if you can, well, you probably have a good chance of timing this key. So I pulled the pack on the waterfall. It really doesn't matter which pack you do, right? Like, you need to kill all the packs with the totems. I'm sure you know that by now already. But if you're new here, gotta kill the totems. There's basically like 4 different packs of mobs that you need to kill with the totems in order to free the boss. The most important thing in this entire area here, the most important thing that you need to know is the Storm Speaker is arguably the most dangerous custom mob that you need to kick. It will cast something called Tempest that absolutely must be interrupted. So keep your eyes peeled for that. The other thing that I would say you need to kick here is basically the mini boss, which is known as Zari, right? And the totem is also another dangerous, you know, DPS kind of target that you should sit on. But on Fortified weeks, I can tell you all these packs are super dangerous, because of all the cast and magical damage that is essentially going off on all these people. So what you should also take note of as a melee is that these Arc Blades, they cast a frontal. Well, not a frontal, but they do a cleave on the tank. And maybe when we head to the next pack, I'll explain it a bit better. But on Fortify, I can tell you these packs are dangerous. You need to be very careful here. Kick as much as you can. And those little tiny elementals, they don't do much, right? They have 0 health, but they have a shield on them. You just need to break the shield, they die. This mob here is dangerous, right? Like, a lot of people, like, they think this is harmless. The Thunder Beast, this Thunder Strike, it frags on Fortified. You need a kick rotation on this. Other than that, the Thunder Beast has a few tricks up its sleeves. One of them is basically this Chain Lightning. You can see it's being cast on the Rogue here. The moment you have Chain Lightning on you, you need to run out from the party, because if you don't, what happens is basically you chain, you know, damage across the party. The Rogue basically vanished here, and that's why you know, the cast didn't go through. And the boss, this Thunder Beast also does something called a Thunderclap, and you can see that it's this very faint blue circle that is in the water. Again, very dangerous, because sometimes you tank it in the water, you can't see the swirlies and you die. People will die because of this. It one-shots on Fortified. You can see Chain Lightning going off again on my Rogue, and he literally is in melee range. Remember, this is a Tyrannical key, right? So watch the damage profile going out on me, the DH, the Rogue, the Chamois, because we are all literally in close proximity of one another. This Chain Lightning, in fact, you see here, that's a lot of damage. So you need to be very careful here. On Fortified keys, this will basically wipe you, right? So Thunder Beast, nothing to be scoffed at. Make sure you have a rotation, run out on Chain Lightning. Sometimes the Chain Lightning also jumps on your range. So if your range is stacked up for some reason in Narnia, then they might get one shot too. So be very careful about that. the next thing that I'm basically doing is I'm pulling, again, the second pack of totems here. And you can see that there's a certain pattern to these mobs, right? On fortified keys, you are always going to get a Storm Speaker in this pack, followed by some form of mini-boss that has its own unique name, in this case, Solongo. And you can see I kicked the Tempest there because that's the important kick that I need to make. And after which the DPS then, proceeds to kind of, hit the totems. So you can also see like, there's these like electrical ground effect here. When I walk on it, you actually take damage. And on fortified keys, that's obviously a big no-no, right? But again, most important thing, kick the Tempest cast, the Storm Speaker, that's number one priority, then kick the mini-boss. So be very wary about, contributing to your party in terms of interrupts. I would say AoE stuns work fantastic on these guys, right? Like AoE stuns, Fear, Disorient, like those are ways you can stop the damage from coming out onto the party, and it's something that you should do. So you can also see like they spawn orbs, right? Like these orbs are very similar to what the boss does later. You can pick up those orbs and it gives you a slight DPS buff and some bolstering of your throughput here. But same thing here, you can notice that they all do the same, except this Arc Blade, this Arcing Strike. What it does is it hits the tank, and if there's a 6 yard, a person within 6 yards of the tank, they take cleave damage basically. And you can see it on the Tyrannical key doesn't really deal that much damage. It's a little thing to take note of. I think it's 6 yard, but as a melee DPS, all I'm trying to tell you is you want to stand behind the mob, right? Don't stand in front of the mob like your tank. Meaning be far away, hit the mobs from max melee range. But so far the Arc Blades haven't been a huge problem, even on fortified keys. This is probably the easier pack because you realize it doesn't have a Storm Speaker for you to kick. It only has like Boru, the dude that you need to interrupt. That's it. And then we are gearing up to fight the Storm Boss. So I'm sure a lot of you have encountered the Storm Boss already, right? This is not an easy boss, especially on Tyrannical keys. This is also known as the Breaker of Keys. And there's a few tips and tricks here that I'll cover here. And I'll also talk through the most important thing and how, we did this in a pub on a 16 Tyrannical on week 2 where we don't have that much gear yet. So you can see I'm basically waiting for the Druid to drink to full health, or to full mana, right? So I'm basically telling him like, I'm waiting for him and he will let me know. As you can see on the top right here, he's at 55% mana, right? So I'm waiting for him to get 100 before I pull. And the most important thing about this boss is positioning, I would say. The idea here is that you want to keep the boss from gaining any orbs, right? That basically makes him hit a lot harder. You can see like the boss is essentially buff right now. And this is when like he does the most damage, right? Okay, so this effect, this blue swirlies, what does it mean? It means that when your debuff times out, you are going to explode any orbs that is within your circle, and it will pulse electricity on the ground that you need to dodge. This is one way to destroy the orbs and prevent the orbs from getting to the boss. As you guys can see, the orbs are destroyed. The alternative, obviously, is, as you guys can see, is to basically pick up the orbs. When you pick up the orbs, you get a stacking buff of basically healing and DPS. Each stack gives you 5%, and this can stack up to 10 stacks maximum. So what's the strategy here? On a Tyrannical key, I would say the priority actually goes to the healer. You can see the healer only has 4 stacks right now, very faint, but you guys can see it. And I'm trying to play goalie, right? I don't want to let the boss pick the orbs up. Something that you should know is that this Electrical Storm AoE is pulsing AoE unavoidable damage, and it trucks on Tyrannical. If your healer doesn't have 10 stacks, he's gonna struggle unless he pops a cooldown. But what you noticed here is that the party also started popping defensives. You can see on the... You folks asked for it. Here's the masterclass for Knockhood Offensive in Mythic Plus. And if you folks don't know, you start off the key by being able to fly off to the different bosses. You can do it in whatever order you want. It just so happens in this key, I don't want to waste your time at the start with the RP and whatnot. We decided to head to the Storm boss first. And you can see This is a 16 plus Tyrannical that we timed the second week in a park. But I'm going to explain every single zone, every single boss, every single mechanic, play by play, so you have the confidence to crush this Keystone in Mythic Plus, and I'll explain it from both Fortified and Tyrannical's perspective in terms of affixes. So as I earlier mentioned, we started off by heading towards the Storm boss first, because let's face it, on Tyrannical keys, you know, pucks are just anxious to see whether you can do the Storm boss or not, and if you can, well, you probably have a good chance of timing this key. So I pulled the pack on the waterfall. It really doesn't matter which pack you do, right? Like, you need to kill all the packs with the totems. I'm sure you know that by now already, but if you're new here, you're gonna kill the totems. There's basically like 4 different packs of mobs that you need to kill with the totems in order to free the boss. The most important thing in this entire area here, the most important thing that you need to know is the Storm Speaker is arguably the most dangerous caster mob that you need to kick. It will cast something called Tempest that absolutely must be interrupted. So keep your eyes peeled for that. The other thing that I would say you need to kick here is basically the mini boss, which is known as Zari, right? And the totem is also another dangerous, you know, DPS kind of target that you should sit on. But on Fortified weeks, I can tell you all these packs are super dangerous because of all the cast and magical damage that is essentially going off on all these people. So what you should also take note of as a melee is that these Arc Blades, they cast a frontal. Well, not a frontal, but they do a cleave on the tank. And maybe when we head to the next pack, I'll explain it a bit better. But on Fortify, I can tell you these packs are dangerous. You need to be very careful here. Kick as much as you can. And those little tiny elementals, they don't do much, right? They have 0 health, but they have a shield on them. You just need to break the shield if they die. This mob here is dangerous, right? Like a lot of people, like they think this is harmless. The Thunder Beast, this Thunder Strike, it frags on Fortified. You need a kick rotation on this. Other than that, the Thunder Beast has a few tricks up its sleeves. One of them is basically this Chain Lightning. You can see it's being cast on the rogue here. The moment you have Chain Lightning on you, you need to run out from the party, because if you don't, what happens is basically you chain, you know, damage across the party. The rogue basically vanished here, and that's why you know, the cast didn't go through. And the boss, this Thunder Beast also does something called a Thunderclap, and you can see that it's this very faint blue circle that is in the water. Again, very dangerous, because sometimes you tank it in the water, you can't see the swirlies and you die. People will die because of this in one shots on Fortified. You can see Chain Lightning going off again on my rogue, and he literally is in melee range. Remember, this is a Tyrannical key, right? So watch the damage profile going out on me, the DH, the rogue, the Chamois, because we are all literally in close proximity of one another. This Chain Lightning, in fact, you see here, that's a lot of damage. So you need to be very careful here. On Fortified keys, this will basically wipe you, right? So Thunder Beast, nothing to be scoffed at. Make sure you have a rotation, run out on Chain Lightning. Sometimes the Chain Lightning also jumps on your range. So if your range is stacked up for some reason in Narnia, then they might get one shot too. So be very careful about that. The next thing that I'm basically doing is I'm pulling, again, the second pack of totems here. And you can see that there's a certain pattern to these mobs, right? On Fortified keys, you are always going to get a Storm Speaker in this pack, followed by some form of mini boss that has its own unique name, in this case Solongo. And you can see I kicked the Tempest there because that's the important kick that I need to make. And after which the DPS then, you know, proceeds to kind of, you know, hit the totems. So you can also see like there's these like electrical ground effect here. When I walk on it, you actually take damage. And on Fortified keys, that's obviously a big no-no, right? But again, most important thing, kick the Tempest cast, the Storm Speaker, that's number 1 priority, then kick the mini boss. So be very wary about, you know, contributing to your party in terms of interrupts. I would say AoE stuns work fantastic on these guys, right? Like AoE stuns, Fear, Disorient, like those are ways you can stop the damage from coming out onto the party, and it's something that you should do. So you can also see like they spawn orbs, right? Like these orbs are very similar to what the boss does later. You can pick up those orbs and it gives you a slight DPS buff and some bolstering of your throughput here. But Same thing here. You can notice that they all do the same, except this arc blade, this arcing strike. What it does is, it hits the tank. And if there's a 6 yard, a person within 6 yards of the tank, they take cleave damage, basically. And you can see it on the Tyrannical Key doesn't really deal that much damage. It's a little thing to take note of. I think it's 6 yard, but as a melee DPS, all I'm trying to tell you is you want to stand behind the mob, right? Don't stand in front of the mob like your tank. Meaning be far away, hit the mobs from max melee range. But so far, the arc blades haven't been a huge problem, even on fortified keys. This is probably the easier pack because you realize it doesn't have a storm speaker for you to kick. It only has like Boru, the dude that you need to interrupt. That's it. This is one way to destroy the orbs and prevent the orbs from getting to the boss. As you guys can see, the orbs are destroyed. The alternative, obviously, is, as you guys can see, is to basically pick up the orbs. When you pick up the orbs, you get a stacking buff of basically healing and DPS. Each stack gives you 5%, and this can stack up to 10 stacks maximum. So what's the strategy here? On a Tyrannical Key, I would say the priority actually goes to the healer. You can see the healer only has 4 stacks right now, very faint, but you guys can see it. And I'm trying to play goalie, right? I don't want to let the boss pick the orbs up. Something that you should know is that this Electrical Storm AoE is pulsing AoE unavoidable damage. And it trucks on Tyrannical. If your healer doesn't have 10 stacks, he's gonna struggle unless he pops a cooldown. But what you've noticed here is that the party also started popping defensives. You can see on the left here, right? Started popping defensives, and that's because like this intermission actually does a lot of damage. And you can see the Druid popping bug here. And he also put an external bug on someone, which I'm not sure who, but he put it on someone. And you can see the Druid is also being smart about the way he used orbs. He had 7 stacks going into the final healing phase. You can see I also did something where I'm baiting Windburst. As a tank, you will get trucked when you are moving out of melee range and you're holding threat on the boss. You basically cast this magical cast on you called Windburst. For tanks who are weak against magical damage, right? And I'm talking about like Brewmasters, bears, they are very susceptible to magical damage. This thing trucks them. As a prop warrior, you do it on purpose because you can actually reflect the cast. You can see spell reflects up. I'm actually going to reflect. You can see currently at 2.11 million. This thing was spiked shortly, right? You can see to 2.16, right? That is essentially the reflect damage on the boss of Windburst. And you basically can use it to kind of like speed up the process a little. And I covered this in my 1-minute tip guide on this channel. But again, the idea of this place is to play goalie, right? And to prevent ops from getting the boss. Look at what the Druid is doing. The Druid is literally trying to get the 10 stacks here. And he wants to maintain this 10 stacks of buff because on the next Electrical Storm, he needs to make sure he has the sufficient throughput to heal the boss. And as a tank, I can say like you want to make sure you cycle your defensives. Help the healer out. The healer is super stressed at this point. And he's just making it a habit to capture all the orbs before it hits into the Electrical Storm, which is right now. You can see the Druid literally refreshed his stack. Right, he ran out. You can see he literally ran out earlier. He tranked. The first thing he did was Tranquility. And even with Tranquility at 10 stacks, 50% more healing, this boss is absolutely decimating us. So a few things we could have done, right? The Demon Hunter obviously had Darkness and the Rogue has Cloak, but they're obviously saving it for, I guess, like a very oh shit scenario. I, on the other hand, was just spamming Ignore Pain, and you can see me baiting the Windburst again. You can see the Reflect being consumed here, and that dealt 274,000 damage to the boss. I don't know if you guys saw it, but if you play back the video, you'll see the pop-up of 274,000 damage on the boss. And remember, because it's Tyrannical Key, if you reflect, this scales with Tyrannical. So this entire thing just rinses and repeat. I would say the biggest cause of death in pucks is people don't use defensives, right? So you can see the Demon Hunter's Blur is about to come up. I fully expect that if the fight lasts longer for him to basically use Blur, and he pops Meta now, I guess just to finish off the boss or something. But the Rogue basically had Cloak, and you can see the Demon Hunter popping Blur on the first one. Very important, right? And the Druid used both bugs to survive the entire boss. And I'm going to forward the footage here because I don't want to waste your time. It's just flying around doing mindless stuff. But I would say most people after they clear, you can see Spell Reflect's like absolutely like destroying the meters there, right? My top damage was Spell Reflect. And we fly over to the first area here, and you know, initially I think when I first did the beta, nobody liked to pull this big pack here. So this pack here is like this giant patrol that patrols the area, right? And you know it's the giant one because like, well, it has the most amount of units. There's a few nifty things you can do with this pack actually. Something you can do is actually to pull this with the Lance Master on Fortified Keys. And so you have 2 packs, right? And you Bloodlust the first pack, which I think is quite efficient. Sorry, I think we deleted the mob too quickly, so I'm going to rewind a little and talk about the pack. So, if you use my plater profile, you know that there's only 2 things you need to care about. One is
in this video, we're going to be working on the Ever TZ Master Clock SPG model 5600 MSC. I know that sounds Chinese to you. It's a sync generator. Device looks something like this, and customer brought this in because smoke came out and fans stopped working. Now, we never worked on this device before, and I told the customer that this is something that we have not worked on before. He insisted that we take a look and see if we can help him out with the fans not working. And he's the same customer that once brought the Bird Dog encoder device, the $2,000 device. He had a damaged HDMI connector, and we fixed it for him. So I told him that we will take a look and see if we can help you out on this. Now, before we proceed with the repair, I want to go over a package that we received from Amazon. I opened up the package and I saw things that I did not order. Things that I can use in the shop, but I never ordered those from Amazon. This was inside. Swabs. Tiny swabs that we can use for cleaning. We have a gold shop next to us, so I thought maybe this package came here by mistake. But it does say Unit C, which is our shop. And I see tweezers. 3 sets of tweezers. And honestly, I have never used these before, so I'm curious to see how those tweezers look like. They appear heavy. I see 3 sets of tweezers. And the third thing inside the box are the gloves. I mean, we use all of those in our shop here, but I never ordered that package. So I was looking into the receipt here, order number. I went to check, you know, that I ordered these by mistake, and I did not order them. And I found this packing slip by Amazon and also a gift for you. Somebody actually sent those as a gift. Hi Alex, I'm Gabrielle, and I wanted to support your work, but I'm from Italy, and I can't do it in person. I hope you enjoy these little gifts. I work in IT, and you help me understand how circuits work. Thank you, from Gabrielle Branchi. So it's a gift from Gabrielle from Italy, and Gabrielle wanted to support the channel, so he just sent those to us. I mean, that's what I'm talking about when I say a lot of people support the channel in one way or another. Some people donate, some people mail stuff over, some people post a positive feedback, some people mail stuff over for repair, others they purchase off our e-commerce site, others they comment, like, share. Everything is a form of support. I really thank each and every one of you who supports this channel in one way or another. And Gabrielle, thank you very much for the gifts. I really appreciate what you sent over, and I can definitely make use of everything that's inside this box. So let's continue with the repair and see what's going on. Now, the customer said that the fans are no longer working, and he did see smoke come out. So like I always say, smoke is a good thing because it can pinpoint us to where the problem may be coming from. Smoke means there's a burn mark on the board, or there's something blown on the board. So what I want to do is I want to look at the fan connector area and see if we see anything obvious. Where are the fans? We have one here, we have one here. And he said that both of them stopped working and not just one. So one of them is connecting here and the other one is connecting right next. So both of them are connecting right next to each other. So let's take a look at the fan connectors. We see one here and we see, oh, look at this. I see a burnt component here and I see a burnt component here. So we have two burnt, most likely N-channel MOSFETs. These are commonly used next to fan connectors. Let me disconnect quick so we can have a better view. And we have two blown MOSFETs. Now, I want to make sure that these are N-channel MOSFETs. I cannot read it well, but I think M8. M8, and I do see a line coming down. A line coming down could be a P. It's not going to be an A, it's not going to be a B. The line does not come down like this. If it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, so most likely this letter is a P. I cannot think of any other letter that would extend down like this. So I'm going to go for MAP. Let's go to s-manuals.com. And we're going to look up M8P. So M8 is right here. And is there any M8P? M8A, B, C, E, K, P, right there. You see? Because the line is extending down, so most likely a P, like I thought. And what is this? BSN20, and it's an N-channel MOSFET, just like I thought. N-channel MOSFET. So we should be able to extract those MOSFETs off a donor laptop board and put them on here. That will work. I do not have the BSN20. Any N-channel MOSFET should work in this case. So right now we're going to start by desoldering those MOSFETs. We do have plastic connectors right next to the MOSFET, so applying hot air may risk the connector melting, and I do not want to do that. You see the MOSFETs are very close to those connectors. The plastic on those connectors look industrial, tough, but we do not know how much heat they can take, and I do not want to risk damaging that connector. So what is an alternative way to remove those MOSFETs? Why don't we use low melt solder? And while at it, why not use the gloves from Gabriel and also the tweezer that he mailed over? Those gloves are expensive now. We used to buy them at probably $8 to $10 a box. Right now they're going for something like $25 to $30 a box because of the shortage. We used to buy them in packs of 1,000, 10 boxes, 100 each. And I think we used to pay around $8 a box. Right now, prices are way up for those gloves. Way up. Okay? Nice. And let me use one of those tweezers. We'll go for the fine one. Maybe this one here. Okay, so this one is slightly angled. Huh, look at that. It's not aligned. But I do see screws on it, so maybe we can adjust those tweezers. So I just pushed it up with my fingers, and I think we're good now. Let me check the other one. I mean, this one does not look aligned either. What the? I don't know, is that quality control? with the factory that makes those tweezers? I don't know. I mean, look at this. The tweezer is unusable, I think. Yeah, I wonder if we need to adjust the screws on those tweezers. Let me take a look at the third one. And the third one is not aligned either. Wow. Wow. Gabriel, it's not your fault, but the tweezers are not aligned. I'm gonna check and see if we can adjust the screws to align them. But for now, I'm gonna put them on the side. And continue with the repair. Why would they manufacture those tweezers if they cannot properly align them? So right now we're gonna start by applying low melt solder. And that component is out. We did not have to use hot air, just low melt.
Hvad så der på Fubs?
And just like that. That's the beauty and the magic of low melt solder.
Ja, der er smoke action. Altså, bare fordi jeg sidder her og er en lazy hunt. Det kan man sgu ikke regne med noget. Jeg regner for noget. Ej, det er nu ikke så værd igen. Det er sgu okay nok. Altså, der er ikke rigtigt, man har sådan sindssygt meget tid, så er det jo begrænset, hvor fun det kan være. Han er jo altid lidt behind. Men Moon kan er rimelig shitty i PvP, det er lidt nederen, men de er så okay strong i PvP, det er nice nok.
2 N-channel MOSFETs here, and we should be able to extract those from a laptop donor board that I have here. Let me look next to this connector here. And what do we see here? S72. That may be it. Let's check S72.
Så mange gange sidder jeg bare og bliver fucking declined all the time, eller hvad sker der?
And then S72, yes.
Du skulle ikke spille med en Trump supporter.
Great.
Det er sgu hyggeligt.
Right now, I'm not really concerned about the rating on this MOSFET. And I do have the BSN20 MOSFETs on order.
Jamen, så er det jo ikke, man sidder og gider at spille sin egen key. Det skal man jo bare tage og gøre. Det var brugt fups. Altså, det burde jeg jo bare sidde og spille min egen key, og så bare, du ved, sidde og chill. Lave sine egne grupper. Super nemt. Det andet her, ikke, der kommer man jo aldrig ind med, mindre man har noget at byde ind med. Det har man jo ikke, når man sidder og gamer 2 gange om ugen. Altså, jeg har ikke engang 4 set bonus endnu. Den er bare mega strong til Moonkin. When you enter Eclipse, og det gør man jo hele tiden. Your next Star Searcher Starfall calls no astral power and deals 35% increased damage. Det er sådan okay strong.
The last one inside is a little harder to reach, but that's okay. That's it. This one is done. Now let's do the other one.
Så er de bare decliner de her bøsser, eller hvad, og så aldrig får filled deres groups. Pisser mig af, man ikke kan sign til mere end 5 gange. Jeg laver sgu min egen, som jeg siger til dig, jeg burde sgu lave min egen, det tror jeg sgu jeg gør. Jeg kan ikke engang huske, hvad for nogle lorte key jeg har. Sure vault.
Although I do see a burn.
Det er lidt 13, jeg har.
A burn can happen from overheating.
Altså, jeg synes ikke, Dragonflight er så bad igen. Men altså, ja, når ikke man... altså, i dag for eksempel, der har jeg de på arbejde. Altså, for helvede, jeg har allerede været oppe ved drengene 2 gange. Bare at jeg puttede dem. Altså, og i går var jeg deroppe. Altså, der er de alle sammen... Falk, han er også syg lige i tiden, og... Ja. Du ved, altså min point her er, at jeg kan sgu ikke sidde og dedicate. Altså jeg kan jo ikke sidde og join en eller anden raid. Sorry guys, I gotta be right back 20 minutes. You can just start the boss. Altså hvem fanden gider at spille med sådan, det er der ikke nogen, der gider. Det er samme med Mythic Plus, altså. Sidder man der er 5 minutter tilbage, og i teorien kan du nå det. Så er man nødt til at gå op. Så er keen depleted. Altså, where's the fun?
An open resistor, and we do not have a resistor that's reading in the mega ohms, and we are measuring that resistor in circuit, so the reading is perfectly fine, and all of them are reading 5.4 ohms, which is perfect. When resistors go back,
det
or they fail, they do not
i Guild, der går den måske
they go
lidt
up.
nemmere.
So
I hvert fald
if
hvis
that
man er
open
lidt
resistor
established.
measuring 5.6 is good.
Altså
If
jeg
that
sidder
open
ikke og
resistor
pumper Guild
measuring
for
20K
stats, men der er
is
ikke
not
nogen
good.
af Guild,
Or
der rater
measuring
til min
something in
preference.
the mega ohms is not good.
Jeg skal rate fra 20 til 23, og så skal jeg rate 2 gange om dagen. Ej, ikke engang 20 til 23, allerhelst 20.30 til 22.30. Og så skal det være to gange om ugen. Og så vil jeg faktisk gerne rate Mythic. Så kan du jo selv prøve at tænke lidt over, hvor lidt progress man nok egentlig når. Det er ikke ret nemt at finde guild, der finder min preference. Ja, altså der er tidspunkter, hvor det er stramt. For helvede mand i dag, Brofubs. Vi er jo ved at købe en Tesla. Endelig. Så det er godt nok. Men i den sammenhæng, der skulle jeg... jamen, det starter sådan set ud med, nu skal jeg nok lige fortælle det andet der bagefter. Men dagen starter faktisk ud med, at Falke, han er jo syg. Han har ondt i øren. Altså, det løber fra øren. Nu heldigvis, så fik jeg fyret noget penicillin i ham. Det er piller. Han ville ikke have dem. Altså, han prøvede faktisk, og han klarede det sgu fint at sluge pillen. Men så havde jeg givet ham sodavand, og så bøvsede han. Og da han så bøvsede, så skulle som om den kom op igen. Damn! Jeg ved godt, altså mange gange med sådan noget, der har du ikke ret mange chancer. Altså, hvis først de har fundet ud af, hvor shitty det er, så gider de jo ikke. Altså, og så kan du sgu stå der nok som mig, der står og snakker om, hvad Torsten Krig, og så står og snakker om, hvordan det skal man bare. Det er mig, der bestemmer, jeg er en krig. Altså, den fungerer ikke, og det er sgu ikke min måde at gøre det på. Nå, men anyway, så det der, jamen, altså any opportunity, du ved, any alley-oop, der lige kommer op til mig, du ved, hvor jeg lige får en chance for ligesom at lige kaste ham under bussen, jamen du kan tro, jeg griber den. Jeg griber den med største velbehag. Nej, det er godt nok. Hvad fanden er det, jeg vil sige? Jeg er sgu ikke rich mofo overhovedet. Jeg er sgu fucking poor mofo. Det er godt nok. Nej, men anyway, så dagen starter jo rough ud. Det er jo slet ikke noget, jeg fortæller Heidi det her. Og det er heller ikke noget, jeg fortæller nogen. Dagen starter sådan ud, at lillebror og Hassel, de skal jo i børnehave og vuggestue. Lillebror, han skal være der fra 7 til 11, hvornår han vågner fra 11 og luren, og han endte så med at vågne klokken 12 eller halv 1. Så det var godt nok alt sammen. Men det starter ud med, det er jo, at Falke, han så endelig har sovet en okay nat. Fordi de nætterne forinden har jo været ringe, fordi han jo har haft ondt i ørerne, ikke? Og så der har han jo været vågen 3-4 gange, ikke? Og været ked af det. Det er shitty. Men dengang jeg så overvejer, at jeg skal køre med klokken er jo 7 eller sådan, og det er jo sådan stand, eller 20 minutter 7. Det er sådan en standardtid, hvor vi begynder sådan så småt at være klar til at køre. Og der sover Falke stadigvæk, og jeg er oppe og kigge til ham, og jeg vil til at høre ham, om han vil male, om han vil blive hjemme. Men jeg tænker sådan, fanden nej, du gider ikke at vække ham. Fordi han sover kraftedeme så godt, han sover virkelig tungt. Så sagde jeg bare til ham, jeg sagde bare sådan lige ud i rummet, Falke, jeg kører lige med lillebror og Hassel. Og så kørte jeg bare. Og det der er det crazy ved det her, Brofubs, det er jo, at i 2023, og der er der jo ikke, det er jo totalt frowned upon, at man lærer en 5-årig dreng være alene hjemme. Fuldstændig frowned upon. Hvis du fortæller det ude i byen, så ringer kommunen til dig 5 minutter efter. Det er sådan, det er. Og det er også okay, man skal ikke lade sit barn blive hjemme. Den er jeg også helt med på, der kan ske alverdens ting. Og slet ikke, når ikke barnet ved, at man har kørt. Det er jo der, hvor den crazy er, ikke? Og det er jo, at forestil dig, at det tager jo alligevel 20 minutter, 25 minutter, en halv time, før jeg er hjemme igen. Prøv at forestille dig, at han vågner, og så han ikke kan se, at der er nogen hjemme. Den er ikke god, det er han ikke. Så jeg skyndte mig jo. Og så lige da jeg kom hjem, så passede det lige med at åbne døren. Og hvem tror du så, der stod der? Det var så Falke. Han var lige kommet ned af trappen. Det var heldig, mand. Men det er så ikke... Jo, men jeg sagde jo til ham, at jeg smuttede det ud, men for fanden, han lå jo og sov. Det var bare sådan, jeg havde sådan lidt en idé om, at men det kunne være underbevidstheden, at han sådan lige har hørt, at jeg er kører, og du ved. Det kan jo være, han har, men han sov rigtig tungt. Han sov virkelig tungt, meget mere tungt, end han plejer. Han plejer jo aldrig at sove til klokken 7. Han er altid vågen klokken 6, altså. Jeg har ikke B-børn, jeg har sgu A-børn. Hold kæft, mand. De er alle sammen totalt klar til fight, altså. Det er helt vildt. Og det er sgu ligegyldigt, om du putter dem klokken 10, eller hvad fanden nu er. Jeg kan ikke bruge alle de lorte, hvad det hedder, forslag til noget. Altså for satan, man, folk er deres idiotiske forslag, fordi det virker lige med deres børn. Ja, hurra. Mennesker er kraftedeme forskellige, og det er børn kraftedeme også. Så tillykke, fordi I kan sidde og putte jeres børn lidt senere, og det betyder så, at de står senere op. Det er sgu ikke alle, der kan det. Nå, men anyway, det er også godt nok. Jeg vil sgu egentlig hellere have A-børn, end jeg vil have B-børn. Altså, hvad man plejer at kalde det for A eller B. Nu kan jeg ikke huske, hvad fanden er man siger, man kalder det. Det hedder ikke bare A og B-børn, det hedder noget andet. Eller mennesker. A og B-mennesker. Jo, hedder det bare A og B-mennesker? Jo, det gør det jo. Jo, det er rigtigt nok. Fint nok. Jeg synes bare, det var fordi, jeg sagde børn. Det var derfor, det lød sgu forkert. Det var fordi, man plejer at sige mennesker. Nej, det er sgu fint nok, at de er mennesker. De kan sgu, altså, du ved godt, når de bliver teenager, så bliver de sgu nok alligevel B-mennesker. Det who knows, men det kunne man godt forestille sig. Men jeg synes, det er fint nok, det der med, at man er klar om morgenen. Altså, du får sgu det mest ud af tilværelsen, hvis du er klar om morgenen. Det er min klare holdning. Jeg har sgu altid selv været et B-menneske, egentlig. Men jeg kan sagtens sætte mig ind i, hvordan du får bare så meget mere ud af livet, hvis det er, du står tidligt op. Så hellere stå tidligt op, og så gå en lille smule tidligere i seng. Ikke gå tidligt i seng, men en lille smule tidligere, end du ellers ville. Det er helt sikkert min klare holdning til det, der du får mest ud af tilværelsen og livsglæde. Men det skal man selvfølgelig ikke, det skal jeg ikke bestemme, hvordan folk de lever. Men anyway, dude, så det er fint nok, det gik. Det er jo helt katastrofalt, man. Ikke? Og han kommer ned, og der ikke er nogen hjemme. Altså prøv at forestille dig det, altså han er jo helt ulykkelig, så hvor er der nogen, han går ud og åbner døren, kan se, at der ingen biler er. Altså, du skal forestille dig, ikke, at han er jo ikke... Moren er jo kørt klokken 5 om morgenen, og så kører jeg så med... Så det vil sige, at han er jo gået i seng med mor og far og vågnet op til ingen, der er i huset. Det er ikke god. Men det gik, og det var jo dejligt nok. Så da jeg så kommer hjem, ikke, og nu kommer så det der med, at jeg skal købe en Tesla, fordi så skulle jeg jo lige have kørt sådan en slutsedel i stilling. Og den havde han sendt til mig, ham duden, der hvor han havde underskrevet, og så skulle jeg jo bare printe den ud, og så skulle jeg selv underskrive. Og det havde jeg jo gjort. Men på en eller anden måde, så den pdf, jeg havde fået på min telefon, der var ikke nogen ting, der var udfyldt på den. Og det finder jeg sådan set først ud af. Jeg kunne ikke forstå, at han havde sendt mig en blank slutseddel, fordi meningen var, at han skulle udfylde alle de informationer, han nu havde omkring bilen og sådan nogle ting. Det forstod jeg ikke helt. Så sendte jeg sådan et billede til ham, om han lige gad at hjælpe mig, om han lige gad at fortælle de der ting, jeg lige manglede der, for det var ikke noget, jeg vidste. Altså noget med, om den har været repareret. Altså, det var altid nogle spørgsmål. Det var sådan et spørgsmål, jeg ikke aner et skid om. Så sagde han jo til mig, at der var sgu noget gået galt, og han lige prøvede at sende den igen. Og så kunne jeg jo godt se, da jeg så åbnede den på min computer, det må have været min phone-app, eller hvad fanden, jeg ved ikke, hvad fanden der var sket, men på telefonen, der viste den ikke noget. Men på computeren, der gjorde den. Og så på computeren, du ved, så gemte jeg den selv som pdf og sendte den til mit Google-drev. Og så åbnede jeg den på min telefon godt nok, fandt fra mit Google-drev, og så virkede det. Jeg ved ikke, hvad fanden der er sket. Men anyway, så stod jeg jo der, dude, jeg er jo alene hjemme for fanden, og det er på fredag, vi skal hente den, og jeg skal jo have, altså jeg har godt nok fået lånetilbud i kørt i stilling og alt det der, men det skulle jo gerne være sådan, at pengene, de falder i hans bank, altså det skal ikke være sådan, at jeg kommer derhen, og så har han ikke fået penge, altså du ved, jeg vil godt, når jeg kommer derhen på fredag, så vil jeg skulle køre med bilen, jeg skal ikke til at lægge og køre derhen igen, det er en senere dag, men jeg kan jo se, at han er sådan en rig svin, der arbejder ved lorte Lego. Trash can Lego. Han er jo en eller anden sales fucking... han er jo sådan en eller anden sales lord, en sales guru, ligesom ham der fucking idioten fra Gerlev Brugs. Ham svindlerkalen der derude med de høje tændinger. Sådan er han jo bare i Lego-regi, kunne jeg se på Facebook. Han er en eller anden chef-sælger fra Lego. Fucking idiot, mand. Men anyway, så han har jo 3 biler, og han har jo købt en Model Y Performance og alt, hvad ved jeg. Så jeg er egentlig rimelig tryg ved, at han ikke boller mig i røven. Men min point her er, at han er jo selvfølgelig en mand, der ikke sidder hjemme i sofaen og bare sidder og chiller med familien. Han siger jo, fuck familien. Jeg er all about career. Han er sådan en idiot, du ved, der er karriere frem for alting, og så må familien bare komme i tredje række. Ikke engang anden række, tredje række, du ved. Til helvede med sådan nogle bøsse svin, mand. Kæft, mand. Familie, det er alfa og omega. Det må jeg nok sige. Hold kæft, det er alfa og omega. Så Allan, det er bare op imellem balleren. Det kan jeg fortælle dig, mand. Og så nogle mennesker, der prioriterer karrieren frem for sine børn. Og så bare ringer efter en barnepige, mand. Ej, fjolser, mand. Fjolser. Det er min klare holdning. Men anyway, dude, så skulle jeg jo have printet den ud, og jeg var jo lige, altså, for fanden, jeg havde været nede med drengene og printet ud, og så kom og begyndte at sidde og udfylde, og det duede ikke, og så havde jeg jo i midlertid, inden at jeg begyndte at sidde og fylde ud, så havde jeg været ude med lillebror for ham til at sove, så finder jeg ud af det der med, at det er det forkerte, jeg har printet ud, så tænker jeg, fuck, hvad gør jeg? Ved du hvad? Drengene, de havde lige taget iPad'en, vi var lige sådan færdige med at lege lidt, og de havde lige taget iPad'en og sat sig i sofaen, og lillebror sov, så sagde jeg sgu til Hassel, fordi Hassel er vel altid med, hvis han ved, at jeg kører med bilen. Hold nu, jeg tror, han skal med. Og han bliver bare ked af, hvis ikke han får lov til at komme med. Det skal han. Så jeg sagde bare sådan, Hassel, jeg går lige ud og kigger til lillebror, jeg synes, han er vågen. Så skyndte jeg mig bare, startede bilen og bare kørte imellem, så alle mine 3 børn, de var alene hjemme. Skyndte mig ned, printede ud, kørte hjem. Altså, det er jo fordi, jeg skulle ned til min mor og far printe ud. Jeg har ikke selv en printer. Og så kom hjem, og så heldigvis, så da jeg så kommer hjem, så faldt han så på lokum, men Hassel, han sidder der heldigvis stadigvæk i sofaen, og du ved, så det gik jo alt sammen. For helvede, altså. For helvede, mand. Det er sådan lidt stressen. Men altså, ja, den er sgu da dyr sådan en Model S, dude, men for fanden, altså, det er kraftedeme ikke nemt. Altså, hvis man vil have en lille smule køreglæde, det koster jo bare penge, det er jo ligegyldigt, hvad fanden det er, altså. Ja, men altså, det her, det er jo faktisk lidt dyrere. Jeg havde faktisk sagt til Heidi, at jeg synes, vi skulle holde os under 300.000, fordi at jeg synes ikke, at vi er en familie, der har råd til at have sådan en dyr bil. Altså, det har vi, men altså, det er jo klart, det er jo på bekostning af alt muligt andet. Det ved du jo. Det er jo en prioriteringssag. Men man kan sige, jeg er måske sådan rimelig rolig i og med, at vi kun har én bil. Altså, hvis det var noget andet, hvis det var en familie, hvor man har 2 biler, for eksempel ligesom dig og Tanja, ikke? Altså, nu ved jeg, nu har I måske kun én bil i tiden. Men da I havde 2 biler, altså det er sgu noget andet. Altså når man har 2 biler, det er sgu, altså, så kan man jo ikke virkelig tillade sig at ball out. Hvor jeg måske sådan siger til mig selv, jamen okay, hvis vi kun har 1 bil, og vi har kun udgifter til den ene bil, så synes jeg godt, vi kan tillade os at ball out, du ved. Og det, når jeg laver matematikken på det, så kan vi også godt, altså, men man kan sige, set i lyset af, at vi havde en Dash Logan, der er en crap bil jo, ikke også, men der trods alt var betalt ud, der jo ikke kostede noget i grønne afgifter, så selvfølgelig kostede den lidt nye dæk en gang imellem, men der var jo ingen udgifter ved en overhovedet. Altså man kan sige, det mest økonomisk kloge valg, det var jo at have beholdt den, ikke også, til the end of time. Altså der er jo ikke noget der, altså, det er der jo ikke. Men ja, det er en lang svær der for at komme frem til, hvad det er, vi har givet foran. Men vi har givet, den starter i 374.000. Jeg spørger så, om der er fri supercharge på, og det er der så ikke. Men jeg skal nok fortælle dig, hvorfor der ikke er det. Fordi det er jo shitty, og ja, det var jo en af de ting, jeg havde sagt til dig også, ikke? At vi ville skulle have en med fri supercharge. Og jeg skal nok fortælle her, nu kommer jeg til det, ikke også? Men det der så er med, det er, det var der ikke, skrev han så. Men han var klar til i en hurtig handel lige at tage 10.000 af. Så kan man sige, at man havde lidt fri supercharge i en tid. Ja, det ved jeg sgu ikke, om man kan sige, men altså, det kan vi da godt lege. Du kan kalde det, hvad du vil. Jeg havde fast besluttet mig på, at jeg vil lowball ham lidt mere. Men jeg kan jo ikke sådan bare lige sige, jeg vil give, du ved. Man skal sådan lige smooth talk og alt det der pisse. Og jeg var interesseret og sådan, og hvis snakken den gik. Så skrev jeg jo til ham, om han var interesseret i, eller om han ville gå med til at runde ned til 360. Og det ville han så godt. Og ikke nok med det, dude. Så ryger alle lader med. Vi snakker mormorlader, vi snakker den rigtige lader, du ved, til type 2 lader. Og ved du hvad, ikke nok med det, så ryger hans ladebokser med, altså hans Tesla ladeboks, så vidt jeg har forstået. Jeg er rimelig sikker på det, det skrev han i hvert fald. Og det er jo fedt. Altså, så er jeg jo fri for selv at skulle ud og investere i en, ikke? Og så ringer jeg jo bare lige efter en homie både, der kan montere sådan noget lort. Jeg ved sgu ikke, om det skal være autoriseret godt nok. Det kan da godt være, at det er sådan rimelig serious. Who knows? Men du ved, altså, så har man, og så får man bare monteret færdigt, i stedet for at man skal bestille en eller anden fra Clever, eller OK, ikke? Og den koster 10.000, eller hvad fanden de koster, og plus du skal have en eller anden lortemontør, dem de sender ud. Altså, jeg ved ikke vel, sådan behøver det ikke at være. Nu maler jeg fanden på en. Men det er jo sgu dejligt, at den fulgte med. Men nu kommer jeg til et dude. Det er jo fordi, at det er en 2018'er-model. Altså for fanden, en 2018'er-model, de er bare dyre. Og jeg synes eddermame, det er et stil. Altså, fordi en 2018'er-model, den får du altså ikke for under 400.000. En 17'er og derover, en 17'er og op efter, de har jo fået det, de kalder for et facelift. Den ser jo lidt federe ud i fronten og sådan nogle ting. Jamen altså, jeg kan sgu godt sende dig billeder af de to forskellige modeller, men altså nu er det jo lidt svært med Tesla'er, ikke? Fordi Tesla er jo ikke ligesom almindelige biler, du er vant til. De kører jo sådan intervaller, du ved, har nogle modeller, 2010'er modelleren, 2012'er modelleren. Sådan er det jo ikke rigtig i en Model S. Der er jo mange forskellige modeller, flere gange om året, hvis du forstår. Så en 2015-model er jo ikke ens med en anden 2015-model nødvendigvis. Og det er jo det, der er sådan lidt svært. Det her, nu sender jeg den her til dig, det er den bil, vi køber. Og det her, nu skal jeg fortælle dig jeg har nemlig en anden, det her det er en anden, vi havde tænkt på at købe. Men det er sådan en 15'er. Men du kan se bare fronten, dude. Den ser federe ud, den refresh der, det er der ingen tvivl om. Men nu kommer det jo. Det er jo fordi, dude, at vi skulle have en 7-personers. Det havde vi besluttet os for, og det havde vi sagt, det vil jeg sgu, fordi jeg vil godt have en pige. Og nu, jeg skal se, hvad jeg skal med næb og klør, skal jeg have overbevist Heidi Hiller om, vi skal have en pige. Så nytter det jo ikke, når vi har en 5-personers øs. Men altså til den tid, så kan man måske bare sælge den, og så købe med 7-personers, fair nok. Men jeg synes sgu, det kunne være sjovt at have det der med 7 sæder. Man kan have nogle kammerater med og noget, ikke? Og altså sgu ikke mine egne kammerater, men nogle legekammerater. Så kommer den der op, ikke? Og alle 7'erne, de blev jo bare solgt lige pludselig, dude, ikke? Og var jeg med 7 sæder og fri supercharge. Der var jo ingen tilbage. Jeg tænkte, fuck man, mig og Heidi, vi har skidt i bukser. Nu har vi siddet og ventet, og vi har ikke pullet triggeren. Så popper den der op. Og jamen, det er en 2018-model, dude. Og jeg ved godt, hvis du kigger, den har kørt 190.000. Og det er mange kilometer. Men en elbil og en Tesla er jo ikke ligesom en almindelig fossilbil. Det er jo en aluminiumsbil. Den ruster jo ikke på samme måde, som en almindelig bil gør. Men det er jo klart, der er nogle sliddele, der går. Men der er jo stadigvæk garanti på den her 2018, dude. Der er garanti til 2026 med batteriet, altså jo ikke også. Ikke alle de der sliddele, men med batteriet. Den helt dyre. Det er jo også fedt. 3,5 års garanti. Det er jo ikke... Hey, what up, Notch? Det er jo ikke så ringe endda, vel? Altså, at man har den der form for safety. Man kan så sige, det billån, vi tegner, det bliver så et 7-års lån, ikke også? Så altså, vi kommer til at køre nogen tid uden for garantien, ikke? Og der må vi jo så bare pray to Allah, at det går alt sammen. Altså, det ved jeg ikke. Det tænker jeg også, det gør. Altså, du ved, dude, man hører sgu altid om, når det er batteri, det går, ikke? Og man hører sgu aldrig om, når bilen den kører 500.000 uden at have skiftet batteri en eneste gang. Er du med på, hvad jeg mener? Du hører altid om skrækhistorierne, ikke? Altså, den, ja, det er sgu et 7-års lån. Så det er jo lidt, altså man kan sige, det er jo sjovere med et kortere lån, men det er faktisk ikke så bad endda. Altså, vi har tegnet lån hos AL Finans, og de er kraftedeme billige, dude. Det er kraftedeme billige. Altså, lån kommer til at koste os lidt over 40.000, 42.000. Det kan godt være, det lyder meget for dig, men jeg kan love dig for, at havde du tegnet ved Santander, der ellers er alternativet, det havde kostet det dobbelt. Fuck Santander, de er dyre, mand. Dem havde vi jo med Dacian i. Jeg siger dig, vi gav jo 2300 om måneden for Dacian i 8 år. Nu betalte jeg den så af før tid, ikke? Og hurra for det. Men det er bare dyrt. Man skal prøve at holde sig fra Santander. Det gode ved Santander er jo, at det bare er hurtigt, easy clap, ikke? Og du sidder bare online, ikke? Og så får du bare lånetilbud. Ingen problem. Videre. Det kører. Det er jo ikke ligesom Sparkasse Kroneland. Der skal du jo sidde og sweet talk en eller anden fucking bøsse rådgiver, og så får du alligevel nej. Ved du hvad, mate, jeg kan blive så gal over sådan noget. Jeg skal væk fra Sparkassen Kroneland. Jeg skal i en eller anden... jeg tror sgu, jeg tager en ny kredit eller Arbejdernes Landsbank. Altså AL Finans er jo faktisk Arbejdernes Landsbanks finansieringsafdeling. Og jeg havde før, at jeg overhovedet alt det her, der havde jeg en idé om, at Arbejdernes Landsbank, det havde jeg hørt en masse gode ting om. Og det er også den, jeg kommer til at vælge. Eller ny kredit. Og det skal jeg fortælle dig, hvorfor. Fordi nu skal jeg fortælle dig... Jamen, jeg fik ikke engang fortalt bilen der færdig. Altså, bilen er jo fuldstændig... den er jo ligesom det skal være, ikke? Og den har jo en god computer, ikke? Og 2,5 autopilot og sådan noget. Alle sådan nogle ting. Jeg ved ikke, om du er lidt inde i Tesla. Men det er jo ikke ligesom en almindelig fossilbil, hvor der sidder, men den har læderkabine, og den har anhængertræk, og den har twin turbo. Det er jo ikke sådan i den forstand. Her, ikke? Og det er jo en elbil, vi snakker om. Der er jo 30 ting, du skal holde øje med, om der er i eller ikke er i. Og så skal du finde ud af, hvad du vil have. Altså, det er jo virkelig svært, ikke? Og det er jo svært at få alle de ting, man gerne vil have. Men en af de gode ting, det er jo autopilot-computeren, at den er opdateret til en 2,5 version. Det er jo... Og det samme med MCU'en, altså Infotainment Uniten derude, iPad'en kalder jeg den nu. Jamen, det er en MCU 2, og det er jo bare meget hurtigere, plus at det kører med 4G og alt det der pisse, ikke? Det er jo ikke MCU 1, der kører 3G og sådan noget lort, vel? Den koster jo 15.000 at skifte ud til en MCU 2. Altså, alle de der små ting, de er der bare, fordi det er den der nyere model. Og jeg synes, den er billig. Altså, jeg ved godt, den har kørt de der 190, men igen, som jeg siger til dig, dude, altså... det er jo ligegyldigt. Altså, der er nogle ting, som bærearmen og sådan nogle ting. Altså, de kan godt gå med slitage, og det gør de garanteret også, men det koster 4.000, ikke, for at få skiftet dem i front, og 10.000 for dem i bagenden, og det er da shitty, hvis de begge alle går på samme tid, men altså, det gør de jo for helvede, ikke? Altså, men den er svær, den der Brofubs, altså, jeg ved godt, men det er også det der, når du køber en dyr bil, du køber en eller anden luksusbil, jamen, du skal jo forvente, at det koster lidt, hvis der går noget galt, altså, det gør det jo også ikke en BMW eller en Audi, eller hvad helvede det er for en lortet slæde, du kører i, altså, gå og gearkassen der, det koster jo også bedst end en jetjæger. Nej, det er fint nok, Ja, okay. Jamen, jeg skal ud af Kroneland. Altså, jeg synes sgu, min rådgiver han er sgu flink nok, Thomas, men altså, jeg har jo aldrig haft brug for dem i mit liv, og når jeg så endelig har haft brug for dem, så har de ikke været behjælpelige. Da jeg havde Dacian, der ringte min lorte rådgiver til mig dengang, okay, jeg husker, hun hed Katrine, og sådan en crap Karina. Og så spurgte jeg bare for sjov, at nu havde jeg jo egentlig købt en bil, og jeg havde jeg havde fået den finansieret igennem Santander, fordi det var sgu bare nemt. Dengang vi sad og du ved, i overvejen og Hæsli og Anders. Det var sgu nemt. Det var jo deres samarbejdspartner. Det var easy peasy, ikke? Og det tog jo fandme en halv time, så var vi ude af døren med en bil, havde jeg nær sagt. Altså, det skulle da godt nok lige fragtes, men altså, alting var jo kørt og klappet og klasket, ikke? Og vi fik en lånebil. Det var satme nemt. Så snakkede jeg med hende svin, det her Karina, eller hvad helvede hun hed, at om hun egentlig, hvordan det egentlig var i forhold til billån, om det kunne have, om de kunne overtage det lån, og så det kunne være billigere for mig og noget, og det kunne de jo ikke. Og jeg sidder bare sådan og tænker, dude, altså hvad fanden skal jeg så bruge jer til? Altså det kan sgu godt være, at det ikke blev billigere, eller at I ikke, jeg kan ikke forstå, hvorfor de ikke kan tjene på det. Altså som jeg fortæller dig, så mit Santander-lån, dude, jeg betalte 1.300 af om måneden til bilen, og de resten 2300, det var altså fucking renter og gebyrer og pisselort. Du skal ikke prøve at bilde mig ind, at jamen det kan godt være, at der er en eller anden hidden afgift ved at overtage et lån. Hvad ved jeg ikke, og det er jo fucking latterligt. Men det giver jo ingen mening. Altså jeg ved ikke, det må jo bare ikke være interessant for dem, ikke? Men der var jeg allerede lidt irriteret, og så fik vi afslag der sidst vi skulle, kæft, jeg er nu glad for, at vi fik afslag, fordi den var alt for dyr, den Model 3, vi kiggede på dengang. Altså, fordi Model 3 er jo faldet totalt i pris nu, ikke? Og en bil, der kostede 370 dengang, den koster måske 280 nu, eller sådan et eller andet. Altså, de er helt vildt som en Model 3, den der er faldet i pris. Det havde jo været shitty for mig lige nu, hvis det var, at de havde sagt ja. Men de sagde jo nej. Og det samme her med, da jeg så kiggede på de her S'er, så spurgte jeg ham bare sådan for sjov, hvad deres politik egentlig var i forhold til, hvor en gammel en bil måtte være nu, når at der var brugt, og der måtte kun være 10 år gammel, så skulle lånet være betalt hjem. Jamen, så kunne jeg jo hurtigt regne ud i dyrt, og hvis jeg købte en 2014-model, så havde jeg 2 år at betale den af i. Det var jo alligevel lidt for kras, når den koster 300.000, eller hvad det er, den sådan en 2014-model. Det er jo fordi, det er tilbage til det der supercharge, dude. Når det er en 2018, der har du ikke fri supercharge. Fri supercharge, det er fra 2013, og så nogle 2017-modeller, men som regel 2013 til 2016. Det er der, du har fri supercharge, med mindre at bilen har været solgt til Tesla, og Tesla de så sælger den videre til en ny kunde. Hvis den har været inden forbi Tesla, så slukker de det der fri supercharge. Altså, fri supercharge, det er noget, der følger med bilen, men hvis det er jo tiltænkt i gamle dage som et slags incitament til ligesom at pushe den her grønne omstilling. Ikke? Og det gør jo, at det var jo mega fedt, at man har fri supercharge, og det er fuldt med bilen. Men det har de jo senere fundet ud af, at også med de her elpriser og alt muligt, det er jo ikke, det duer jo ikke. Det kan man jo også godt sætte sig ind i, dude. Altså, det kan jo ikke være en god, altså, det må i hvert fald give net underskud på bundlinjen på en eller anden måde. Ikke underskud, men altså, det må i hvert fald koste dem penge at de har lavet det der fri supercharge nummer. Det er selvfølgelig, man kan sige, det har boostet dem i starten. Og det er også derfor, de har slukket det nu. Altså, de har jo givet dem publicity i starten, så på den måde har det jo nok givet noget, generated noget. Men det, at de stadigvæk har fri supercharge, selvom at du sælger den, det er jo det, der er med det. Hvis du sælger den privat, eller sælger den til en forhandler, så følger fri supercharge jo med. Det er jo det, der er det gode, medmindre du sælger den til Tesla. Men hvis du sælger den til Tesla, så slukker de for det der fri supercharge, ikke? Og det vil jo sige, at når det er en 18'er, så kan du ikke få fri supercharge. Det var jeg godt klar over, men jeg var samtidig klar over, at det var en meget nyere model med meget nyere indmad og alting, og jeg synes, den var billig. Jeg kunne næsten ikke lade være med at sige ja tak. Men vores lån, lige for at finish den af, så er det 7 års lån, ikke? Og vi sidder til, det kommer til at koste os lidt under 4.000 om måneden. Og det synes jeg jo ikke er galt. Altså, som jeg fortæller dig, dude, vi betalte 22 på Dacian. Der er 18 different op til 4.000, og det er 1.800. Det er sgu ikke bad. Fordi, som jeg siger til Heidi hun er jo bange for, at vi ikke har penge nok, og hvad ved jeg, Heidi har det lidt stramt med tal og sådan noget, det ved du godt. Hun er jo trods alt ADHD, altså det er sgu ikke bare for sjov, det er sgu true. Hun skal ikke, der skal ikke ret mange lyde til, imens hun skal sidde og tænke over sådan nogle tal der, så koger hun fuldstændig af oven i hovedet. Det er ikke blevet sur, men hun bliver bare helt bims. Hun kan slet ikke finde hoved af her lige. Og hun er jo bange for, at det er jo for helvede, det lyder dyrt, synes hun. Men hun glemmer jo bare, at vi betaler 2.000 til Peder Lillekvist om måneden for lånebil PT, og hun har benzinregninger for 3.000. Det er altså 5.000, vi har der. Og så ved jeg godt, at så kan man sige, at du har jo stadigvæk noget el, ikke? Og at det kommer til at koste at køre med el og sådan og pis der. Og du skal også betale en forsikring. Men alle de forsikringsselskaber, jeg har set, det koster omkring de der 8-9.000 om året at forsikre sådan en Model S. Og det er lidt dyrt. Men jeg må bare snakke med om min Dacia igen, for der betalte jeg kraftigt med 7.400. Ja, der var jo corona, og der var jo inflation. Så de havde jo bombet prisen op 10% hver gang. Det havde jeg gjort 3 gange. Så det var jo oppe i, jeg tror det var 78, lige inden at jeg smuttede, eller jeg fik solgt Dacia'en. Der gav jeg 78, det er også alt for mig. Jeg vidste slet ikke, hvordan den er kommet derop. Jeg føler virkelig, de har bamboozlet mig på en eller anden måde. Problemet er, at jeg jo ikke haft, jeg har ikke holdt øje med dem. Altså, jeg er jo bare, du ved, hvordan det er, dude. Man sidder jo der tilbage, sidder og gamer og alting og fryd og gammel. Så ved jeg da godt, at det en gang om året, så får man en kæmpe regning, og man tænker, hvad fanden sker der her? Men man betaler jo bare, ikke? Og så må man jo bare leve af vandgrød resten af måneden. Det er jo sådan, det fungerer. Nej, så jeg er jo blevet gal på tryk, og jeg skal også væk fra tryk. Jeg gider ikke det pis, altså sådan nogle røvhuller. Det samme med alle selskaber. De skal bare på porten. Forsikringsselskaber, internet, du ved, el. De skal bare på porten, mand. Og lige så snart, at du føler, at nu begynder de skulle tage røven på dig, ny. Og så er der masser, der har velkomsttilbud. Så nyder du godt af det i en periode. Ny velkomsttilbud. Ny. Og så kører du bare dem rundt i managen, de fucking svin. Fordi måden de fungerer på, sådan nogle sælgersvin, det er jo, at alle de trofaste, loyale kunder, de blev jo ikke til gode set. Det er jo dem, der blev fuldstændig vreden om, du ved. Den aller sidste 25 øre, den skal lige rykkes ud af dem. Sådan nogle sælgersvin. Det er simpelthen de værste mennesker i tilværelsen. Det er folk, der ikke kan noget. Ikke, det er jo folk, det er jo i teorien faktisk, altså det er jo hvad skal man sige, iler på society. Altså det er jo folk, der ligesom suger nektaren ud af mennesker. Altså det er jo det, de er til for. De er jo ikke til for at sprede glæde eller noget som helst. De er jo til for at røvpule. De er jo til for at se, om de lige kan squeeze out the last penny. Nå. Men hvad det hedder, det er sgu fint alt sammen, ikke? Og til helvede nu med det. Hvor fanden var det, jeg kom fra det? Der var en eller anden lang svære her, jeg havde gang i at fortælle et eller andet. Men nu har jeg fandme med, nu mistede jeg sgu tråden. Fordi jeg lige skulle rant. Jeg får heller ikke lavet den her gruppe, kan jeg se. Jo, nu ved jeg, hvad det var. Fordi så, det kan du selv regne ud lige hurtigt, dude, ikke? Altså, jamen 4.000, ikke? Plus, lad os være rundhånden, og så sige, det koster 1.000 om måneden. Det gør det jo ikke. Men så har vi måske lidt slitage med. Jamen, det er 5.000. Jamen, for fanden. 2.000 til Peder Lillekvist, 3.000 til benzinregning. Det er 5.000. Det vil altså sige, at det vi kommer til at betale i el, du ved, til vores brændstof, kan man sige, det er det ekstra, vi får af udgifter om måneden. Og det er ikke ret meget. Altså, dengang, jeg ved godt, hvad jeg har glemt at fortælle, fordi det er Sparkassen Kroneland, jeg har glemt at fortælle. Fordi dem skulle have været 10 år, jeg blev sgu så sur, fordi jeg ved godt, jeg synes ikke, at de er til at arbejde med. Sparkassen Kroneland er til at arbejde med, hvis man har masser af penge. Altså, hvis man er sådan nogen ude, der har masser af penge, bor inde i Aarhus eller Aalborg eller en eller anden store by og bare tjener kassen, ikke? Og stadigvæk synes, man har det barsk, ikke? Fordi man partout skal bo i et eller andet lortehus. Stor villa, ikke? Og der koster 12.000 om måneden og sådan noget, og så synes man stadigvæk, det er barsk. Men når i teorien, så er man fucking wealthy, og man er super privileged, det gør, at man skulle bare prøve at være en del af underklassen. Men det er fint nok, det kan sådan nogle fucking svin, det kan de jo aldrig nogensinde sætte sig ind i. Men så tænker jeg, at Sparkassen Kroneland er rigtig god. Men for sådan nogen som os, der er bare almindelige borgere her, vi har sgu ikke rigtig noget at bruge Sparkassen Kroneland til. De er sgu ikke rigtig med til at danse på noget som helst. Og det, jeg bliver sur over, dude, det er, hvorfor skal det være så let med AL Finans og Santander? Sidde 2 minutter, plukke nogle informationer ind, sende en ansøgning ud. 2 timer senere får man en e-mail om, at det er blevet godkendt, men de mangler lige lidt ekstra dokumentation som en slutseddel eller et kørekort, og så er det kørt hjem. Hvorfor skal det være så let kontra et Sparkassen Kroneland? Der skal en opringning til, hej, ikke snakke 30 minutter, og hen og til et møde og sidde og snakke i en time, og for så at få at vide, at det kunne sgu ikke lige gå den her gang, men om 3 måneder, hvis du prøver igen, når vi har lidt mere til udbetalingen, så tænker jeg, at de vil være med. Jamen, altså, dude! Hvorfor kan det ikke være lige så nemt? Hvorfor kan de ikke sidde og have en eller anden online fucking store, hvor du bare lige sidder og taster informationen ind, bum, ikke? Og så ja tak. Hvorfor? Altså, det er jo helt til grin, mand. Det er jo helt til grin. Altså, jeg skal væk derfra, det kan jeg love dig for. Og nu kommer jeg til, hvorfor jeg synes, at nykredit det er gode. Fordi jeg sidder jo så og prøver at få en masse lånetilbud hjem. Jeg gjorde også med Spar Danmark, men de ringede aldrig tilbage til mig. Du ved, jeg vil også høre, om de kunne være med på at finansiere sådan en elbil. De ringede aldrig tilbage. Men nykredit ringede tilbage. Problemet med nykredit var jo så, at det grønne elbillån, som de havde, det var forbeholdt folk, husejere. Det var noget med en eller anden... Jamen, han forklarede det ham her, men ham her dyvden her, han var virkelig flink. Altså, han var ikke en idiot, kunne jeg høre. Du ved, det kan man jo høre. Man kan sgu høre, om sådan nogle de fucking arrogant, eller om de egentlig er nogle venlige mennesker. Og selvom han var bankrådgiver ham her, så var han sgu fucking flink. Og det, der så bare fuldstændig, jeg synes, der bare lyder godt, og det er jo selvfølgelig også, fordi jeg er sur på Sparkassen Kroneland. Han siger netop, at hvis vi på et tidspunkt skal ud og, du ved, købe hus, og så videre, og vi er interesseret i, så vil vi jo, altså, de vil jo gerne have os som kunder, siger han så, og hvis det er til den tid, jamen så vil vi også hellere end gerne overtage jeres billån. Da han siger det, der tænker jeg bare, fuck ja, det er fandme i orden. Det er sgu sådan, det kan være. Hvorfor fanden skulle I ikke overtage vores billån? Det er jo det, jeg galt over ved Sparkassen Kroneland. Hvorfor fanden? Jeg er i 10 år, 13 eller 15 år. Jeg har aldrig brugt det til en skid. Når så endelig jeg skal bruge det til min bil, så vil de kraftedeme ikke overtage lån. Ja, jeg er da godt klar over, det kan godt være, at I ikke tjener kongens mønt på sådan en lån. Hvad ved jeg? Men I kan sgu da som minimum lave den gestus for mig, du ved. Gør det nemt for mig. Måske gør det lidt billigere for mig. Altså, jeg har jo siddet og været kunde ved dem, og ja, det kan da godt være, at jeg ikke er millionær, og det har de ikke lukreret ret hårdt på, men altså alligevel så har jeg jo da været kunde, ikke? Og så på en eller anden måde må de jo da have lukreret en lille smule på mig, men altså, jeg blev sgu så fucking angry, altså det er jo da sådan nogle fucking idiots, mand. Du kan tro, jeg skal væk derfra lige så snart, at vi skal ud og købe hus. Jeg kommer ikke til at ansøge om noget som helst hos dem. Lige så snart, nu er det er sådan med det, ikke, og Frede, at jeg fik jo Heidi ind i Sparkassen Kroneland, og vi fik vores budgetkonto og alt det pis sat op. Vi fik kontier til vores drenge og alt det pis, og det er super lækkert, og det hele, det står bare fuldstændig lækkert. Mit OCD, det spiller bare, fordi du ved, det er jo sådan noget med, at det skal bare stå klinisk, ikke? Og opsparing, bindestreg, fjord, alle navne skal stå med stor bogstav, opsparing med stor O, det hele, det ser smukt ud, det hele, det er bare klapper og klasker, det ser bare godt ud. Og det skal jeg lige sidde og nyde. Men så vi gider ikke til at skifte nu. Fordi nu er det jo lige kommet til at køre alt det der, når man åbner netbanken, så ser det hele bare fucking godt ud. Altså, jeg kan ikke have med sådan noget, hvor det står med små bogstaver det hele, og det hedder et eller andet funky som grønsekonto, eller hvad helvede de kalder det nogle gange, ikke? Og altså, det skal danne konto, eller hvad fanden det er. Det skal sgu hedde et eller andet, du ved, lønkonto. Det er ikke lige, fordi det er jo sådan noget særligt noget, men opsparing, bindestreg, Daniel, opsparing, bindestreg, fælles, og så videre, ikke? Og altså, alt sådan noget, jeg synes sgu, det er fucking fedt. Det ser godt ud. Det gør det også nu. Men til den tid, så overtager de jo, eller så laver de jo bare nogle kontier, der minder om dem, vi har. Så det bliver jo også nemt, når det er, vi skal skifte til den tid. Men altså, vi skal skifte, det har jeg besluttet mig for. Det har jeg besluttet mig for længe. Jeg har ikke haft brug for Sparkassen Kroneland. Jeg fik Heidi over, fordi jeg var kunde der, og fordi jeg troede, at de ville være med til at danse. Det var jo en forudsætning for, at vi kunne få det grønne elbillån. Så tænkte jeg, fint, lad os få Heidi over. Hun var jo kunde i Nordea, og Nordea er jo en lortebank, ikke? Og altså til helvede nu med dem. Så hun kom over, ikke? Og jeg tænkte jo, at det var alting var super godt, men vi endte jo med at få nej, ikke? Men altså, det er jo fint nok, fordi så har hun også i Sparkassen Kroneland, så kan jeg bedre hjælpe hende, når hun lige skal have noget hjælp til et eller andet, du ved, med netbanksmæssigt. Altså, det er jo lidt, du ved, når man skal ind på en netbank, man ikke selv er vant til. Det er altid sådan lidt nederen. Fordi Heidi, hun er sådan en, der tjekker hendes netbank cirka 1 gang om måneden. Jeg er sådan en, der tjekker min netbank 1 gang om dagen. Altså, det er det samme med e-boks og sådan noget. Altså, for fanden, jeg sidder og åbner alt det lort hele tiden. Min mail, altså det ved du, det gør du nok også selv. Altså jeg kan sgu godt lide at være med, altså med på beatet. Altså jeg gider ikke det der med at åbne den 1 gang om ugen, og så finder man ud af, at der er en eller anden regning, der har ligget, og nu har man lige pludselig fået en rykker og alle mulige pisse. Det gider jeg satnæm ikke. Så men jeg er satnæm gal på Sparkassen Kroneland. Jamen altså, jeg har ikke noget at bruge dem til, det har jeg virkelig ikke. Altså jeg synes ikke, de vil ikke være med til at lege med folk, der ikke har penge. Altså et latterligt rådighedsbeløb skulle man også have, når man havde 3 børn. Der var flere ting. Det var noget med 19.000 eller sådan et eller andet, man skulle have i rådighedsbeløb. Altså, det er nok måske det samme ved nogle andre, men ved du hvad, dude? Altså, de siger jo godt nok, at de har nogle regler, de kører efter og sådan noget, ikke? Men det er jo ikke helt rigtigt, dude. Det er jo ikke helt rigtigt. Altså, der er jo nogle institutter, de er jo meget mere klar på at arbejde sammen og finde på noget, end andre de er. Så det er jo ikke helt rigtigt. Det er jo ikke så firkantet. Alle banker og sådan, og de kører jo ikke efter de samme ting. Altså det kan godt være i teorien, at de gør. Altså det er de i hvert fald glade for at sige, at de er underlagt nogle, du ved, nu siger jeg retningslinjer, men det er sådan, det har jeg hørt før, at de siger, at det er sådan, at de følger jo bare pipen, dem alle sammen, men det gør de jo ikke helt, der er jo lidt forskel. Så jeg skal fandme ikke være i Sparkassen Kroneland, det er helt sikkert, det til helvede med dem. Det er jeg jo stadigvæk godt nok, men ja. Ej, det blev sgu godt, dude, fordi med Teslaen der, altså det har jeg ikke fortalt, for så sidder vi jo til det møde der, og ham der, jeg kan sgu godt lide min bankrådgiver, han hedder Thomas, han er måske 5 år yngre end mig, ikke? Og han er måske på alder med dig, måske lidt yngre end dig faktisk, en lille spirvip, men han fisker også og alt det der, og han var sgu fin, og vi snakker om alverdens ting, han var sgu egentlig en flink nok fyr, men nu kommer jeg til et dude. Nej, det ved jeg godt, det ikke er, Stine, men alligevel, altså jeg kan slet ikke sætte mig ind i, hvordan at de ikke kan være med til at arbejde, når det er sådan et latterligt lån, som for eksempel 200.000. Altså hvorfor kan de ikke være med? Det forstår jeg ikke. Det forstår jeg virkelig ikke. Det er jo fucking pennies. Altså, det forstår jeg ikke. Altså, det forstår jeg ikke. Jeg forstår det ikke. Det jeg kan sagtens forstå, hvis det er, at du skal ud og købe et hus til 5 millioner. Altså, fint nok. Men altså, sidder du og har været kunde i 15 år, ikke? Og du skal købe en bil, og du skal låne 200.000, og det får du så afslag på. Det kan jeg slet ikke forstå. Det giver ikke nogen mening for mig. Det giver ingen mening for mig. Altså, hvis ikke man kan låne 200.000, så kan du jo ikke låne noget. Altså, hvis du forstår. Altså, der er jo masser af penge. Altså, der er ikke nogen tvivl om, at de har haft deres grunde. Og der er ingen tvivl om, at den grund kan de sagtens fortælle mig. Men derfor kommer jeg ikke til at sige, at det forstår jeg godt nu. Nej, jeg forstår det ikke, uanset hvad deres grundlag er. Fordi for mig at se, er der ikke noget, der giver logisk mening. Vel? Fordi jeg er slet ikke kun i tvivl om, at den der pengekasse, ikke, den er så fucking koloenorm. Men det er bare, prioriteringen ligger bare ikke hos Daniel Kvartrup Jensen. Den ligger hos en eller anden fjols med en masse penge. Med en masse, du ved. Det er det, der er problemet. Ikke? Problemet er, at mig, der ikke har gang i noget, ikke tager nogle risikoer eller risici i forhold til investeringer og sådan noget. Jeg er ikke interessant. Det er lige præcis det problem, der er. Det er sgu ikke, at de ikke har 200.000 at låne mig. Nej, jeg er så gal på dem, til helvede med dem. Nej, men nu skal jeg fortælle dig her. Ja, men det er det også, Stine. Men det kan de jo altid sige. Altså, jeg blev sgu også gal på ham. Han havde lavet lånet om til et 7-års lån. Det gad jeg ikke engang at spørge ham om, hvorfor han havde det. Det var en ny bil, altså, der var fra 2020. Det var i 2021, tror jeg. Det var vist godt nok 22, vi sad der. Men han har lavet det til 7-års lån, altså så er det jo klart, dude. Altså hvis du laver til 7-års lån kontra et 8-års lån, jamen så er det jo klart, så kommer du til at sidde lidt strammere. Og han havde også, for nu kommer jeg til den. Jeg kommer til den. Han sidder jo selv, den fucking idiot, og kører Model 3. Så han ved jo lidt om, hvordan det er at køre Tesla. Så han sad og fortalte mig om, hvordan at der var jo meget slitage på dæk, og at han havde betalt så og så meget om måneden i el for at oplade den her Tesla. Hvor jeg bare sidder og tænker, det er sgu fint, at du gør det. Men det altså, fordi at hans position er sådan, det er jo altså ikke ens betydende med, at vores position er sådan. Vi kommer jo ikke til at køre nær lige så mange kilometer, som han gør. Højst sandsynligt, fordi at Heidi, hun jo der trods alt kun arbejder et par gange om ugen. Og når hun så ikke arbejder, så er det jo meget... så kan det klart, at vi skal da på en tur, og vi skal ud og have en is en gang imellem, men vi ligger jo ikke og kører i privatvogn hver dag. Så det er jo det, irriterede mig sgu, det der, at han sådan dragede en parallel imellem ham og mig. Jeg havde... Brufus, det er noget at gøre med, at det er sådan set mega nice. Det er fordi, at på en elbil, altså Tesla, hvor... Det har jo et eller andet system, hvor når regenerative braking hedder det, tror jeg, mener jeg, det hedder, hvor at den i stedet, når der du slipper speederen, så bremser den selv. Og det så skal hjælpe med til, det er, at noget af det energi, når du bremser, det bliver så kanaliseret tilbage i batteriet, så man sådan set får længere range. Det er sådan set ret smart. Altså, man skal lige lære at køre med det, at når man slipper speederen, så bremser han egentlig lidt selv. Det skal man lige lære, fordi normalvis har man jo vant til, at man bare kan slippe speederen, og så triller man en lille smule. Eller triller man noget, og det gør man, altså man triller en lille smule, men ikke ret meget i sådan en Tesla. Man kan så gå ind og slå det fra og sådan noget, men der er jo ingen tvivl om, hvis du vil have mest ud af det i forhold til kroner og øre, så er du nødt til at køre med det. Men det pissede mig sgu af, at han sad der og spillede Almighty, altså idioten. Han var fucking, han var under uddannelse, han var en rådgiver-trainee, altså. Han sidder bare der og talker big smack, altså det er sgu fint nok, ikke? Og han sidder til 15 eller 2.000, eller hvad fanden det var, han havde sat til brændstof. Og det er jo det, jeg kommer frem til. Det er jo klart, altså min tanke her er, at de har ikke været klar på at arbejde med på noget tidspunkt. De skulle bare finde en grund til lige at afblæse mig. Og det kan de jo gøre på alle mulige måder. Altså det er jo det samme med en bilsælger. Han kan jo også komme med alle mulige figures. Han lige hiver ud mellem ballerne og siger, at det koster det her og sådan noget. Det kan han jo sagtens sige til mig. Det samme med ham her fjolset. Han kan jo sagtens sige, at det kommer til at koste os 15-2.000 i brændstof om måneden. Fordi det gør det for ham selv. Og så plukker han det ind i tabellen. Og så giver det jo så et mindre rådighedsbeløb hos os. Når I faktisk, at det kommer til at koste os 500 kroner. Altså, det er jo sådan noget, vi kigger på, fordi du kommer jo til at lade om natten, og om natten er der fucking billig strøm, og vi har variabel strøm. Det koster det koster 0,9 kroner kilowatten fra klokken 1 om natten til klokken 6 om morgenen nu. Ikke? Og jeg ved godt, det gør det ikke altid, men det har det gjort et langt stykke tid, og det er tendensen. Altså, det er altid billigst om natten, og alt det pis der. Altså, jamen altså, ved du hvad, dude, og han havde lavet det til et 7-årslån i stedet for et 8-årslån, jamen altså, det er sgu fint nok, at man skulle have et rådighedsbeløb på 18.000 et eller andet, og vi er 18.700, og vi havde et rådighedsbeløb på 18.300. Ja, I tror, det er løgn, men det var 400 kroner, eller sådan noget latterligt. Så jeg er slet ikke sekund i tvivl om, at de havde besluttet sig for, at de ville ikke være med lige den her gang, eller så ville de lade mig sidde og svede, eller et eller andet. Jeg ved sgu ikke, hvad fanden deres problem var. Altså, de ville i hvert fald ikke være med, og det må man jo bare respektere. Jamen, det er jo fordi, den bremser mere. Det er jo fordi, når du bremser, så slider den på dækken. Altså, du vil komme til at bremse mere, end du gør i en normal bil. Jeg tænker, ja, det er sådan lidt det, de mener. Men det ved jeg sgu heller ikke, dude. Altså, ved det ikke for satan. Aner ikke alt det der. Det er til helvede, jeg er også fucking ligeglad. Altså, hvis jeg skal skifte dæk en gang hver anden år, i stedet for en gang hver tredje år, altså... Okay, men altså, fint. Så lad os gøre det. Ja, men altså, det er jo også bare, når du kører. Det er jo, hvis du kører på motorvej, du slipper speederen, så bremser den jo. Men altså, jeg ved ikke, hvorfor man skulle slippe på speederen. Men altså, det er bare... jeg er helt sikker på, at du vil komme til at bremse mere, end du ellers ville. Altså, det vil du. Fanden er der underskudsforretning ved det? Altså, det er jo... jamen, det er fint nok. Men, altså... Et rådighedsbeløb, det er jo altså noget, der er fastsat. Det er der nogen, der har sagt, at det koster. Det er jo ikke det faktiske tal. Der er jo nogen, der har sat nogle tal ind, som de har hævet op imellem balleren. De vurderer, at det koster det. De vurderer, at det koster det. Det er jo ikke de rigtige tal. Det er jo der, min hage er. Altså, min hage er jo ikke, hvis du vidste alle, og det er der jo ikke nogen, der ved. Det ved du jo heller ikke ved dit egen økonomi. Du ved jo ikke, om du kommer til at købe for 500 kroner mad, eller om du kommer til at købe for 5.000 kroner mad. Det er nok også sandsynligt et tal derimellem. Men det kan være den ene måned, det kostede 1000. Det kan være den næste måned, du er på ferie i 2 uger, hvor du fik det alt betalt. Så koster det kun 500. Derfor kan man jo ikke budgettere med det. Jamen altså, det er lidt strengt, at jeg skal sige sådan noget, for jeg føler, det er lidt obvious. Altså... det er jo klart, altså du kan godt lave budget, men altså et budget er jo kun så godt, som det nu engang er. Altså der er jo nogle variabler i et budget. Det er klart. Altså, det er klart. Og der må jeg også sige, at sådan et rådighedsbeløb, det er jo noget, det satte de jo ind, hvad de synes. Det er jo ikke, som jeg lige siger til dig, med min el, altså at han sætter ind, at det koster 1.500 til 2.000 om måneden at lade den her elbil op. Det er fint, det gør det for ham, men det er jo ikke godt, det kommer det ikke til at gøre for mig. Jeg er sikker på. Det kan være, at jeg blev klogere. Men igen er det jo også meget svært at sige, om den ene måned kan det være, at du kører meget. Det kan være, den næste måned, du ikke gør. Det kan være, der er 4 måneder, du ikke gør. Det kan være, elen er billig i 5 måneder. Der er så mange variabler, altså. Og det er klart, det er de selvfølgelig, når de ligger en udkalkulation på rådighedsbeløbet, der er man selvfølgelig nødt til at køre med en eller anden safe margin. Den er jeg da helt med på. Men stadigvæk, altså, det er jo ikke underskudsforretning i den forstand. Altså, det er jo helt forkert udtryk at bruge, fordi de der 400 kroner der, det er jo 400 kroner, man vil easy kunne finde ved at lade være med at tage på McDonald's 2 gange om måneden. Nej, ja, Brofubs, du fatter nok ikke, hvad fanden jeg snakker om, dude. Det er fordi, jeg sidder og kører på restream. Man kan sidde, jeg sidder og streamer til 3 forskellige platforms lige pt. Jeg sidder og streamer på YouTube. Det er fordi, der er en, der sidder på YouTube og skriver. Det virker måske lidt, hvad det hedder, lidt forvirrende. Jeg ved ikke, hvad det er for en forretning, du siger, der går under. Det vil jeg godt have dig til at forklare. Er du inde på nu, at hvis det er, at man har, hvad det hedder, at hvis man har minus på bogen, er du så inde på, at de taber penge på det, eller hvad? Den kan jeg ikke sikker på, at jeg forstår den der. Så skal jeg løfte sløret for, at lige Sparkassen Kroneland, der betaler du 24% i rente ved overtræk. Så altså, jeg er rimelig sikker på, at sådan en sparekasse, den går sgu ikke. Og tilbage til det, jeg siger. Sådan en lille mand som mig, med sådan en lille lån, det er sgu ikke mig, der kommer til at køre deres forretning i sænk. Og det er det heller ikke, fordi de tegner 10 af sådan nogle lån. Eller 100 af sådan nogle lån. Det er jo aldrig sådan nogle små spillere, der får sådan nogle for banker til at gå ned og hjem. Det er jo aldrig de små spillere. Det er jo altid de store spillere. Det er jo altid de store landmænd. Det er jo altid dem, der går bankerot, hvor de lige pludselig hænger med røven i vandskorpen med pengeinstituttet. Det er aldrig den lille mand. Det lyder som om, at du bare er ude på at være på tværs. Altså, jeg ved sgu ikke helt, snakker vi om det samme, når vi snakker rådighedsbeløb? Rådighedsbeløb, det er jo de penge, du har, når dine udgifter er betalt. Altså, vi tjener jo meget mere end 18.000 om måneden. Men det er jo når alle de der faste udgifter, man kender, altså sådan noget som børnepasning og sådan noget trukket fra, så ender man jo med et beløb. Og det er jo det beløb, der var 400 kroner for smalt. Jeg ved sgu ikke helt, jeg tror måske, vi snakker lidt forbi hinanden. Nå, det ved jeg ikke. Jeg er sgu ikke sikker. Altså, jeg fatter det bare ikke helt. Altså, det er jo, men det er jo klart, jeg tror, du er sådan meget du har sådan en eller anden idé om myndigheder og sådan noget, det er bare, de har det rigtige svar på alting, kunne jeg godt er bange for, eller det virker det til i hvert fald. Det virker til, at som om, at fordi at bankerne, de har sat en eller anden, et eller andet tal, et eller andet arbitrært tal, jamen altså, så er det rigtige tal. Og det har du accepteret, det er sådan, det er. Hvor jeg måske er meget mere sådan, og det er det samme, når det kommer til kommuner og sådan noget. Altså, de er klar over, at livet du er nødt til at lave generaliseringer. Den er jeg helt med på. Men der er ikke nogen tvivl om, at jeg er meget mere tilhænger af, at man kunne lave en case-by-case basis. Altså, min point her, den er jo, at altså, når du står og har 18.000 tilbage, til at lave alverdens ting. Godt nok måske at købe mad og sådan noget, ikke? Og det koster jo også mange penge og alt det der pisse. Jo, fair nok. Men fordi du skulle finde 400 kroner, det kan godt være, at du mener, at 80% af den danske befolkning ikke ville kunne gøre det. Det ved jeg sgu ikke noget om, hvor de tal de stammer fra. Men altså, igen synes jeg jo, at netop, at når man har en bankrådgiver, så skulle man jo netop gå ind og hvad det hedder, kigge i en case-by-case basis, og ikke køre efter nogle totalt overfladiske tal, som der jo bare er sådan en eller anden generalisering omkring samfundet. Altså, der er jo alverdens ting, der spiller ind der. Altså, hvor fanden bor du hen og sådan noget? Altså, bor du i udkants Danmark, hvor tingene er billige, eller bor du inde i Aarhus, hvor tingene er dyre og sådan noget? Det kan godt være, at de kører med nogle andre rater der i forhold til rådighedsbeløb. Det kan sgu godt være, det ved jeg sgu ikke noget om, men lad os forestille os, at de ikke gør det. Det er sgu... jeg er ikke tilhænger af den der. Jeg er ikke et sekund i tvivl om, at de var slet ikke klar på at tegne lån, og det havde de besluttet sig for. Og de skulle bare finde en grund til ikke at tegne. Altså, jeg tænker, at folk de bruger de penge, de har, og jeg tænker, at de prøver at leve livet. Og hvis de vidste, at de havde en udgift, så betalte de den udgift. Jeg tror, det er lidt det, du... Altså, det er klart, at det kan da godt være, hvis folk de har et rådighedsbeløb på 18.000, og når måneden så er om, så er de 0 kroner på bogen. Det kan da godt være. Men ved du hvad, det skal man sgu da have lov til, hvis det er ens egen penge, ikke? Og hvis man har lyst til at leve sit liv, og, inden at man dør, så man ikke er en eller anden fucking idiot, der tjener kassen, og bare aldrig bruger en skid, og så sidder man og går i kisten med flere millioner på bogen, ikke? Og så fik man ikke noget glæde ud af det. Fred være med det, hvis man vil leve livet sådan. Okay. Men jeg tænker, der er rigtig mange, at hvis man laver nogle ekstra udgifter, jamen så lægger man jo penge til side af til det, frem for at man tog på cafébesøg, eller hvad helvede det nu måtte være. Altså, det tror jeg nu, der er ret mange, der gør. Altså, det i hvert fald de folk, der går ud og køber sådan nogle biler, eller et eller andet, hvad fanden det nu måtte være. Jamen altså, de er altså til helvede med det. Jeg er da klar over, at der er masser af mennesker, der fucking waster cash på alverdens ting, og ikke kan finde ud af at betale til tiden, og alt sådan noget pis. Fair nok. Men altså igen tilbage til det, der du snakker om. Altså, jeg kan slet ikke forstå, at du mener, at en sparekasse skulle være en underskudsforretning. Altså, jeg føler jo netop, at de tjener på folk, der ikke kan betale deres regninger til tiden. Altså, jeg synes jo nærmest, at det må jo nærmest være en god forretning for dem. Altså, det er jo klart, det ikke er, som jeg siger til dig, det er jo ikke en god forretning, når de har med de store mastodonter at gøre. Fordi problemet, det er lige snart, at de går fallit, så sidder de lige pludselig der og hænger med rigtig mange millioner. Men det kommer du ikke til med en almindelig menig mand. Altså, det er det, min point, den er. Når jeg tegner 200.000 kroners lån. Altså, worst case scenario. Det kommer, altså, i den store beholdning, de har, altså, det kommer ikke til at... Du sagde du sgu da. Jeg er nødt til lige at se her. Hvad fanden står der? Ja, det kan da være, jeg læst forkert. Hvor fanden står der? Du skrev med 400 kroner om måneden i 7 år. Det er også noget af en underskudsforretning. Hvad er det, der er en underskudsforretning? Altså, hvem er det, der har lavet underskudsforretning? Mener du ikke, at det er banken, der laver en underskudsforretning? Hvis jeg forstår det ikke. Fordi hvis det er, du mener, at det er banken, der laver en underskudsforretning, så synes jeg jo netop, at det lige præcis ikke er en underskudsforretning. Jo flere mennesker, der laver dårlige valg og trækker, går i minus, jamen jo flere penge må banken tjene. Altså, det er jo klart, pengene de skal jo komme ind, og det er klart, hvis du bliver totalt insolvent, og du ikke har nogen som helst, så er det jo som det er. Men det er jo de færreste private mennesker, der går konkurs. Ej, det kan da godt være, der er flere, end jeg tror. Men det skal vi lige have på det rene. Vi skal lige have på det rene, at banken tjener penge på, at du har overtræk. Er vi enige om det? Banken mister ikke penge på, at du har overtræk. Eller så er der noget, jeg er totalt fundamentært har misset. Men hvem betaler ikke af almindelige mennesker? Det gør almindelige mennesker jo. Det er det, jeg siger. Almindelige mennesker som dig og mig, vi betaler jo. Vi er jo lønmodtagere. Vi har jo penge, der kommer ind. Hvorfor skulle man ikke betale? Man kan jo ikke undlade at betale. Altså, det kan godt være, at du har 0,1% af den danske befolkning, der undlader at betale. Og så er de bare ryger i rib og så alverdens ting. Altså, det er jo ikke folk som dig og mig, de taber pengene på. Vi skal jo nok betale. Det er jo de store, det er mastodonter. Det er jo landmanden, der går konkurs. Det er jo en eller anden fjols, der har startet en eller anden restaurant. Altså, det er jo de mennesker. Det er jo dem, der koster sådan et sted penge. Altså, os andre, vi har jo en steady income, og det her bliver vi jo ved med at have. Ved at kigge. Altså, når man har været kunde i 15 år, så burde man jo da for helvede kunne kigge the records. Så må the records show, at man har haft meget, meget minimalt overtræk. Måske er det lige sket 2 gange eller sådan noget på de 15 år. Altså, er det sådan nogle ting? Problemet det er, at de læner sig op af det der forbandede rådighedsbeløb, der er en eller anden fjols, der har siddet og sat. Ikke? Det er det, jeg galt over. Det er, at man går efter et eller andet... man har siddet på et eller andet kontor, 40 mand, og så har man kommet frem til en eller anden rådighedsbeløb, i stedet for, at de 40 mand, i stedet for at sidde og spille 7 kabale, 7 timer ud af arbejdsdagens 9, så gik ned i og lavede noget individuelt. Jeg har tit tænkt på, hvad sådan en bankrådgiver egentlig laver, fordi altså, når jeg sidder og snakker med ham bankrådgiveren i en time, så sidder jeg under og tænker, hold kæft, er det han sidder og laver hele dagen? Altså, manden laver jo faktisk ikke rigtig noget. Altså, det er fint, og han sidder der og snakker med mig, og det var da en behagelig samtale, og han var sgu en flink fyr, og han fiskede alverdens ting. Men det er dem ikke noget særligt. Det er sgu ikke ligesom når os andre, vi er ude og arbejde. Vi sidder sgu, altså, der sker sgu noget. Der kan man sgu se, hvad man får lavet. Men nu er jeg selvfølgelig også meget biased i den her samtale. Altså sælger og bankrådgiver, dem har jeg ikke ret meget til overs for. De kan sagtens være flinke mennesker, men der er ikke nogen tvivl om, at de er sat på jorden for at være på tværs. Og på at udnytte mennesker. Sådan er det. Banker, det skulle jeg faktisk, jeg er til small government, jeg er til mindre offentlige, altså jo mindre offentlige instanser, jo bedre. Det er min klare holdning. Men når det så er sagt, så når det kommer til banker, så skulle banker faktisk være sådan, det skulle faktisk være en offentlig instans. Sådan at man, når man lånte penge ud, så skulle man, jeg har sgu ikke svaret til det hele godt nok, jeg har ikke sådan siddet og totalt gennemtænkt den her. Men det skulle være sådan, at der ikke skulle lukreres på at låne penge ud. Det skulle selvfølgelig rende rundt, og de mennesker, der sidder og arbejder med det, jamen der skulle selvfølgelig være til de lønninger og de udgifter, der nu måtte være i den sammenhæng. Men når det så var det, jamen så skulle der være meget, meget minimalt afkast, for at kalde det. Ikke? Det skulle ikke være ligesom en Santander eller en Spar Kroneland, man har 24% rente ved overtræk og alt sådan noget. Altså det, sådan er det. Ja, jeg gider ikke at høre om den, for jeg har selv en kammerat, der er direktør i hvad det hedder, Handelsbanken. Og nu er det vist godt nok Jyske Bank hedder det nu. Og det er sgu fint nok. Altså jeg kan godt høre om alle mulige fantastiske rigmænd, og hvad ved jeg, ikke? Og det er sgu okay. Men som jeg siger til dig og mig, ikke? Eller jeg ved sgu ikke med dig, det kan da være, at du er sådan en rig svin, men altså sådan en som mig, ganske middelklasse citizen, ikke? Og tangerer måske til underklassen. Jamen altså, det er sgu ikke mig. Jeg har sgu ikke noget som helst. Du skal ikke prøve at bilde mig ind, at din far, han bruger 5 sekunder på at udkalkulere noget som helst i forhold til min økonomi. Det tager... Jeg vil estimere, at det tager 5 minutter måske totalt at lave en udkalkulation i forhold til min økonomi. Fordi der er så lidt at rive i ved sådan en som mig. Jeg har ikke alle mulige udstående og alle mulige forretninger og alle mulige investeringer og hvad ved jeg, alle mulige steder. Jamen, jeg er helt sikker på, at de ikke laver en skid, men det er klart, at du vil jo altid kunne finde en eller anden topchef, der sidder og bare tjener af helvedes til. Og der kan du godt sige, at han sidder og har nogle svære udregninger, fordi de sidder og har med nogle stride bavianer, eller nogle store idioter, der bare er... Altså, det er fint. Dem vil du altid kunne finde. Men altså, taget betragtning af, hvor mange rådgivere der er jeg sikker på, at der er en stor håndfuld af dem, der sidder og på Facebook, eller 7kabal, eller hvad fanden det måtte være. Jeg er slet ikke et sekund i tvivl. Folk, der sidder og arbejder foran en computer, jeg nægter simpelthen at tro på, at man er 100% produktiv. Jeg har ikke set det nogensinde, så jeg tvivler. Altså, det er klart, at man vil altid kunne finde nogen, der er totalt produktiv. Men ja, jeg er sgu også bare en hater nu. Det skal jeg gerne sige, Stine. Jeg kan godt høre, at du er biased, fordi din far han er i den verden, og du nok også selv er lidt måske. Og jeg er biased, fordi jeg synes, de er nogle fucking fjolser. Det er klart, vi kommer selvfølgelig ikke nødvendigvis til overensstemmelse her. Sådan er det. Det er også okay. Men jeg tror, Stine, du skulle prøve at være ude i udkants Danmark. Jeg tror, man vil få et andet indtryk af hvad det hedder, af banker. Altså det tror jeg, man vil virkelig få en anden, altså det er jo nu, du selvfølgelig indoktrineret i den forstand, at du er opvokset med det, virker det til. Så er det klart, så er det ikke sikkert, at det vil have haft en stor indvirkning på dig. Men altså, hvis du boede herude på udkants Danmark, i stedet for inde i the flourishing Mid-City, jeg tror altså, man vil få et andet syn på tilværelsen, fordi der er ikke noget, der kan lade sig gøre herude. Der er ikke nogen, der er med på noget som helst. Og så går man jo og bliver en lille smule indebrændt. Sådan er det. Man kan jo ikke låne nogen penge herude og sådan noget. Det er jo helt stygt. Altså, det er jo sådan nogle latterlige små beløb, man kan låne til herude. Man kan så sige, at husen så som regel ikke er så dyre, så det går så hånd i hånd. Men hvis nu man havde tænkt sig at skulle lave nybyg og sådan noget, det skulle... Okay, lad mig lige høre postnummeret, så skal jeg vurdere, om det er udkants Danmark. Og bare rolig, jeg skal nok lade være med at stalke. Lad os lige besigtige, så skal jeg satme og lave en vurdering, om det her er udkants Danmark. Thisted, det er fandme ikke udkants Danmark. I hvert fald ikke i forhold til 89,70. Jeg kan love dig for, herude, der koster husen 50.000. Okay, det gør alle husene, ikke? Men altså, et hus herude, ikke? Og hvis det koster 2 millioner, så er det bare dyrt. Det er bare, wow, hvad sker der her? Er det et mansion? Nej, det er det ikke. Sådan er det ikke, men altså, tingene koster ikke noget herude, må ikke koste noget, og det er jo det, der er problemet. Det er priserne blevet ravet dernede, for der er ikke nogen, der kan låne til dyre huse herude. Det hus, jeg bor i, og det blev totalt renoveret indvendigt. Ydermuren blev godt nok bibeholdt. Der er 1500 kvadratmeters grund. Carport. Det blev vurderet til 800.000. Der er 2 etager, eller der er en stue og første sal. Man kan så sige, at der er kun 150 kvadratmeter totalt, og det er jo ikke, fordi det er ret meget. Men alligevel, altså totalt nyrenoveret dengang. Altså nu har jeg jo boet i de 10 år. Men 800.000 blev det vurderet til. Det er jo helt til grin, mand. Helt til grin. Altså det har kostet 200.000 dengang min far han købte det. Og så er der jo gået masser af arbejdstimer og materialer i det. Altså det er jo helt til grin. Altså det er sådan helt latterligt. Det handler jo ikke om at så det er bare udbud af efterspørgsel. Hvor fanden er der udbud af efterspørgsel? Det er fordi man har siddet et eller andet sted i en eller anden sort kælder med en cigar i mundvin. Man har været en eller anden idiot, du ved, der har haft med penge at gøre. Så har man besluttet sig for, at udkants Danmark, der skal man ikke være med på banen. Der skal man ikke være med til at, når folk de vil låne penge. Det skal bare være nej, og ellers tak. Og de har selvfølgelig deres grunde til det. Fair nok, det her vil man jo altid have. Altså det her, alle mennesker har jo altid en grund for deres udskejelser og deres dårlige valg i tilværelsen. Der er jo altid en eller anden grund bag, men bare fordi der er en grund bag, behøver det jo ikke at være okay eller en god ting eller noget som helst. Det bliver jo ikke at være en positiv ting, at der er en grund bag. Ja, det er rigtigt nok, men du ved jo godt, hvis man skal låne penge i et hus, så er det jo nederen, det er vurderet til 800. Altså, det er heller ikke det. Det var heller ikke, fordi han skulle nødvendigvis låne penge i, men det var derfor, han fik det vurderet, og det var, fordi han ville jo... Men problemet var jo, at... Altså, han ville jo også gerne sælge, men problemet er jo bare, at hvis du får 800.000 for et hus, ikke, og du har købt for 200, og du har totalt renoveret, ikke, og brugt en masse timer på, det giver jo ikke mening. Det er jo noget andet, hvis det er inde i lorte Aarhus, eller en anden storby, ikke, hvor man bare kan tjene kassen. Der er sgu masser af hus, der bliver solgt herude. Altså det der, jeg ved godt, det jeg elsker sådan en pengemenneske at snakke om, at det bare er udbud og efterspørgsel. Gud fanden er det, det er sgu ikke altid udbud og efterspørgsel. Der er nogen, der sætter prisen, og det er sgu ikke altid dig og mig. Der er masser af folk, der vil bo herude. Der er mange flere folk, der vil bo herude, end der kan få lov til det. Det er min point, den er. Min point, den er, der er utrolig mange mennesker, der vil bo herude, men de kan ikke få lov til at låne penge, fordi at der er ikke nogen, der vil være med. Med mindre det er sådan et lortehus til for eksempel 200.000 eller 50.000, du så renoverer, og du selv har en kæmpe kapital, startkapital og sådan noget, så kan det være. Ja, det er i orden, Brofus. Hvad med i orden med det? Ja, jeg er helt enig. Penge, det er bare... jeg er helt enig. Du spørger bare løs, mand. Du kommer bare med de helt store... Hey, what up, Emil? Du kommer bare med de dybe fucking spørgsmål. Deep spørgsmål. Kom så, fyr den. Fyr den. Så skal jeg sige, at man giver dig nogle sandheder. Jeg er helt fejret op lige nu. Jeg skal nu også snart til at sænke, kan jeg se. Så kan jeg lige så godt begynde at simmer lidt down. Man kan vel ikke simmer down. Simmer, det er vel, når der er noget, der kommer op under opkog. Eller hvad? Nej, det er vel egentlig ikke. Simmer, det er vel, når man har været op og koge, så kommer man ned og simmer. Nej, det er det faktisk ikke. Nu sidder jeg jo bare og ranter, ikke også, Stine? Det ved du godt. Når jeg sidder og ranter, så laver jeg jo ikke en skid. Det er faktisk okay. Jeg synes, at Dragonflight er det bedste, det har været i et par expansions. Altså, det er ikke så bad. Problemet er bare, at jeg ikke rigtig har noget tid mere, så er jeg ikke... World of Warcraft, uanset hvad fanden du gamer, så når ikke du har ret meget tid, så er det jo kun så sjovt, som det nu engang er. Altså... Ja, det giver måske ikke ret meget mening, men altså, problemet med sådan et spil her, det er jo, at det bliver jo sjovere, jo flere timer du kan lægge i det. Det er der ingen tvivl om. Altså, kan du kun sidde og smide 2 timer i det om ugen, jamen, så er det ikke specielt sjovt. Altså, så er det svært at finde enjoyment, fordi man føler altid, at man er behind, og man, altså, det ved du godt. Det stinker sgu. Altså, jeg siger heller ikke, at man skal sidde og smide 10 timer om dagen, men altså, det er sådan lidt, du ved, og derfor er der selvfølgelig tidspunkter, hvor jeg for eksempel som nu står, og nu sidder jeg så og snakker, men jeg er sådan lidt behind the curve, kan man sige, med gear og sådan noget. Det betyder jo, at du ikke bliver invited og sådan noget. Så skal du selv sidde og lave dine grupper og sådan noget. Det er også fint, men dude, altså, jeg har jo fucking 3 børn nu og sådan noget. Altså, jamen, der er rigtig mange. Det kan godt være, det ser dødt ud, men den her by, det er jo storbyen nu, Baldraken, den er virkelig stor. Og der er jo forskellige shards. Jeg ved ikke, om du overhovedet har spillet retail. Men der er jo virkelig mange shards. Så det kan være i det her shard, jeg sidder i her, der måske er 50 spillere inde i den by her. Så kan det være, der er et andet shard, hvor der er, altså du ved. Men for helvede, mand. Altså, jeg er jo alene med drengene i dag, for eksempel, ikke? Og altså, jeg kan jo ikke sidde og rigtig dedikere min tid til noget som helst, fordi lige om lidt, så er der en af dem, der vågner, så skal jeg op og lige give en sutterflaske, eller lige ligge og lige putte en tilbage i seng og sådan nogle ting. Altså, sådan er det sgu. Det er bare sådan, det er. Men altså, det betyder jo bare, at jeg kan ikke sidde og raid, jeg kan ikke sidde og lave en Mythic... Altså, jeg kan godt lave en Mythic Plus, men det er altid med den der i baghovedet, at det kan være, at halvvejs inden, at så er der en, der vågner, og så er jeg nødt til at smutte, for jeg kan godt sidde der og spille 15 minutters Mythic Plus færdig. Det er der bare ikke ret mange, der fatter. Det er helt vildt. Det er, når folk de ikke selv har børn, de kan slet ikke sætte sig ind i det. Altså, ikke rigtigt i hvert fald. Det er lidt skægt. Og det finder man hurtigt ud af, når man får børn, at dem, der er allerklogest på børn, det er dem, der ingen børn har. Det er sådan lidt skægt, faktisk. Det er sådan lidt komisk. Men sådan er det vel nok med mange ting. Altså, man har jo som regel nogle masse holdninger til ting, man ikke egentlig ved en skid om. Altså lige nøjagtigt det der med børn, altså jeg er bestemt ikke, det er ikke fordi jeg har haft nogle episoder eller noget som helst med nogen som helst, men alligevel så går jeg jo og hører, og jeg går og ser på andres samtaler, eller ikke ser på deres samtaler, men hører deres samtaler, og du ved, ser bare society in general, altså det er ikke fordi det er mig, der er blevet antastet med noget som helst, men jeg ser det jo bare hver dag, også i institutioner og så videre, sociale sammenhænge og sådan nogle ting, ikke? Altså, det er bare uhyggeligt, hvordan folk de bare tror, de har svaret til alt. Altså i forhold til børn. Og børn, de er bare forskellige. Mennesker er forskellige, så selvfølgelig er børn forskellige. Der er ikke en drejebog til børn. Det er klart, at jeg siger ikke, at opdragelse ikke har noget at skulle have sagt, for selvfølgelig har opdragelse også noget at skulle have sagt. Men opdragelse er ikke the end all be all. Altså, der er nogle gange, der er du altså bare udstyret med en meget sværere opgave end andre gange. Altså, altså det er opdragelse er alfa og omega, men opdragelsen er ikke en enhed, hvis du forstår. For ligesom at tage det der rådighedsbeløb, det er ikke én enhed, det er variabler. Der har vi det igen, Stine Ryltoft. Er du med? Det er det der tilbage til det der menneskelige plan, frem for det her arbitrære, du ved, money og materialistiske tilgang til tilværelsen. Jeg er helt med. Jeg er selv fucking blå vælger og alt det der, så det er ikke fordi jeg er socialdemokrat eller noget som helst. Jeg hader socialdemokrater, det er de værste mennesker. Lige nær, altså sælgere, bankrådgiver og socialdemokrater, hvis du kan faktisk godt være alle tre ting. Den er helt gal. Men så jeg ved godt, det måske lyder på dig som om, at jeg måske er sådan en eller anden total enhedslisten freak. Det er jeg bestemt ikke. Altså, jeg er helt med på alt det der udbud og efterspørgsel og sådan noget. Jeg er selv, du ved, jeg er den der type der, du er din egen lykkesmed og alt sådan noget. Jeg kan sagtens sætte mig ind i det. Min far har selv en forretning og sådan noget. Jeg kan sagtens sætte mig ind i alt det der pis. Det er slet ikke det. Men altså, jeg er bare sådan rimelig... Altså på mange punkter er jeg sådan rimelig neutral, eller ikke neutral, men jeg er sådan rimelig, ser den fra begge sider. Men det er klart, der er nogle ting her i tilværelsen, der er jeg meget sådan, der har jeg min holdning, min stål, altså der har jeg sådan en ret stærk holdning til det. Men jeg er sådan rimelig, prøver at være rimelig god til at se det fra flere sider af. Men anyway, det der med opdragelse, man, jeg siger der, man, folk de tror bare, at de kan lære at drage paralleller og sammenligninger og sidde og, hvorfor gør du ikke bare sådan her, og de har svaret til det hele, ikke, og hold kæft, mand. Bare min mor, altså. Jamen altså, vi kan sidde, nu sad vi til en eller anden juleafslutning, eller hvad fanden det var, og så sad hun jo og underholdt med, at det var noget med, at dengang jeg var bitte dreng, jamen det var mig. Jeg fortalte, at min mellemste knejt, han er nået den alder, hvor at han godt lige vil drille lidt og sådan noget, og det er sgu hyggeligt nok, ikke? Men altså, det er klart, altså, når de driller, jeg har 3 drenge, ikke? Når de driller, så driller de, og de driller indtil det, at det bliver så vildt, at den ene ikke gider mere og bliver irriteret eller sur eller ked af det. Og sådan er det bare. Så er de sure, ked af det eller irriteret i 2 minutter, og så er vi gode igen. Det er sådan, det går. Det er fint. Sådan skal det være. Det er børn, altså for fanden. Hvis ikke at de leger og driller hinanden og sådan noget, altså hvad fanden er livet så? Altså hvis ikke man kan hygge sig, more sig, også på andres bekostning i den alder. Man skal lære grænser og sådan noget. Det får man jo ikke lært, hvis ikke man driller nogen. Altså det er sgu fint. Sådan skal det være. Og der er særligt ens brødre og sådan noget. Selvfølgelig skal man... Selvfølgelig. Altså det er helt en selvfølge, hvis du spørger mig. Anyway, så sidder jeg der, og jeg fortæller så bare lige stille og roligt, at... Hassel der, som han hedder, min mellemste, han er lige kommet i en periode nu, hvor han godt lige vil drille lidt hele tiden, sådan i hvert fald Falke, vores ældste. Falke, han er god til at sidde og hygge sig for sig selv, og lige sidde og chill lidt, og så kommer Hassel hen og lige driller lidt, og så kører bussen. Men så sidder hun jo og fortæller, hvordan at, det kunne hun godt huske, at jeg var bare sådan en, der bare skulle drille hele tiden, min lille søster, og hvad ved jeg, og det er sgu fint nok, altså jeg husker det ikke helt, ligesom hun gør, men fair nok, altså, jeg lærte den slide, ikke? Det er fint nok. Så går der jo ikke mindre end en halv time eller sådan noget, og fred være med det. Jeg kunne godt lide min mor og alt det der. Det er heller ikke fordi, jeg skal sidde og hate eller noget som helst. Så går der jo en halv time, så kommer samtalen jo over på noget andet. Det er godt nok stadigvæk i forhold til børn og opdragelse og sådan noget. Men hvor hun så bare sidder og stålfast siger, at man skal bare gøre sådan og sådan. Det virker. Altså som om, at hun har svaret. Jamen ho, tænkte jeg bare. Har vi ikke lige siddet for en halv time siden, og siddet og snakket om, hvordan at jeg bare vil drille hele tiden? Og nu sidder du og kunne hjælpe mig her en halv time efterfølgende, og sidder og snakker om, hvordan man bare skal gøre sådan og sådan og sådan, som om, at det er en eller anden drejebog, du kører efter, og så får du bare modelleret dine børn, som du vil have, og du får klaret de situationer, der opstår. Men har du ikke lige siddet og snakket om, hvordan at jeg hele tiden vil drille, og det var problematisk? Jamen, hvis du havde svaret, hvorfor fanden rendte jeg så rundt og drillet? Altså, kan I det er helt sådan... Altså, men det er typiske mennesker, det er ikke fordi det er min mor. Sådan er alle mennesker bare. De sidder bare og snakker om, hvordan der... Du ved, at det er bare sådan, man gør det og alt muligt pis. De glemmer bare, at de selv har siddet med røven i vandskorpen og ikke har haft problemer med at selv klare situationen. Altså, men igen, altså, det er ikke fordi, selvfølgelig skal man lave generaliseringer. Jeg er selv en stor fortaler for at generalisere. Jeg generaliserer alting. Har jeg fået stjålet min punkt 4 gange af en eller anden nære, så kan jeg love dig for, den 5. gang, jeg møder en nære på min vej en mørk dag, der går jeg over på den modsatte side af vejen. Enten det, eller så tager jeg fat omkring mit knogjern, og så er jeg klar til at banke ham. Selvfølgelig er jeg det. Og så kan du kalde en racist og hvad du vil, ikke? Men det er jo en form for generalisering, men det er man jo nødt til her i tilværelsen. Hvis ikke du generaliserer, så sætter du dig selv op med balleren spredt, klar til at blive taget analt flere gange i dit liv. Og det er der jo ingen grund til. Nu kommer jeg med det sådan et lidt spydigt eksempel der, ikke? Og det er fordi, det er sådan, at det elsker folk at høre om, du ved. Så tror de jo kraftigt, at man er racist, når man fyrer sådan noget shit af. Men det er jo bare for at komme med et eksempel. Altså selvfølgelig må man generalisere, og det skal man også have i tilværelsen. Man er nødt til at generalisere. Men man er også nødt til at være åben. Altså det er begge dele, du ved. Ja, men jeg er ingen tvivl. Altså jeg er helt klar over, at jeg er bias på den. Du kan godt høre, at jeg er fucking gal. Altså, jeg er indebrændt, og det er jeg, altså. Men igen, altså, jeg har sgu ikke noget problem med min sparekasse, ud over det der. Altså, jeg har jo haft dem i 15 år, og har aldrig haft problem med dem. Jeg har jo aldrig haft behov for dem, og de har jo altid været flinke, og det har været behageligt, og min bankrådgiver er flink, og han fisker ligesom mig, og vi sad jo sammen til det her møde, og vi brugte jo 1,5 time på mødet. De sagde jo, at det kom til at tage en halv time. Vi brugte 1,5 time, og det var altså ikke, fordi vi sad og snakkede omkring min lorteøkonomi. Vi brugte 2/3 af at snakke omkring personlige ting. Så det var jo en hyggesnak, ikke? Og det var jo super hyggeligt. Der var jo ikke noget der, altså. Det er sgu fint, men ja. Ej, altså, Stine, jeg ved godt, hvorfor vi fik afslag. Og det vidste Heidi også. Det vidste hun også godt. Jeg har jo, altså, jeg kan jo godt lide at bette lidt en gang imellem og sådan noget. Og det ser jo ikke godt ud. Den er jeg helt med på. Altså, jeg er helt med på, at det ikke ser godt ud. Men altså, jeg synes jo også bare, samtidig jeg så siger til dig der, ikke? Altså, og den er helt, jeg kan godt forstå, at alarmklokkerne de ringer, så jeg er helt med. Det er slet ikke det. Men, og det er derfor, jeg siger, at jeg er sikker på, at de bare skulle finde en grund til at skulle afvise mig. Ikke? Altså, og han havde også sagt det. Altså, han havde også sagt, at han kunne jo se, at jeg bettede lidt en gang imellem. Så altså, jeg er slet ikke et sekund i tvivl om, at det har været en afgørende faktor. Men jeg synes jo, den er nederen, fordi når man står og har en ordentlig pose penge til en udbetaling og sådan noget, det er jo sgu noget andet, hvis jeg havde 0 kroner i udbetaling. Og hvis jeg ringte til ham og sagde, hey, kan jeg låne 200.000? Jeg har 0 kroner til udbetaling. Kan du hjælpe mig med det her lån? Så kan jeg godt forstå, at de siger nej. Men står du og skal bruge 370.000, og du har selv 80, eller hvad fanden det måtte være, ikke? Og altså, jamen altså, ja, jeg er der med. Men jeg synes bare mere det der med, at man har vist, at man har en opsparing og sådan noget. Altså, altså, at man har nogle penge til en potentiel udbetaling og sådan noget, det burde bare vægt. Men altså, jeg er helt med. Jeg kan sagtens forstå det. Det er ikke det. Jeg kan også sagtens forstå, at der er masser af mennesker, der ikke har styr på en skid. Altså, jeg er helt med. Altså, for satan, jeg er nok alligevel den person, du kender, der er mest med. Altså, jeg er så med. Det fatter du slet ikke. Jeg er totalt locked in. Dialed in. Det kan godt være, når jeg sidder og snakker, at det virker som om, at jeg ikke fatter en skid. Men jeg er sgu med, og jeg ser det fra alle sider. Men det er klart, selvom jeg kan se det fra alle sider, så kan jeg stadigvæk godt være irriteret. Ja, men altså, jeg har fået lidt øl i aften her, Emil. Du ved jo, hvordan det er. Der skulle sgu nogle øl til, så det var, hun fangede mig lige på et godt tidspunkt, hvor jeg sidder og fået 3 blå Royal Xmas. Så der er få ting i tilværelsen, der kan få mit pisse i kog. Men jeg kan også mærke, at jo ældre jeg bliver, så er der flere ting, så det er ikke så godt. Man skal jo helst ikke blive sådan en gammel sur mand. Men det er fint nok. Jeg kan love jer for, at jeg vil ikke give ingen børn endnu, vel? Hold helvede, mand. Det glæder jeg til, at I får børn. Livet, det kommer godt nok til at handle om noget andet. Det er det med dejligt. Det er for helvede, mand. men altså prøv, jeg tænker tilbage, ikke? Altså, jeg skulle egentlig slet ikke have børn, havde jeg regnet med, fordi at jeg var blevet 28 år, jeg havde ingen kærester, jeg havde ikke nogen børn i sigte, og jeg havde sagt til mig selv, 35, det var mit absolut max, og der var jo ikke nogen udsigt til en kæreste. Så jeg havde sgu besluttet mig for, at jeg skal sgu ikke have børn, men fuck, mand. Det er godt nok det bedste nogensinde. Det er godt nok børn. Fuck, det bliver så nice. Og jeg glæder mig. Jeg har jo 3 drenge, mand. Vi sidder jo og gamer. De sidder og spiller CSGO. Jeg har 3 computere, ikke? Og altså, den mindste, han er jo 6 måneder, så han gamer jo ikke. Men de 2 andre, de sidder jo og gamer. Vi sidder og spiller CSGO, Farming Simulator og sådan noget. Det er fandme hygge, det siger jeg. Det er del af nemmere. Det er helt utroligt, hvor hurtigt de fatter at spille CSGO, for eksempel. Altså, min ældste, han er 5 år, og min yngste, han er 3, eller min mellemste, han er 3. De sidder begge to og spiller CSGO. Det er klart, ham der på 5 år, han kan jo både finde ud af at skifte pistoler, købe pistoler og kaste granater og alt sådan noget. Han kan finde ud af det hele. Ham på 3, han kan kun finde ud af at gå rundt og skyde. Men alligevel, altså, det er fandme vildt, mand. Så, men ja, det er bare, glæder jeg. Livet, det kommer til at handle om alt muligt andet materialistisk lort, når man får børn. Det burde det også, men det er... det er ikke en selvfølge. Der er masser af mennesker, der vægter karrieren højere end deres børn, også selvom de har fået børn. Det hader jeg også, når jeg hører om sådan noget. Fuck, man, det hænger mig langt ud af halsen. Jeg er godt klar over, at der skal penge til her i tilværelsen, men det er bare på bekostning af nogle børn, der får lov til at kigge på en eller anden fucking barnepige, eller du ved, altså det ikke. Så skal man lade være med at få børn. Altså, hvis du ikke har tid til det, hvis du vægter din karriere meget, meget højere end dine børn, så lad da være med at få børn, mand. Altså, for helvede. Jeg siger ikke, at børn de bliver lort ved, at de har haft en barnepige 4 dage ud af ugen 7. Men jeg siger bare, at der er jo ingen tvivl om, det er jo fuldstændig uomtvisteligt, at som udgangspunkt, hvis vi skal generalisere, så de bedste børn, dem får du ved en familie, der er sammenholden, hvor det bare kører på alle tangenter. Hvor der er hygge, der er nærvær, der er socialitet, og mor og far er hjemme og være sammen med børnene. Det er fandme nummer 1. Det er uomtvisteligt. Og jeg siger ikke igen, du kan sagtens være en eller anden søn af en eller anden Lego-mastodont, hvor han har været ude og arbejde 12 timer om dagen og kommer hjem, når børnene sover. Og så har man stadigvæk blevet til en okay knight. Jamen, jeg er helt klar over, at du kan finde sådan nogle eksempler. Jamen, der er ikke nogen tvivl, det er det, jeg siger, Stine. Jeg kan lidt det der begge dele. Jeg kan begge dele. Men altså, jeg er for helvede de sidste mange gange, jeg har stemt Dansk Folkeparti, stram kurs. Jeg har stemt stram kurs. Det indrømmer jeg gerne. Jeg er Dansk Folkeparti, stram kurs, konservativ, og lige her Liberal Alliance, og her allersidst, der stemmer jeg Nye Borgerlige. Så, altså, jeg stemmer blot, men der er ikke nogen tvivl om, at der er rigtig mange tilgange fra den røde fløj, der er rigtig kloge. Altså, det men jeg står fuldstændig ved at stemme stram kurs. Jeg synes, Rasmus Paludan, han er fed. Altså, jeg kan godt være enig med nogen i, at det måske er spild af tilværelse og liv, og en idiot ved at stå og brænde koran af og sådan noget. Altså, jo, helt fair nok. Men jeg må også bare sige sådan, jeg tror nok mere, jeg kigger på det som, at de folk, der tropper op til sådan et eller andet arrangement, det er kraftigt med dem, der er de største tåber. Det er sgu ikke Rasmus Paludan, det er fandme de andre. Alle dem, der står i rundkreds omkring Rasmus Paludan, fjolser. Gå nu hjem og vær sammen med jeres familie. Gå hjem og sidder og være sammen med vennerne, eller hvad fanden vil jeg? Hvorfor fanden gider man at bruge sin kostbare fritid på at stå og spilde sit liv sådan et sted, mand? Kom der i gang. Sådan er det. Sådan er det. Ej, altså, jeg synes jo også, Donald Trump er pissefed. Det indrømmer jeg også gerne, altså. Donald Trump, jeg er måske ikke så meget til Donald Trump mere, som jeg var i 2016. Altså, det er som om, at han er fadet lidt ud for mig. Men altså, jeg synes stadigvæk, han er fed nok. Men grunden til, at jeg synes, han er fed, grunden til, at jeg synes, Rasmus Paludan er fed, det er jo fordi, at jeg vil gerne noget nyt. Jeg vil gerne du kan kalde det for en revolution. Jeg vil godt prøve noget nyt. Jeg gider ikke det her med, og jeg er så pisse træt af, at vi har fået en regering over midten. Hvordan det sidste, jeg vil, det er en regering over midten. Jeg vil prøve noget nyt. Nu synes jeg, nu har vi kørt det her løb i en godt stykke tid. Jeg føler, at tilværelsen har næsten ikke... min tilværelse har ikke været ringere end... Altså, min tilværelse har aldrig været ringere, end den er nu. På nær det faktum, at jeg har børn. Hvis ikke jeg havde børn, så mit liv, det havde aldrig været ringere, end det er nu. Altså, levestandardsmæssigt, og altså... Jeg husker, det aldrig har været så ringe, som det er nu. Det kan selvfølgelig også have lidt at sige med, at jeg er blevet det ældre. Så måske er jeg blevet mere ops på det. Men så jeg kunne virkelig godt tænke mig, at vi kom ud og ligesom prøvede noget nyt. Altså, det gør man jo ikke, Du kommer ikke til at prøve noget nyt med Socialdemokratiet, Venstre, Konservativ, du ved, alle de der midtvejspartier der, altså det er fint nok, men det er jo bare mere af det samme. Altså, så kan de give os 0,5% mere i fridage, eller hvad fanden det er for noget pis, det sidste nye tiltag, de kommer med, fordi de sløjfer består bededag. Så får vi mere i feriepenge, eller hvad fanden det er for noget. Det er jo noget latterligt 0,5. Jamen, kan du se det for dig? Altså, det er jo sådan noget helt latterlige små justeringer. Altså, fuck, man. Lad os nu prøve noget nyt. Der skal ske noget. Nyt. Det kommer ikke til at ske i Danmark, den er jeg med på. Folk, de er simpelthen som male i Danmark. Vi sidder og spiller en af på hinanden og synes, vi har det så godt. I realiteten, så er der alverdens mennesker i Danmark, der mistrives, men til helvede med det. Hvem skider vi på? Ej, Stine, jeg skal til at sænke. Mine knægt, de ligger og sover, jeg skal jo afsted med dem i morgen tidlig, og ja, så jeg er nødt til at gå i seng. Jeg fik sgu ikke gamet her til aften, det var lidt skidt. Jeg vil have... Ja, men der er alting, altså... Det er jo more of the same, som du kender, altså. Det er jo bare sådan et nyt sted, du ved, med 4 forskellige zoner. Og... Jamen altså, man kan sige, det nye, der er, jamen det er jo more of the same, de kalder det jo bare noget andet. Men så her for eksempel i The Azure Span, der har du en base her, der hedder Iskara, ikke? Og det er jo sådan en faction, som du kender. Men den faction, der er der så sådan et event, der sker en gang imellem, hvor at der er en dude, der står og laver en suppe. Ja, det lyder sgu sådan helt, en suppe. Men det er sådan en suppe, som man kan gå hen og drikke af, og så får man en buff. Det er fint nok, men det er ikke det, du skal bruge den til. Det, du skal bruge den til, det er, at den giver dig en reward, når du har completed den her suppe. Og det er sådan en suppe, det er sådan et event, hvor du mødes med alle mulige, og står og laver det her event. Altså, det er sgu nemt, så det er semi-boring og sådan noget, men det gør, altså det giver lidt, du ved. Det samme har du i de forskellige andre zones her, ikke? Og der har du også alle mulige... ting, altså du skal og sådan noget, altså det er jo en form for dailies, kan man sige, ikke også, og det er jo more of the same, men ellers, altså, så har du jo bare, det fede nye, det er nok det fedeste, hvis du spørger mig, det er solo queue, det kalder det for solo shuffle, det er simpelthen, hvor man queue op, og så kommer du ind, og så spiller du 6 runder, det er 3v3, så spiller du 6 runder, og så er det jo afhængig af, hvor mange du vinder, og hvilke kampe du vinder, så får du rating derefter. Det er jo mega nice. Så er man jo fri for at skal sidde og finde folk og sådan noget pis. Jo, det er der, hvor det kommer ind af Dragonflight. Det er jo, at du har jo fået en drage, du flyver på. Du selv skal styre, og du selv skal... Så hernede i bunden ude med de her runde globes her, så kan du så det er jo din energy bar og sådan noget pis. Det er sådan set nice nok, du ved. Så er der jo forskellige modes at flyve på og sådan noget. Og der er også nogle dailies, hvor du skal flyve på sådan nogle training courses, hvor du altså... Det er sådan nogle minigames, du ved, hvor du ser, hvor hurtigt du kan klare et track med din drage. Men det gode ved sådan en drage her, ikke også, Stine, det er jo, at det bekæmper jo en lille smule botters, hvis du forstår. Altså botters, de har sgu problemer med at ligesom at lave det et program, der kan styre den her drage. Det var et kæmpe problem i Shadowlands og alle de der. Altså det var jo, så var der jo 20 bots, der fløj i røven af hinanden for at stå og mine og stå og, du ved, alting. Og det fuckede jo økonomien og sådan nogle ting der, ikke også? Altså det... Så, men ja. Ej, det er godt nok, Stine. Jeg smutter sgu. Nu er jeg ved at falde ned igen, så kan jeg jo godt sove. Det er godt nok. Vi snakkes.